Leaf Kettle, a cozy fantasy novel by T.W. Bradfield, copyright 2026 by Banana Cat Publishing. Chapter 1. The problem with stories is that there is no beginning or ending. One story's end is often another's beginning. The storyteller decides where to start and stop. Today our tale begins at an end and a new beginning. "All aboard!" called the conductor from behind a cloud of steam. The white mist billowing from the train engine partially obscured the hulking machine. Taking a deep breath, Leah stepped off the wooden platform and onto the same train that had brought her to the city almost 5 years ago. Now it would carry her back to her hometown, the sleepy village of Edelbrook. "Miss, your bag?" asked a voice behind her. Turning, Leah saw a polite elderly businessman in a dapper 3-piece suit, holding a worn brown leather satchel. "My bag. I don't even remember setting it down." "Oh, thank you," she said, recognizing the satchel her grandmother had given her when she left. The old man reminded her of Gran somehow. They had the same kind eyes. She offered a sheepish smile and took the bag. A sharp steam whistle pulled her attention back to the engine. When she turned again, the man was gone. Slinging the satchel over her shoulder, she stepped onto the train. The train was typical for long-distance travel. City trains were smaller and narrower, but fit more people. When there was no room to sit, passengers stood. Trains like this were the only way to travel in comfort. Some people had steam-powered cars augmented by magic, but they were still rare. Leah had only seen a handful since arriving in the city. She found her seat halfway down the long car. With no seatmate, she was glad to have both the window and the aisle. The train lurched forward with one final blow from the steam whistle. Sighing, she turned to the window and watched the view blend from marble buildings to cityscape and, after only a few minutes, to open countryside. The rush of the last 2 days had taken more out of her than she realized. Everything had been a blur since hearing about Gran's death. Leah brushed a stray lock of chestnut hair behind her ear and rubbed the bridge of her nose, a vain attempt to ward off the travel headache that always came. Her emerald green eyes, usually full of curiosity, now reflected only exhaustion and sadness. Her petite frame seemed even smaller as she slumped in her seat, lost in thought. "What are you going to do in the city that you can't do here?" Gran had asked from behind her square spectacles. Her white hair was pulled back in its usual bun. Deep lines creased her sun-worn face. Her poor eyesight was a quiet testament to her years. Gran meant well, but she could never understand. There had to be more to life than the tea shop and this small town. Ever since Leah's parents died, Gran had raised her as well as an aging woman could. Leah was thankful, but she wanted a life of her own. I just want," Leah began, reaching for her grey rucksack. She looked up. "I want to see what's out there," she said softly, staring out the window at the great oak tree. "I'm so selfish." Gran's hand moved to her golden locket. Leah doubted she even realized she was doing it. It was a familiar gesture, one she often made when thinking of her daughter, Leah's mother. "You are so much like her," Gran said with a weary sigh. Then she left the room. "I'm sorry. I do love you." Leah wanted to say it aloud, but the words never sounded right. Gran returned with a brown satchel in her hands. It still had the store's paper stuffing inside, giving it shape. "If you're going to go, you'll need a proper bag," she said, holding it out for Leah to take. A sharp whistle jolted Leah awake. It had been more memory than dream. Lately it was getting harder to tell the two apart. Outside the window, only shadows and darkness passed by. How long had she been asleep? She glanced at her watch and was surprised to see it had been hours. The sun would be rising soon, and they would arrive in Edelbrook shortly after. I may still be able to make the funeral. She had wanted to leave yesterday, but the train only travelled to Edelbrook twice a week. The sun began to rise, casting everything in a soft orange glow. Leah stared out at the changing light. She wanted to say she was glad to be going home, but she didn't like to lie, even to herself. Guilt crept in as she remembered how often she had promised to visit Gran and never followed through. It wasn't like her life in the city had been going so well. She had enrolled in apothecary school just like she planned, but her low affinity for natural magic kept her from becoming a full-fledged apothecarist. She worked at a large apothecary now, but only as a low-level herbalist. She had been too ashamed to tell Gran that her dreams hadn't worked out the way she hoped. As the train neared Edelbrook, familiar landmarks came into view. She recognized the Heron River, a few scattered farms, and finally the valley itself, with its endless rows of winter peach trees. Edelbrook was the only place that grew the rare winter fruit. The trees were the town's lifeblood. Passengers began rising to collect their bags, even though the train was still a few miles out. Leah had only her satchel. Most of her clothing was packed into the trunk she had shipped ahead. She hoped it would be waiting for her when she arrived. The small town crept into view, and with it came a flood of memories and emotions she hadn't expected. The train came to a smooth stop, hissing steam into the cool morning air. Grabbing her bag, Leah stepped off the train, down the platform and onto the road leading to the cemetery. Cresting the final hill, she stopped. 2 workmen were shoveling dirt into an open grave. I missed it. Chapter 2. Edelbrook was an anomaly. No one remembered its founding or when winter peaches were first harvested. These unique fruits couldn't grow anywhere else, despite countless attempts. The soil and the valley had a magic of their own. Though the peach harvests were small, their rarity kept the village prosperous. But now, things were changing, and no one knew why. Leah stood motionless, watching the 2 workmen shovel dirt into her Gran's grave. Dead trees, robbed of their foliage, stood like silent sentries at the edge of the cemetery. Still too early for winter frost, the barren branches formed a stark contrast to the green woods just beyond. "Leah?" asked a voice behind her. She instantly recognized Mara Greenleaf, the town witch and her grandmother's closest friend. Turning, Leah saw Mara holding a potted plant, a welcoming smile softening her otherwise stern face. She was a kind woman, though her features rarely showed it. "Mara," Leah said, her voice catching as her eyes filled with tears. She hadn't realized she was on the verge of crying until she saw the old woman. Mara placed the pot down and opened her arms. The gesture needed no explanation. Leah dropped the satchel from her shoulder and stepped into the embrace, burying her face in the woman's shoulder as she wept. The smell of dirt and burning sage wrapped around her like a memory of childhood. "Shh, it's all right," Mara whispered, gently stroking Leah's back. She had no children of her own, but she clearly hadn't lacked maternal instinct. "I missed it," Leah said through her tears. "It was just a bunch of people listening to words," Mara replied. As the town witch, she always had a different view of such things. It was for friends to say goodbye. Leah sniffled and pulled away, trying to get herself under control. She didn't want to be a burden. Mara took her hands and gave her a soft smile. "You, my dear, never have to say goodbye. She's not going anywhere. Just because we can't see her doesn't mean she's gone." That was all it took to break her again. Leah tried to hold it back, but her lip trembled and her breath grew ragged. "Come now," Mara said. "I need to get this planted before it rains." She lifted the clay pot by its thick rim. It didn't look like rain, but Leah knew better than to question Mara when it came to weather. Her magic handled coaxing spring rain from the sky and pulling the fall sun out from behind the clouds. She was just as vital to the peach harvest as any farmer. Leah glanced at the potted plant. "Lavender?" Mara nodded. "The roots need loose soil if they're going to take hold. Your grandmother always loved the smell of lavender. She could never brew it into tea without it tasting like soap," she said with a chuckle, walking toward the grave. Leah followed, keeping a little distance in case the tears returned. You been to the shop? Mara asked over her shoulder. No, I came straight here from the train, Leah said, glancing down at the wilting grass. Isn't it too early for frost? Eliza's been running it ever since your Gran passed, but she's having a hard time, Mara said. It was a gentle reminder that other responsibilities were waiting. She's had 2 more little ones since you left. 2? Leah's eyes widened. Eliza already had 3 children when she left. 2 more meant even less time to manage the tea shop. It's been tough, but she knows how important that shop is to everyone. She wanted to keep it open for when you got back, Mara said. The tone made it clear that, in Mara's mind, Leah was returning to take over Gran's tea shop, the Leaf and Kettle. Leah didn't have the heart to say she was only here to arrange its sale. Before you say it, you need to read her will, Mara added. Did you read my mind? And no, I can't read people's minds, Mara chuckled, as if answering her thoughts. She waved to the 2 workmen as they gathered their tools in a rusty wheelbarrow. How? Leah asked, knowing she'd never get a straight answer. 1 year, Mara said. You can't sell the shop for 1 year. I suppose I should have let you read that for yourself, but that's what she wanted. 1 year, Leah echoed. Mara finished tamping the soil around the lavender and looked up at her. She loved this town. She believed you did too. Do I love this town? I enjoyed growing up here. But do I really want to spend my life working in a tea shop, even if I do own it? She was adamant that you were the only person who could run the tea shop. If you don't take ownership, it's supposed to be torn down. Torn down? Why? Leah asked. That couldn't be right. Why would Gran want the shop destroyed when someone else in town could take it over? Maybe Eliza wanted it. Before you ask, no one else can run it like your grandmother did, unless, of course, it's you. How do you do that? I don't understand, Leah said quietly. I know, dear, Mara replied, holding out her hand for Leah to help her up. But you will. A shadow passed over them as a stray storm cloud rolled down the valley. We need to get back to town, Mara said, brushing dirt from her hands onto her tattered dress. You're going to need dry clothes. Leah wanted to argue, but thought better of it. If Mara said it would rain, then it would rain. She wouldn't be surprised if Mara was the one bringing the storm. Thunder rumbled in the distance, echoing beyond the valley. Mara narrowed her eyes at the dark clouds. Her expression shifted into a quiet frown, as if listening to something no one else could hear. Then she exhaled and shook her head. Mara? Leah asked, watching her closely. The old woman smiled and let out a sigh. We best get. Chapter 3. In stories, heroes and villains depend on the storyteller and the reader. One person's hero might be another's villain. Everyone thinks they're the hero of their own story, so where do the villains come from? Edelbrook was no different. The valley's magic made it the town's hero, but it wasn't always so. Leah pushed open the door of the Leaf and Kettle, the small brass bell announcing their entry as they hurried inside, escaping the rain. Shaking water from her drenched sleeves, she closed the door behind her, shutting out the damp chill. The warm, familiar scent of fresh-baked scones and tea washed over her like a smile from an old friend. Mara moved past her toward the fireplace. Leah paused, taking in the cozy interior. The shelves lined with jars of tea leaves, each labelled in her Gran's loopy handwriting, looked just as they always had. The dark oak counter at the back still held its odd collection of antique teapots and cups, each one carefully placed. She swallowed against the lump rising in her throat. The soft, worn chairs by the bay window still looked as inviting as they used to. Despite the storm, the window boxes outside overflowed with lavender and chamomile, their scent faint but comforting. Taking a deep breath, she tried to steady herself, unprepared for the flood of emotions each memory stirred. The shop was empty. No doubt everyone was avoiding the torrential downpour. She couldn't remember it ever raining like this when she was younger. Then again, she couldn't remember the smell of the scones either. Her eyes drifted to the small round table near the fireplace. She could almost see Gran sitting there, smiling gently, a cup of tea in her hands. They had spent many nights poring over Gran's recipe book, its hand-drawn images sparking Leah's earliest interest in plants. A kettle whistled from the back room, and Leah smiled. Eliza, a second cousin on her father's side, appeared from behind the curtain. Her eyes widened when she saw her. "Leah, you're here," Eliza said, wiping her hands on her apron. "I was afraid you wouldn't come." "I knew she would," Mara said, still warming her hands at the fire. Eliza frowned at the rain as she walked over with arms outstretched. "Does it rain like this often?" Leah asked. Eliza pulled her into a hug, not caring about the soaked clothes. "You look the same," she said warmly. Leah thought that was a stretch. Her hair was longer, her figure had changed since leaving the city, and she was pretty sure the freckles across her nose and cheeks had faded. Eliza, on the other hand, looked almost exactly the same, even with 2 more children. She was thin, but not frail, her frazzled blonde hair hanging flat against her shoulders, a clear sign of a hectic life. Managing 5 kids and part-time work was more than most could juggle. The fact she had was a reminder of how much she loved the tea shop. "Where is everyone?" Leah asked, glancing around the empty room. She always remembered the shop as full of people and conversation. "I sent them home. I didn't want anyone out during the storm," Eliza replied. "Do storms like this happen often?" Leah asked. Eliza smiled. "More than they used to," she said, glancing toward Mara. The bell above the door jingled as an older woman stepped inside, wearing a simple house dress beneath a bright yellow slicker. "Mrs. Gear, what are you doing here?" Eliza asked. "You shouldn't be out in this weather." Mrs. Gear's brows pinched in concern. "The tea you made for Mother wore off already. She can't even get up the stairs to her room." "Already?" Eliza asked, surprised. Mrs. Gear glanced at Leah, confused for a moment before her eyes lit up with recognition. "Leah, are you back?" Her voice carried a hopeful note. "For a while," Leah said, looking at Eliza, unsure why the question sounded so loaded. "Your grandmother was always so wonderful with Mother's tea," Mrs. Gear said, throwing a quick glance at Eliza. It was clear she was choosing her words carefully. "It's all right, Mrs. Gear. I know my teas aren't as strong as hers," Eliza said, a flicker of disappointment passing over her face. "A fresh kettle just finished. I'll make you a full pot to take with you." She disappeared behind the counter. Leah thought she saw a flash of hurt in Eliza's expression. "I'm sure Eliza's teas are just as good as," Leah started to say. "Your grandmother's tea would last all day and all night," Mrs. Gear interrupted, lowering her voice. "Now, sometimes it doesn't even last more than a few hours." "I'm sure it can't be that different," Leah said gently. "It is," Mara added, straightening near the fire. "Nothing against Eliza, but your grandmother's teas were special. Almost everyone in town relied on her brews at some point." Leah wasn't sure how to respond. She had always known the shop was special, but she hadn't realized it was her grandmother herself who made it so. "Are you going to take over?" Mrs. Gear asked, her voice full of hope. "I don't know," Leah said honestly. "She will, for a while," Mara said, a smug smile creeping across her face. There was no point in arguing. She couldn't let Eliza keep running the shop alone. She had a family to care for. "Maybe for a while." Mara chuckled under her breath. Something about that clearly amused her, though Leah had no idea what. Eliza returned with a squat silver thermos. "This should hold her over until tomorrow," she said, handing it to Mrs. Gear. "Thank you, dear," Mrs. Gear said sincerely as she took the thermos. "I know you're doing your best." "Be careful out there," Eliza said, walking her to the door. She pulled down the shade and locked the door behind her. When she turned back, her expression collapsed into exhaustion. "I don't know how your Gran did it." "Well," Leah's back, so things should be all right, Mara said. What are they talking about? I didn't agree to any of this. Eliza sighed, glancing at the wall clock. I have to get home. The kids will be back soon. Go on, Mara said. We'll lock up. Thank you, Eliza said, untying her apron and tossing it onto the counter. From the brief exchange, Leah could tell Eliza was near her limit. Eliza, Leah called out as she headed for the rear exit. Thank you. Eliza paused. Her expression softened. I'm sorry about your Gran. I'm sorry, Leah said, looking around the tea shop, for all this. She was a special lady, Eliza replied. I'll pop in tomorrow, she added with a wave before disappearing through the back. This town needs you as much as it needs this tea shop, Mara said, grabbing a scone from a tray on the counter. I don't know, Leah said. Do you have any clothes in that bag? Mara asked, glancing at Leah's satchel. My trunk, Leah exclaimed. It's still at the station. I'm sure it'll be fine. Your grandmother has plenty of warm clothes upstairs. No need to go out in this storm. Besides, there's someone upstairs waiting to see you. Chapter 4. Leah took a deep breath before pushing the door open. The apartment above the tea shop had been her home for over 15 years, but now it felt almost foreign. She felt like a trespasser. It wasn't her home anymore. Her home was the small 2-room apartment in the city. This was Gran's home. It always would be. Well, go on in, girl, Mara chided from behind her. Leah blinked away the cobwebs, reached into the doorway and flipped on the lights. Everything was just as it had been. The furniture was the same. The multicolored quilt draped over the back of the couch was the same. Even the tchotchkes on the shelf around the window remained in place. The only thing missing was Gran. Leah yelped as a small shape darted from the corner and brushed up against her legs. Looking down, she saw Mr. Tomlin, the orange tabby she'd grown up with. He didn't look any different, even though he had to be over 20 years old by now. He wouldn't shut up about seeing you, Mara said, leaning down to scratch the cat behind his ears. He leaned hard into her hand, purring loudly. Mr. Tomlin, Leah exclaimed, reaching down to pet his back. He let out a soft trill and looked up at her. Then he glanced at Mara and let out a quiet meow. I dunno, Mara said. She said she'll stay for a while. Mara was a witch, but there was no way she was talking to the cat. Her Gran used to talk to him all the time. It had always seemed like one of her more harmless eccentricities. Most old women probably talked to their cats at some point or another. I missed you too, buddy, Leah said, rubbing under his chin. I've been keeping him fed, but he's tired of being alone, Mara said, heading into the kitchen. Mr. Tomlin followed close behind. She reappeared a moment later with a bowl of dry food. Mr. Tomlin sat watching intently, making sure nothing happened to his meal. Mara set it down beside his water bowl. You have to watch what he eats, she said. I keep feeding him less and less, but he's still getting fatter. Leah wasn't sure, but she thought she saw Tomlin give Mara an annoyed glance between bites. I think he looks great, Leah said, crouching beside him as he ate. Did he just smile at me? I folded the rest of your Gran's laundry, so there are fresh clothes on the bed. I haven't put anything away yet. I'm sure you know where everything else is. I do, Leah said, looking up. I've got a potion on the fire, so I need to get back, Mara said, pulling the curtain aside to peek out. The rain was easing, but it showed no sign of stopping. Tomorrow we'll go see the Magistrate. He has the will. Mara, Leah said, rising. Yes, dear? Leah stepped forward and hugged her. Thank you for everything. Nonsense. Abigail was my best friend, Mara said, gently pushing her back. Now go get into some dry clothes. I don't want you catching a chill. It was the first time Leah had heard anyone call her grandmother by her real name. I will, she said, watching the old woman disappear down the stairs. I thought she'd never leave, said a small voice from behind her. Startled, Leah turned. Who said that? I do love her, But I swear she's trying to starve me to death, the voice said again, this time mid-chew. Who's there? Leah asked, cautiously looking around. It took a moment for her eyes to settle on Mr. Tomlin. There was no way. As if on cue, he looked up at her, locking eyes. Abby used to feed me the good stuff, he said. Leah instinctively stumbled backward, landing on the couch. I'm tired. It's been a long day. There's no way Mr. Tomlin just spoke. Mr. Tomlin continued to stare at her, then slowly lowered his head and took a mouthful of food. You can't talk, can you? Leah asked, still trying to process what she'd heard. Tomlin exhaled slowly and sat upright on his haunches. It was distinctly uncat-like. I should have waited, he said. Waited for what? Leah asked. Am I really talking to a cat? Waited for you to settle in, but we have a lot to discuss. A lot to discuss? Leah repeated, raising her brows. With me? Tomlin rose and padded over to the couch. He jumped up and perched on the armrest, where matted fur suggested it was one of his favourite spots. You're the only one here, he said. Leah shook her head, unwilling to accept what was happening. Abby knew you'd react like this, Tomlin said. I wanted to talk to you years ago, but she thought it was better to wait until you were older. You could talk this whole time? She made me promise not to. Why? If you were a teenage girl with a talking cat, would you keep it a secret? Leah didn't need time to answer. Fair point. I tried to stop her, you know, Tomlin said quietly. Stop who? Leah asked, suddenly paying closer attention. Abby. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen, he said, voice tinged with guilt. Stop her from doing what? From trying to fix the shrine. The shadow is starting. Tomlin's voice cut off mid-sentence, replaced by a typical meow. What shrine? Leah asked, annoyed by the abrupt change. Tomlin meowed again. For some reason, she couldn't understand him anymore. Did I just imagine all that? Tomlin stepped forward and climbed onto her lap. He placed his paws on her chest, bringing his face level with hers. He was heavier than she expected. Leah couldn't be sure, but it looked as if he was shaking his head. Chapter 5. Homecomings come in two flavors, the chosen and the unexpected. Whether it's a long-awaited reunion or a sudden twist of fate, returning to a place from your past often triggers memories, some pleasant, some not. A familiar photograph, a favorite mug, or even the smell of lavender can unlock a floodgate of emotions, each memory a story waiting to be retold. But in Edelbrook, the line between memory and reality can be harder to distinguish, especially when it involves a certain orange tabby cat. Leah woke early with the morning sun. She lay there watching dust float through a sunbeam before deciding to start her day. Rummaging through a pile of clothes on the chair, she settled on over-the-knee wool stockings, a thick brown skirt, and a large green knit sweater that threatened to fall from her shoulders. She smiled, running her fingers over the soft material. She remembered this sweater. Gran often wore it after work. If anything, Gran valued comfort over style, an aesthetic Leah had abandoned in the city. She was afraid dressing like that would make her look like a country bumpkin. "Mr. Tomlin," she called, remembering the events from the night before. He had disappeared shortly after their conversation. "Tomlin?" she asked again. Silence was the only answer. Maybe I did make it all up. Walking into the kitchen, Leah was about to fill the electric kettle when there was a knock at the door. "Leah, you up?" came Mara's voice from the other side. Leah opened the door. The corner of Mara's mouth lifted when she saw her wearing Abigail's clothes. "Does it look okay?" Leah asked, suddenly self-conscious. It felt wrong to wear her Gran's clothes, even if they were extremely comfortable. "It looks fine, dear. That was one of her favourite sweaters," Mara said. "You ready to go?" she asked, glancing down at Leah's stockings. "Already?" Leah asked. She had only just gotten up. "The Magistrate is busy today, so we have to get there early," Mara said, looking over at the shoe rack. She reached down and grabbed a sturdy but soft-looking pair of leather boots. "Try these," she said, handing them over. "It's still muddy outside." Leah wanted to protest. She didn't like wearing boots. They always felt too tight around her ankles. But her shoes from the night before were still wet. Without arguing, she slid the boots over her stockings. They were far more comfortable than she expected. Leah followed Mara into the hallway and closed the door behind her. Outside, the storm's aftermath lingered. Water pooled in the low spots along the sidewalk. Leaves and small branches were scattered across the cobblestone street. The wind must have worsened after she went to sleep. "Sleep well?" Mara asked. "I had weird dreams," Leah mumbled. "Really?" Mara asked, sounding intrigued. A dream to a witch was like a puzzle. Every detail meant something. Leah hesitated. "I dreamt I talked to Mr. Tomlin." "Really?" Mara replied, a sly smile spreading across her face. She didn't ask any follow-up questions. "Morning, Leah," called a man across the street, dressed in a white uniform. Leah recognized him but couldn't recall his name. "Morning," she called back. "That's Mr. Hulch, the baker," Mara said softly. She could tell Leah was struggling to remember. "I remember he made the best handcakes," Leah said, grateful to pair a pleasant memory with the face. They walked the cobblestone path until they reached the town square. In the centre, a lush green park spread out like a velvety carpet. A gazebo sat at its heart, topped with a solitary clock tower, its hands frozen at midday. Off to the side stood the town hall, a modest brick building with the magistrate's office on the first floor. "I'm afraid your grandmother didn't leave many details in her will," said Mr. Brooke from behind his cat-rimmed glasses. An odd choice for a man. His thin frame and delicate features didn't match his larger-than-life personality. His voice was deep and confident. "She drafted this last week, a few days before." He trailed off, unsure how to finish. Leah took the single sheet of paper from the folder he handed her and began to read. "In the event of my death, all my worldly possessions shall be passed to my granddaughter, Leah Windward. The leaf and kettle shall be hers, with the stipulation she operates it for 1 year. After 1 year, the leaf and kettle shall be hers to do with as she wishes. If she chooses not to, or fails to operate the leaf and kettle for 1 full year, it shall be torn down and the land donated to the city of Edelbrook, with the stipulation no other structures shall ever occupy the land. All my other possessions and family responsibilities are passed to her upon my death. Abigail Windward." Leah turned the letter over to check for more, but that was it. Something about the phrase family responsibilities caught her attention. It seemed oddly specific. "I know," Mr. Brooke said, quite short but succinct. Mara chuckled. If she was anything, she was direct. "She wrote this right before she died?" Leah asked. 3 days before, if I'm correct," he said, his face still drawn with concern. "I'll have the paperwork prepared to transfer the business into your name. However, the deed to the land will stay here for 1 full year." He glanced at the clock. "I hate to be so abrupt, but I have a council meeting about all the troubles that have been happening lately." "Thank you for everything," Leah said, standing. "Oh," he said, suddenly remembering something. He pulled a small bag from under his desk. "This is everything she had on her when she was found." Leah accepted the bag but didn't open it. "Thank you," she said again. Mr. Brooke stood and extended his arm toward the door. He was clearly ushering them out, but his manner was not unkind. "Come, dear," Mara said with a sigh. Her expression made it clear she had a different opinion of Mr. Brooke than Leah did. "Thank you, Arthur," she said flatly, and they left the office, closing the door behind them. "She wrote this just a few days before she died?" Leah asked, still holding the folder. Mara nodded. "Did she know she was going to die?" Mara sighed again and tilted her head. Though she said nothing, Leah could see the flurry of thought behind her eyes. "We should go," Mara finally said. "Eliza will be opening soon." Chapter 6. Edelbrook was a town out of sync with time. Its remote location kept it from adopting the latest advancements. The train was the town's lifeline, bringing regular supplies. Yet Edelbrook wasn't backward. It had 4 Lailine phones, one in the Magistrate's office, one at the general store, one at the Leaf Kettle, and one at the train station. However, only the station phone connected outside the valley. Leah picked up the antique receiver of the ornate black phone that sat on the counter of the Leaf Kettle. Even by Edelbrook standards, it was ancient. Runes still shimmered faintly on the receiver, while modern phones no longer had visible rune markings. In the city, Lailine phones were useless. Sharing a Lailine among thousands made communication impossible, so they had moved to wired systems long ago. Mara noticed Leah hesitating. "Just think of the train station," she said from behind the counter, offering a patient smile. "That's it?" Leah asked. The phone had always sat on the counter, but she'd assumed it was purely decorative. She had never seen anyone use it. She brought the receiver to her ear and thought of the train station. From the corner of her eye, she saw the soft glow of runes flare to life. "Station," said a reedy woman's voice through the receiver. Caught off guard, Leah hesitated. "This is Leah Windward. I arrived yesterday but had to leave before—" "Your luggage?" the voice asked. "Yes, exactly," she said, relieved that the woman seemed to know why she was calling. "I'm afraid it may never have gotten off the train," the woman said. "What?" Leah asked, alarmed. "It happens. Very few people visit Edelbrook. If the luggage car doesn't see anyone waiting, they assume there's no baggage to unload." Leah wanted to protest, but she had left the station in a hurry. "I'll phone ahead and have them drop it off on the return trip," the woman added. "Thank you. When will that be?" Leah asked. The pause that followed was not encouraging. "Maybe a week," the woman said, her voice full of apology. "A week?" Leah echoed. "I'm sorry, dear. The train runs a loop. I'll call the tea shop as soon as it comes in." It wasn't the woman's fault, but Leah had really wanted her own clothes. Thank you," she said, unsure what else to say. "Is there anything else, dear?" "No, just that. Bye." She hung up, watching as the glowing runes faded back into the black casing. Eliza placed a tray of fresh scones on the counter beside her. The smell of warm pastries filled the shop. "Bad news?" she asked. "My luggage," Leah said, still staring at the scones. She hadn't eaten yet. Eliza picked up the largest scone and placed it in front of her. "I've got plenty of clothes if you need to borrow some." Leah doubted any of Eliza's dresses would fit, especially after 5 kids. Besides, she preferred pants, and Gran's old clothes were far more comfortable than she expected. "Thanks, but I'll make do." Mara gave Leah's shoulder a gentle squeeze. "I'll be back this afternoon," she said. "Thanks, Mara," Leah replied through a mouthful of scone. She wanted to say more, but the old woman was already gone. Now what? Leah had no idea what she was supposed to do. The more she thought about it, the more appealing it seemed to let the city take the land. "I put a sign on the door saying we'll be closed for a few days," Eliza said. "I have to take Mum to the healer in Hampton." "Of course," Leah said. She had helped Gran a bit when she was younger, but not enough to know how to brew her special teas. The more she thought about it, the more she considered returning to the city. "It should give you a chance to get settled. Maybe look at her recipe book," Eliza added as she headed into the kitchen to boil water. Leah could hear the hope in Eliza's voice. She clearly wanted Leah to take over the brewing, and eventually the whole shop. Leah turned in her chair and looked around the Leaf Kettle. The weight of it all settled in. This was hers. She owned, or would own, a business. A place of her own. Was she really giving anything up by staying here? In the city, she was just a low-level herbalist. Her life there wasn't anything special. But it was hers. She had chosen it. Still, Gran's will lingered in her mind. That phrase, family responsibilities. What did it mean? The tea shop had already been addressed. Was there something else she was meant to carry? From the corner of her eye, she caught an orange blur. Mr. Tomlin was on the counter, nudging the envelope that contained her grandmother's belongings. She stared blankly as he tried to push it closer to her. Could he really talk? She grabbed the envelope and dumped its contents onto the counter. It wasn't much. A handful of coins, a small pocket knife used for cutting plants, and an oval golden locket. Leah's breath caught. She remembered the locket. Gran had worn it for as long as she could remember. It looked wrong, sitting on the counter instead of around her neck. "Come on," Mr. Tomlin said, placing his paw on the locket and pushing it toward her in a slow, deliberate gesture. "You can talk," Leah whispered, eyes wide with surprise. Relief flooded her. She wasn't losing her mind after all. She hadn't imagined it. "You have work to do," Mr. Tomlin said. Chapter 7. The day passed quickly, helping Eliza with the tea shop. Leah slipped easily back into her old role as server and busgirl, amazed at how familiar it all felt. The warm smiles she received while delivering tea and the kind words about her grandmother almost made her forget the weight of her situation. Mr. Tomlin had disappeared again after she slipped Gran's locket over her head. He said he'd be back later, and that was the last she saw of him. She didn't even get the chance to ask what he meant when he said, "You have work to do," before Eliza returned. The shop filled with customers soon after, and Leah didn't have time to think about anything else for the rest of the day. Eliza locked the door behind the last customer as they stepped out into the evening. Leah drew the blind and flipped the sign from open to closed. "That wasn't so bad," Leah said. Eliza laughed. "That was actually pretty slow. We usually have double that. I don't know how your grandmother did it when I wasn't here." Even though it was meant as a compliment, Leah found the thought discouraging. She had barely kept up with the orders. If she also had to brew the teas, it would be impossible. Eliza caught her expression. "We'll start small." "Small?" Leah asked, unsure how adding anything more could be considered small. Reaching into her apron, Eliza pulled out a small leather-bound journal. It was Gran's. She held it out for Leah to take. "Everything she used to brew, and more, is in here. I found it on the counter the day she died." Leah took it with the reverence of someone receiving a sacred text. This was her grandmother's life's work. As a child, she had often watched her scribbling notes in its pages. "All her recipes are in there. I tried to follow them, but it's just not the same," Eliza said, her smile dimming for a moment. Just as quickly, she perked back up. "Start with the early recipes. Those are the most useful." Leah thumbed through the pages. Recipes were intermingled with plant sketches and detailed descriptions of each tea and its effects. There was a brew for everything, from boosting energy to improving hearing. Dozens of recipes. Did Gran really make all these? "I'm sorry, but I have to run," Eliza said. "We still need to pack. Before I forget, there should be a shipment of tea waiting at the library. Can you pick it up tomorrow?" "Library?" Leah asked. "That's where they deliver it. Comes in with the books. Don't ask me why, but that's how your Gran had it set up." Eliza glanced at the empty teacups piling behind the counter and frowned. "Don't worry," Leah said. "I'll clean up. It is all mine after all," she added, smiling with the pride of someone handed the keys to their own shop. "Thanks, you're the best," Eliza called over her shoulder as she left. Leah waited until she heard the latch click on the back door before she stepped into the kitchen. She looked around, surprised by how much she remembered. Electric kettles lined the counter next to the old wood stove. She didn't remember Gran having that many, but it had been years. Her eyes drifted to the ornate black kettle sitting on the stove. It was the one Gran used for her special teas. Leah smiled and ran her fingers over the surface, pitted and worn. She had seen her grandmother use it countless times, but had never been allowed to touch it. It was her most prized possession, and Leah had always been too afraid to ask why. "That's it, you know," came Tomlin's voice from somewhere above her. Leah looked up and saw Mr. Tomlin stretching atop a high shelf beside a stockpot. Is that where you've been?" "What's it?" she asked. "The kettle," he said, hopping down to the counter beside her. Of course it was the kettle. Leah would have recognized it anywhere. "It's more than that," Tomlin said, his tone lowering. Leah raised an eyebrow. "More than a kettle?" "It's been in your family for generations," he said, "passed down from mother to daughter." She stared at the kettle, a strange mix of awe and disbelief. "I always saw her use it, but I never knew anything about it. She never told me." Tomlin rubbed against the kettle. "Maybe she wasn't ready to tell you, or maybe you weren't ready to hear it." "Not ready for what?" Tomlin's eyes twinkled, but he didn't answer. Leah looked at the journal in her hand, then back at him. "These are all her recipes?" "And other secrets," Tomlin said. "I'm not going to get a straight answer from you, am I?" she asked, exasperated. "I wouldn't be a cat if you did," he replied. Leah softened. "Did she really have a heart attack?" she asked. It was the only explanation she'd heard. A hunter had found her body in the woods, where she often went to collect herbs. "She did. I was there," Tomlin said. "Really?" Leah asked. His answer caught her off guard. What was she doing? "She was trying to fix—" "Ow!" His voice dissolved into a meow, just like the night before. She wasn't sure, but she thought she saw frustration in his small, feline eyes. She made a mental note to ask about it the next time he spoke. Maybe there was a limit to how long he could talk. If so, she'd have to start prioritizing her questions. Tomlin glanced at the journal in her hand. "What am I supposed to do now?" she asked. Tomlin looked at the book, then crossed to the counter and rubbed up against the nearest electric kettle. "I'm supposed to make tea, aren't I?" she asked, already knowing the answer. She sighed in defeat and opened the journal to the first recipe. It was one of the common teas Gran had served to most of her customers, and a flavor Leah knew by heart. Seemed simple enough. Chapter 8. Dreams have a way of telling us things we didn't know we needed to hear. Even the worst nightmare is still a dream. A young woman with long, flowing blonde hair stood in a small clearing in front of an ancient stone shrine, no higher than her shoulders. A rounded collection of stones, it may have once been a statue. Now it was just a nebulous mass. The soft glow of active runes running along both sides testified to its age, a long-forgotten, ancient magic. "You sure this will work?" asked another woman from the edge of the woods. She had the same hair, maybe a sister. "It has to," the first replied, walking closer to the shrine. "If we can trap it, then maybe we won't have to move. We can stay in the valley." She pulled a corked bottle from her satchel and began pouring a thick brown liquid over the stones. The runes flashed a brilliant green, and everything went white. Leah woke with a jolt, heart pounding, sweat dampening her brow. She hadn't had that dream in years, so long she'd nearly forgotten it. It wasn't terrifying exactly, but it always left her shaken. There was something about it she couldn't explain. Looking around the room, she tried to recall the details. She thought something about it had changed, but it had been over 10 years since she last dreamed it. As the memory faded, the events of last night returned. She had spent hours brewing the simpler recipes from Gran's journal. The teas had all tasted familiar, but she wasn't sure if it was just nostalgia. Her bladder reminded her just how much tea she had consumed. She was surprised she'd gotten any sleep, but then again, the last tea she'd brewed was meant to have a calming, almost sedative effect. Did it work? "Mr. Tomlin," she called, getting up from bed. She stood in silence, waiting, but heard nothing. He might be downstairs. After taking care of business, she made herself a small breakfast and dressed for the day. She hadn't noticed it before, but Gran had some of the most comfortable clothes. Almost everything fit her well, or was loose enough to be cozy without looking odd. Even if she ended up giving up the tea shop, Gran's wardrobe was worth keeping. Only one day in, and she already wasn't worried about looking like a country bumpkin. She was heading down to the shop when she remembered the tea shipment at the library. Why the library? Gran must have had a good reason, but Leah had no idea what it might be. Leaving through the back of the shop, Leah walked down the cobblestone street toward the library, 12 blocks, which in Edelbrook might as well be the other side of town. In the city, she'd walked farther just to reach the nearest park. Still, 12 blocks in Edelbrook took her well beyond the town square. She spotted the familiar iron fence that ran the length of the library block. As a child, she had often dragged a stick along the balusters, loving how the ticking noise made her feel like she was running faster, like a clockwork engine propelling her forward. Smiling at the memory, she picked up a stick and let it clack against the iron bars. Tossing the stick into the grass, she climbed the smooth steps to the entrance. Now that she was older, she realized the building didn't look much like a library. It had the feel of a commercial building, probably something else in a past life, like most buildings in Edelbrook. She pushed the thought aside and stepped inside. The familiar scent of paper and dust greeted her. No matter the city or the size, libraries always smelled the same. Some carried hints of lemon polish or the musk of old leather, but the core scent, paper and dust, was always there. She pushed open the oak doors and looked around. Nothing had changed. The long oak shelves still lined the room, the desk was exactly where she remembered it, and the card catalogue remained untouched. Just like before, no one was in sight. "Hello," she called gently. It felt wrong to speak too loudly, even if she was alone. She waited, then called again. "Anyone here?" "Shh," came a hushed voice from behind her. "Why are you so dang loud?" That was rude. She turned, ready to respond, but paused. The voice was familiar. Recognition tugged at her memory just before her eyes confirmed it. Soft blue eyes behind round, wire-rimmed glasses. They used to be too big for his face, but now they suited him. Tousled, sandy blonde hair shot in every direction, a result of constantly running his fingers through it to keep his bangs out of his eyes. "Finn!" she shouted. "Shh," he said again, raising a finger to his lips. "It's a library." She couldn't help but smile. It was the nicest surprise she'd had since returning. She wanted to hug him, but he beat her to it, pulling her in for a tight embrace. He was taller than she remembered, but then again, she'd never hugged him before. "Sorry about your Gran," he said, letting go. It was a somber sentiment, but her smile remained. "What are you doing here?" "I'm Mr. Jenkins," he said. It took a second, but the name clicked. Mr. Jenkins had been the old town librarian. "You're the librarian?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Someone has to be," he said. "Why not me?" She didn't know how to respond. Finn had never been a reader. If there weren't pictures involved, he wasn't interested. She would know. If she wasn't in the shop, she was with Finn. "It's only temporary," he said, clearly reading her thoughts. "I volunteered to help when Mr. Jenkins retired." "Oh," she said. "When was that?" 8 years ago. He tried to keep a straight face, but the laugh broke through. "Temporary?" Leah laughed with him. "I don't think they're looking very hard," he said, walking back behind the desk. He reached down and pulled out a small brown parcel tied in twine. "I was going to drop this off if no one came to get it." "Thank you," she said, still smiling. "You back for good?" he asked. "For a while," she said, not ready to talk about her future. She thought about telling him how her life in the city had gone, but decided against it. He'd been one of her biggest supporters when she said she wanted to be an apothecarist. She couldn't bring herself to admit she was just an herbalist now. "I want to hear all about the city," he said. Exactly what she didn't want to hear. "It's the city, pigeons and buildings, not much else. What about you?" she asked, trying to change the subject. Finn looked around the library, the corners of his mouth curled in a wry smile. "It's a library, papers and books, Not much else. Now you're caught up. He wasn't going to let it go. If anything, he was more tenacious now than when they were kids. She would have to tell him eventually, so she might as well get something out of it. "How would you like to help me test some teas?" she asked. Chapter 9. In life, we encounter things we like and things we dislike, like a favorite dish or a cherished brand of clothing that's no longer made. One of life's greatest joys is rediscovering something that once brought us comfort. Whether it's an old shirt at the bottom of a drawer or a forgotten jacket tucked in the back of a closet. But the greatest joy of all is finding an old friend. The walk back to the Leaf and Kettle was more pleasant than the walk there. The weather was the same, and the path was unchanged, only reversed. The only difference was that now she had a friend, an old friend. Like a well-worn sweater, it just felt right having him around again. As she pushed open the shop door, something brushed against her leg. She looked down to see Mr. Tomlin dart inside and disappear into the kitchen. She wanted to corner him and ask questions, but Finn would be over soon. He just had to close up the library. Leah turned on the lights and laid the parcel of teas on the counter. "Is there anything here I can make today?" She was untying the twine when Mr. Tomlin appeared on the shelf above her. It had to be one of his favourite perches. "I smell Finn," Mr. Tomlin said with a purr. "You can smell him?" Leah asked. "Cats have a better sense of smell than dogs." "I find that hard to believe," she said, laying out the dried tea cakes. "Look it up," Tomlin said. "You know where the library is." "Why do you sometimes stop talking and just meow?" she asked, looking up at him. "I don't know. Sometimes when I think about certain things I can only talk. Cat." "Did that happen with Gran?" "No," Tomlin said, spinning in place on the shelf. "She never asked hard questions." "Was it because I asked what Gran was doing when she died?" Leah decided not to risk it again. She'd keep the questions light, for now. "Have you always been able to talk?" "No, I don't remember when I first could, but I remember Abigail carrying me," he said, glancing behind Leah, "through that door a long time ago." "Can Mara understand you?" Leah asked. "The witch? Not really. Sometimes she gets what I'm trying to say, but not often. Only you and Abby could ever understand me. Must be a family thing." "Who are you talking to?" asked Finn from the doorway. She had told him to come in when he got there, but she never heard the door open. "Finn's here," Tomlin said. Leah's eyes widened, startled. Was he talking in front of Finn? "Relax, he only hears cat," Tomlin said, now stretched across the shelf, his paws dangling lazily over the edge. His eyes slowly closed. "Well, meow to you too, Mr. Tomlin," Finn said, confirming what Tomlin had just said. "Your grandmother used to talk to that cat all the time in the shop. I see it runs in the family," he joked. "You have no idea. Quick question. Can cats smell better than dogs?" Mr. Tomlin cracked one eye open. "Yeah, they can," Finn said, glancing up at the cat. "Random question. Why? Did he tell you that?" "He did," Leah said with a laugh. She didn't like lying. "They also have twice as many brain connections as dogs," Finn added. Leah wasn't sure, but she thought she heard Mr. Tomlin purr louder after that. Finn looked around the kitchen. "I haven't been back here in years." He used the back stairs sometimes to get to the apartment, but not often. Leah used to be embarrassed that she didn't live in a real house. That felt ridiculous now. Gran's apartment above the shop was way bigger than her place in the city. "What are you making?" Finn asked, dragging a stool to the counter. "I don't know," Leah said, pulling the journal from her pocket and laying it in front of him. "See if you can find anything you want to try." Finn flipped through the pages in silence. He sat there, reading with quiet focus. "Find anything?" she asked after a while. He looked up, eyes wide with curiosity. "Where did you get this?" he asked. "It's Gran's. All her recipes are in there. Did you find a tea you want to try?" "Did you look at anything else in here?" he asked. Leah could hear the shift in his tone. There was something more than tea in that book. "Why? What did you find?" "She's got notes about the old shrine, stuff I've never seen before. Descriptions of the valley from before Edelbrook was even a town." He spun the journal so she could see. "This right here," he pointed. "These are ancient runes. She has translations of ones I've never seen." Leah had forgotten how excited Finn got about mysteries and the unknown. "So, no recipe you want to try?" He looked at her like she was ignoring the secrets of the universe. But then he smiled. She had to be messing with him. Flipping to the front, he pointed. "Peppermint?" she asked. He shook his head at her, exasperated. Even on that same page, she'd missed the small line about trapping spirits with herbs. "Yeah, let's try the peppermint," he said flatly. Leah grabbed the journal and read the recipe. Aside from a note about when to start the embers, it looked simple enough. She'd noticed that some of the more advanced recipes included detailed instructions about how to start the fire. This one did too, but she didn't give it much thought. She reached for an electric kettle. All the ingredients were already on the shelves: peppermint leaves, spearmint leaves, lemon, and honey. She crushed some of the leaves with a mortar and pestle, added others whole, and followed the directions carefully. She made a mental note to gather fresh peppermint soon. It would improve the flavour. "How long has the tea shop been here?" Finn asked. Leah looked over. He was reading the journal again. "What?" she asked, returning to her tea. "Your grandmother has a section here about elemental tracks converging in the valley. This drawing," he said, pointing, "looks like it's under the tea shop. And this one, it looks like the valley before the town even existed. I've never seen anything like this. There's nothing in the library before the Great Fire." "Great Fire?" she asked, pretending to be interested. "There was a town here before Edelbrook. It burned down. No real record survived. Edelbrook only started when Josiah Edelbrook discovered winter peaches in the valley." He looked around the shop. The building was clearly a patchwork of old and new, thick wood beams overhead, some of them charred and almost petrified, mixed with newer oak and cherry. The structure had been rebuilt, likely more than once. "Here," Leah said, sliding a cup in front of him. She hadn't listened to a word he said. Brewing always demanded her full attention. Finn sighed and took a sip. A jolt of energy surged through him, then slowly faded. "Whoa!" "What?" Leah asked. "I feel good," he said, taking another sip. "Really good." Leah flipped back to the recipe. She hadn't noticed it before, but at the bottom of the page were 2 small stars and a single word beside them: energy. Chapter 10. Leah continued to brew small batches of tea while Finn thumbed through Gran's journal. She wanted to pay more attention to what he was finding, but something about brewing kept her focused. She had just finished her 3rd recipe when there was a soft knock at the back door. She and Finn exchanged a curious glance. Finn stood and went to answer it, allowing Leah to keep working. "Mrs. Paul?" he asked as he opened the door, surprised to see the small woman. "Finn?" She blinked. "Is Eliza here?" "No," he said, stepping back so she could see inside. "But Leah is." Mrs. Paul's eyes lit up at the sight of Leah, standing at the counter surrounded by tea leaves. "Leah, are you brewing now?" Leah turned toward the voice and smiled. She recognized Mrs. Paul. She and her husband had been regulars when Leah still lived in Edelbrook. "I guess I am," she said, glancing at the mess of leaves around her. "I know you're closed, but Jonathan is having trouble breathing. I was hoping you could make a special tea for him. I've been coming almost every day since your grandmother passed." Leah had heard similar things the day before while serving customers. Those who relied on Gran's special brews often mentioned the new ones just weren't the same. "What tea was it?" she asked, already reaching for the journal. "It's a jasmine pepper mix," Mrs. Paul said, relief clear in her expression. Pepper, an unusual ingredient, but one Leah knew they had. "Come in," she said, waving her toward the kitchen. "Grab that pot over there," she added, thumbing through Gran's journal. She found the recipe near the back, along with a brief explanation that it opened airways and helped with breathing. Some of the ingredients were likely in the front room, but she wasn't sure exactly where. "Finn, can you and Mrs. Pole go find the rest of these ingredients while I start this?" she asked, filling an electric kettle. "I know where they are," Mrs. Pole said quickly. "I've seen your grandmother grab them 100 times. She looked eager to help. "Well, let's go then," Finn said, springing off his stool. Leah couldn't be sure, but it looked like he was enjoying himself. Grabbing a jar of jasmine leaves, she returned to the counter and carefully measured out the required amount. 1 leaf had fallen to the floor. She bent down to pick it up, and as she did, Gran's locket slipped from her shirt. She caught the leaf with one hand and instinctively grabbed the locket with the other. A bolt of sensation shot through her arms. Suddenly her vision shifted. She was no longer seeing through her own eyes, yet she still felt like herself. The kitchen looked the same, but something was different. She watched as a hand, her hand but not hers, reached for the jasmine leaf. Instantly she knew everything about it, where it was grown, how to use it, and dozens of its other properties. These were memories, Gran's memories. She recognized the sleeves of the sweater. It was the green one Gran always wore, now worn by her. "Here's the stuff," Finn said, returning. Leah let go of the locket. Her vision returned, but the knowledge remained. She knew everything there was to know about Jasmine. She glanced around, searching for something else to test, but stopped when she heard Mrs. Pole. "Thank you for doing this," she said. "It's quite all right. I'm happy to help," Leah replied, adding the jasmine to the infuser. Without thinking, she broke the ends of each leaf before placing them in the bowl. She didn't know why. She just knew that was how it should be done. She added the rest of the ingredients, poured hot water over the silver infuser, and watched as the water swirled into streaks of yellow and tan. "Bring that pot," she said to Finn. "Here you go," he said, handing her a small clay carafe with a rubber lid. Leah poured the tea into it and handed it to Mrs. Pole. "How much do I owe you for the extra visit?" Mrs. Pole asked. Leah was caught off guard. "Nothing. It's my first time making it. I'm not even sure it'll work." Mrs. Pole looked like she might cry. "You're doing me a favor by testing it," Leah added. "Just let me know if it works and we'll call it even." "I will, dear." She clutched the carafe like it was something sacred. "I'll give it to him right now," she said, heading for the door. Finn followed and closed it behind her. When he returned, Leah was still staring at the counter, replaying the memory through Gran's eyes. He wore a look she recognized, the same one he always had when solving a puzzle. His brow furrowed. "What's up with the necklace?" "What?" Leah asked. She wasn't even sure how to answer. "When I came in, you were just standing there, staring, like you were in a trance. Then you let go of the necklace and you were fine." There was no use denying it. Finn was smart, one of the smartest people she knew. "When I touched Gran's locket while holding a jasmine leaf, I saw through her eyes. I knew everything she knew about Jasmine." Finn didn't question her. He stood quietly for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, do it again," he said, grabbing a jar of dill from the shelf. Leah plucked a small sprig and wrapped her hand around the necklace. This time she focused. She wanted to know about dill. She didn't get a vision like before, but knowledge bloomed in her mind. "It can help with itching when brewed with pine needles," she said. "How do I know that?" Finn grabbed 2 more jars and handed her herbs one after the other. Each time the same thing happened. No visions, but the knowledge came. "Does it work on anything else?" he asked. Leah shrugged and picked up a cup. Nothing. She tried again with a spoon, then a wash rag. "Nothing," she said. She saw something click in Finn's expression. "What?" she asked. "What are you thinking?" "It might only work on things that were once alive. Witches have a connection to nature. That necklace might be something like that. Was your Gran a witch? He said it carefully, unsure how she'd react. Not that I know of, Leah said, staring at the locket. She had tried to open it once, but it wouldn't budge. He's smart, Mr. Tomlin said from the shelf, cracking open one eye. Meow to you too, Finn replied. You can tell him if you want, Tomlin said. You may need the help. Help with what? Leah asked aloud. Help finishing what Abby started, Tomlin said. And what did she start? Leah asked. She had forgotten Finn was still in the room. Finn chuckled from the end of the counter, glancing up at the cat. Is it me, or are you two actually talking? She wasn't sure, but it looked like Mr. Tomlin nodded. Chapter 11. Memories are neither inherently good nor bad. It's your perception that gives them their weight. What was once a happy memory may now bring sadness, knowing it is over. The one true constant is that those memories will always be yours. Leah woke late the next day. She'd spent nearly an hour last night translating between Mr. Tomlin and Finn, but when Finn asked about what her grandmother had been doing before she died, Tomlin could only respond in meows. There was something specific about that night he couldn't communicate. After that, they experimented with the locket and different ingredients from the shop. Leah wasn't sure, but she had probably learned more in one night than she had in her entire time in the city. Before leaving, Finn made a list of things he wanted to research further in Gran's journal. He promised he'd stop by later after signing for a book delivery. Leah had asked if it was okay to leave the library closed for so long, but he only laughed. The door didn't even have a lock. If someone wanted a book, they'd just take it, something that would never happen in the city. A distant rumble of thunder drew her to the window. It was darker than it should have been. Swirling grey clouds clung to the edge of the valley. Something about them didn't feel natural. She couldn't say why, it just felt wrong. Pushing the thought aside, she dressed and headed down to the Leaf and Kettle. "Tomlin," she called. No answer. She made a mental note to ask him where he went every morning. Pulling the locket from beneath her shirt, she began gathering ingredients from the jar-lined shelves. She wasn't sure if it was getting easier, but the knowledge seemed to flow faster than it had the night before. It took less than a second to know everything about each plant she touched. It didn't seem fair. Gran had spent a lifetime building this knowledge, and Leah was learning it in a matter of days. Then it hit her. Maybe that's exactly how Gran learned it too. The locket looked old. It had likely been passed down through generations, from mother to daughter. "You learned about the locket?" asked a voice behind her. Leah turned. It was Mara. "You knew about this?" she asked, holding the necklace up. "She made me promise not to tell you. She wanted you to discover it on your own, just like she did." That was all the confirmation Leah needed. Gran had used the locket too. Who knew how many generations of knowledge it held? "Mr. Tomlin," she asked. If Mara knew about the locket, maybe she knew about the cat too. "I can't understand him, but your Gran could, and from the way you asked, I'd say you can too." "I can," Leah said, smiling softly. It felt like a secret bond between her and her grandmother. She regretted not knowing sooner. If she had, maybe she never would have left Edelbrook. "What else do you know?" she asked. "Would you believe me if I said that was it?" "No," Leah said without hesitation. Mara chuckled. "Your Gran had a lot of secrets, and a good number of them she kept even from me. I don't even know what she was doing in the woods the night she died." Leah believed her. Mara might have known more about Gran than Leah did, but she doubted she'd keep anything important a secret. Thunder rattled the windows. The jars on the shelves clinked softly against each other. Mara sighed. "You know what's happening with the weather?" Leah asked. "Something's changed, but I don't know what," Mara said. "But I think Abigail did." That was troubling. Mara, the town witch, who could coax rain and chase away clouds, had no idea what was going on. "The valley is changing. You saw the trees around the graveyard. If that spreads to the orchards in the bottom of the valley, it's over. I don't have to tell you those peaches are the only thing keeping this town alive." Leah hadn't realized how serious things were. Edelbrook was the only place in the world where winter peaches grew. That's what made them so valuable. Mara saw the concern growing on Leah's face. Telling her that the valley was dying, and that her grandmother had known, might have been too much. "Don't worry, I've got help coming. An old friend of mine who specializes in blights will be here soon." Rain started pouring outside. "We've had bad weather before," Mara added. "The two may not even be related." But Leah knew better. She could feel it. Something was wrong. "Did I get this feeling from Gran?" "Is there anything I can do?" she asked, eager to help. "You just being here is helping. The valley relies on this tea shop, and you making her teas again. It puts people at ease." Leah was beginning to understand that the shop was more important than she'd realized. Hearing it said aloud made her chest tighten. She paced the narrow stretch between the tables and the door. "I'm not her," she said. "Sure, I can brew some of her teas, but I'm not Gran. Everyone loved her." This wasn't going as Mara intended. The poor girl looked like she was on the verge of a breakdown. "It's all right. Calm down," Mara said gently. She walked over, took Leah's hands, and eased her into a chair. "No one is asking you to be her." "It sure feels like it," Leah said, louder than she meant to. "Everyone's looking at me like I'm supposed to pick up where she left off. I can't. I'm a failure." Her voice cracked. "I left Gran to become some great apothecarist, but I couldn't cut it." Tears welled in her eyes. "I'm just a low-level herbalist," she said, wringing her hands into a knot. "I left her alone so I could pick stupid plants at a stupid nursery. I don't even go in the woods anymore." "Shh," Mara said, gently patting her hands. Leah had cried before at the cemetery, but this was different. "I never even got to tell her I loved her," she sobbed, her whole body shaking. Mara stood and pulled her into a hug. Leah collapsed into her arms, crying into the old woman's dress. "She knew you loved her," Mara whispered, rubbing her back. "The best part about family is not needing to say it. You just know." Leah clung to her, crying into her dress. She didn't know how long the embrace lasted, only that it was longer than she expected. By the time she pulled away, the rain had stopped. Chapter 12. A puzzle is like a problem with pieces that fit together to form a complete picture. There is always an answer. A mystery, however, is different. Some mysteries never form a clear picture, no matter how hard you try to make the pieces fit. The shop opened as usual, with a line of regulars waiting outside for the doors to be unlocked. Customers were initially confused to see Eliza taking orders and not disappearing into the back to brew tea. Their confusion quickly turned to delight when they realized Leah was now handling the brewing. Eliza never said it aloud, but she was probably the most grateful of all that Leah had taken up her grandmother's role. Leah kept a steady pace, brewing continuous pots of the house tea, a light blend with a simple energy-boosting effect. Electric kettles lined the counter, ingredients at the ready as each one began to whistle. Special brews were surprisingly rare. Leah had expected more requests, but most customers were content with the house tea. A few specific orders trickled in: relief for aches and pains, help with sleep, and one for better concentration. All were placed by family members or caregivers and would be picked up later. Customers weren't shy about voicing their opinions. Though it wasn't quite like Abigail's, they said Leah's tea was far more effective than Eliza's. Eliza didn't take offense. She knew her brews were a pale imitation. There was something undeniably special about Abigail and Leah. Neither had trained as witches, yet their teas carried something more than just herbal effect. Between adding ingredients and pouring tea, Leah continued touching every leaf, herb and root she could reach. Her background as an herbalist gave her ideas, small ways to enhance some of Gran's recipes. For the first time since learning she would never become an apothecarist, she was genuinely glad to have her specific skill set.
"How's it going?" Finn asked from behind her. She hadn't heard him come in. "I don't know how Gran did it. I'm surprised I'm keeping up," she said, pulling an electric kettle closer to add ingredients. "You're keeping up?" Finn asked, pulling the lid off a kettle and inhaling the steam. "I'm trying." "Oh, before I forget, I saw Mrs. Pole," he said, side-eyeing a fresh scone. "She said the tea you made for her husband is working wonders." That was probably the biggest compliment Leah had received since returning to Edelbrook. It wasn't just that her teas were helping people. This one had made a real difference. Something she made was helping someone breathe. That had always felt like something only a true apothecarist could do. "That's good," she said, wiping the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. "Take one if you want," she added, nodding toward the tray of scones. "I also found out more about your Gran's journal," Finn said, still eyeing the scones. Leah sighed. "Take one already." "Thanks," he said, grinning as he bit into one. He was already chewing when he added, "Do you know anything about the shop itself?" "Not really. There weren't many records going that far back, but I found an old ledger that says this building is one of, if not the oldest building in town." The significance was lost on her. And, Finn repeated, eyebrows raised in mock outrage. "That means it was the only building to survive the Great Fire. Your family's been in the valley for a very long time, well before winter peaches were even discovered." It was an interesting bit of history, but Leah didn't see how it helped her now. "I'm still researching the elemental lines under the shop. It's an archaic field of study, so I haven't found much. I requested a book on magical geography from the city library. Hopefully it'll have more info," he said. "Did your Gran ever tell you anything about your family's history?" "No," Leah admitted, wishing she'd talked to Gran more. "She didn't even tell me about our family's ability to brew teas, so I'm not surprised there's more I don't know." Finn swallowed another bite of scone. "Do you know anything about the old shrine in the woods?" "Not much," Leah said. She knew it existed, but not much else. "Mr. Tomlin mentioned it. Why?" "Did you know that's where they found your Gran?" "Mr. Tomlin started to tell me something about that night, but every time he tries it's just meows." "It's all over her journal," Finn said. "Might be important. She translated a lot of its runes. I know I've seen some of them before. Now that I know what they mean, I might find something new." The shrine was becoming more intriguing by the day. "We should go take a look," she said. That was exactly what he'd been waiting to hear. "When do you close?" he asked. Chapter 13. The day went quickly with few surprises. The 4 special brews Leah had prepared were picked up before closing, and almost all the dishes were done. Though it was their first full day working together in this new setup, Leah and Eliza made a good team. Eliza could easily run the shop by herself, a fact Leah found a little disheartening. She knew she couldn't do the same, not yet. "Ready?" asked Finn from the back door. Eliza had left a few minutes earlier. Leah glanced at the last pile of dirty dishes and gave them a wistful look. "They can wait. Let me grab a jacket," she said. The weather had been too unpredictable lately. She grabbed a canvas jacket from the coat tree by the door and locked it behind her. "Do you have it?" Finn asked. Leah patted the utility pouch strapped around her waist, a carryover from her herbalist days. The many pockets were perfect for storing often-used ingredients. "Mind if I look at it again later? I found a few things I want to compare to her journal." "Of course," she said. She thought about offering him the journal overnight, but couldn't take the risk. Without it, she'd only be able to brew a handful of common teas. I really should copy all the recipes into another book. "Did you talk to Mr. Tomlin?" Leah sighed. "No, I haven't seen him all day. I've got a list of questions for him." "I've got a few of my own," Finn said. Enormous grey clouds loomed on the horizon, their tops piled high like angry giants. The sky looked ready to break open. They exchanged a glance, neither of them wanting to be the one to suggest they turn back,
because if one of them did, the other would agree. But if no one said it, they'd keep going.
The cobblestone road gave way to packed gravel, then hardened dirt as they reached the forest path that led to the old shrine. A thick canopy of trees blocked what little sunlight escaped the clouds, casting the woods in a murky dusk. "I don't remember the woods being so dark," Leah said. She couldn't find a better word. It wasn't just the lack of light. The deeper they went, the more the forest felt wrong. Finn nodded. "This year's been different. We had a few weird storms last year, but nothing like this." "What about the peaches?" "They lost a few trees last year, but this year's been bad. The trees are blooming late. Some aren't sure we'll even have a crop." This was the first she'd heard of the peaches being affected. They were Edelbrook's lifeblood. Maybe it's just a natural cycle. Even herbs had off years. Growing conditions couldn't be perfect all the time. That would be unnatural. But the more she thought about it, the more it nagged at her. Maybe the weirdness wasn't the storms. It was the decades of perfect growing conditions that came before. Wind stirred the branches, making the forest whisper around them. Leah felt sure the storm clouds were closer than they looked. "It should be up ahead," Finn said. Ahead, the path brightened slightly. A clearing. Leah hadn't been here in years, but she remembered the open space around the shrine. It would be a welcome break from the gloom of the trees. Still, she didn't look forward to the return trip in the dark. The forest lightened as lush green canopy gave way to bare, spindly branches. A few dead limbs turned into a ring of lifeless trees that encircled the entire clearing. Stepping into the open space, Leah immediately noticed the eerie symmetry of it all. "I don't remember that many dead trees," Finn said, glancing around. "This isn't right, is it?" Leah didn't answer. Her eyes were locked on the shrine in the center of the clearing. Though everything around it was dead, a dark green vine, still very much alive, was coiled around the shrine. A sudden memory surged forward. She'd never seen the vine on the shrine before, but she remembered it. From her dream, it was exactly the same. A deep boom of thunder rolled across the valley behind them. Leah thought she saw the shrine's runes flare brighter. They had always glowed with a soft blue light, warm and gentle. Now they were glowing purple. "It wasn't always purple, was it?" she asked. Finn shook his head, forgetting to speak. As Leah stepped closer, another crack of thunder shook the ground. The shrine surged with deep violet light. Up close, she saw the cracks, thin fractures running across the stones, each one pulsing with its own internal glow. The shrine looked like it was breaking apart from the inside. She didn't remember any of those cracks from when she was a child. "Did that vine just move?" Finn asked. She hadn't seen it herself, but she believed him. "Something is wrong. What were you doing, Gran?" A small chip of stone fell from the shrine. Leah saw it happen. Circling around for a better view, she spotted the cause. The vine wasn't just growing on the shrine, it was growing into it, pulling it apart. It coiled tightly around the stones, threading through the cracks like living wire. If it kept going, it would tear the shrine to pieces. She stepped forward, but felt a tug. Looking down, her foot had caught on a section of vine. Did I step in it, or did it reach for me? She remembered something Mr. Tomlin had said. Gran was trying to fix the shrine, and something else. The shadow. It was starting to... Then he'd gone silent, only meowing. A chill ran through her. "Do you know what the shadow could mean?" she asked. "I think I saw it mentioned in your Gran's journal," Finn said, glancing over his shoulder at the encroaching storm. "But I don't know what it is. Why?" "Because whatever the shadow is," she said, watching the vine slither against the stone, "I think it's trying to escape." Chapter 14. Stepping into the tea shop, Leah shook the rain from her jacket, careful not to drag more of the outside inside than was necessary. A saying her Gran used to repeat, "Keep the outside from getting inside." It was odd, but it made sense when she thought about it.
Finn followed close behind, shaking the water from his faded denim jacket before hanging it next to the door. The dense woods had kept most of the rain off them, but the sprint through town had left them drenched. Lightning cracked across the sky, momentarily dimming the lights inside the shop. Even though the valley's electricity was generated locally, the magic that powered it wasn't immune to atmospheric interference. "Back," came Mr. Tomlin's groggy voice from his perch on the shelf. It was clear he'd just woken from a deep sleep. "Where have you been?" Leah asked. "He's talking." Finn looked up at the sleepy tabby. Leah didn't answer. Her speaking to the cat was answer enough. "I was out," Tomlin said with no intention of elaborating. Leah exhaled loudly. She had 1,000 questions, but she knew most would end with Tomlin meowing in frustration, or being unable to answer at all. "Tell Finn I ate all his mice. He's welcome." Leah turned to Finn. "He said he ate all your mice." "Well, thank you," Finn said, trying to sound appreciative. "You've been at the library this whole time?" Leah asked. "And other places," Tomlin said, stretching his paws out in front of him and arching his back, his favourite stretch. "I have questions, but I'm afraid you won't be able to answer them." Tomlin cocked a brow, or at least tried, an oddly uncat-like gesture. "Are you going to ask him about the shrine?" Finn asked. Leah considered it but shook her head. Not yet. She might not be able to ask directly, but maybe she could still get answers. "How long has this shop been here?" she asked. "As long as I can remember," Tomlin replied. That wasn't much of an answer, but it was likely true. "Do you know anything about our family history?" she asked. "Some," Tomlin said, stretching out a back leg to clean. "Did Gran have any other books besides the journal?" Tomlin glanced up. "You've seen the bookshelf." "Are you being difficult on purpose?" She'd seen the bookshelf plenty of times, and it only held store-bought books. "Is there some sort of family history or anything that could help explain what's happening?" "There is," Tomlin replied, switching legs. "Where is it?" Leah asked. It came out more like a demand than a question. "I don't know." Leah stomped her foot in frustration, but quickly reminded herself of the limitations of how she could question him. Finn raised an eyebrow. "He's being difficult," she said. "Can I try?" Finn asked. Leah gestured for him to go ahead. "Where did you catch the mice?" Finn asked Tomlin. "Really?" Leah muttered. "The basement," Tomlin replied, now cleaning his front leg. Leah translated. "Anywhere else?" Finn continued. "Under the floorboards." Finn paused, thinking carefully. "Those are all good places to hide things, don't you think?" Tomlin purred. "Do you find a lot of mice in places that would also be good hiding spots?" "Sometimes." "Are there any places like that here, where someone could hide something, and where you also find mice?" "There is," Tomlin said as Leah translated, clearly growing irritated at how easily he was answering Finn. "When you're looking for mice, do you ever come across a hidden book?" "I have." Leah's eyes went wide. They were getting somewhere. "Where?" she asked, practically jumping forward. "Meow," Tomlin replied. He could no longer speak. "Damn it," Leah shouted, stomping her foot again. "We were so close." "What did he say?" Finn asked, hope still in his voice. "He didn't. He can't talk again," Leah said, slumping down onto a stool. "That's good though, right?" Finn said. "How's that good?" "He didn't give you the location, but he confirmed there's a hidden book. If there wasn't, he wouldn't have been silenced again." Leah paused, then nodded slowly. Finn was right. Mr. Tomlin's silence usually meant the topic was directly related to Gran, or whatever she had been trying to do before she died. "I'm too tired to look tonight," Leah said. Just knowing there was a book somewhere in the shop was enough of a win for now. Still, the satisfaction of that discovery was dampened by the fact that they'd have to figure out the shrine without help. Finn smiled.
From the look on his face, he felt the same way. "See you tomorrow?" he asked as he walked to the door. Leah simply waved. As the door shut behind him, she furrowed her brow in thought. Just when she thought she'd found a missing piece of the puzzle, it only revealed the picture was bigger than she ever imagined. Chapter 15. Mara chuckled softly, laying a sprig of sage on the side of her table. She didn't use sage often, and had to acquire it fresh each time she planned to use it in a spell. If she had enough notice, she would order it through the general store and have it delivered within a week. But this time, she wanted to act quickly, and this small sprig was all she could find on short notice. "This it?" she asked. Geoffrey Timber offered a helpless smile, running a hand through his short brown hair. Before becoming a farmer, his family had been known as low-level witches. One of the few remnants from that time was the odd ingredient still growing in the old garden behind his house. "I'm surprised there's any growing at all without tending," he admitted. Mara nodded. Sage was a Mediterranean plant, not native to the valley. It could grow in almost any soil, but like the winter peaches, it required special care. It would be enough, but she would have to scale back the other ingredients to make the spell work. "I'll make do," she said, mentally recalculating the proportions. "How are your trees doing?" Geoffrey bared his teeth and inhaled through them. He was trying to mask his frustration. Mara was the town witch. She was supposed to keep the weather in check, at least around the orchards, but lately she'd been powerless. "They're blooming," he said, "but not like they should." Mara knew what he was thinking. "I know, I haven't been much help," she admitted, "but these storms, they're not natural." It was true. Geoffrey, like the other farmers, could feel something was off. Locusts, once rare in the valley, had become common. Chickens laid fewer eggs, cows produced less milk. The valley didn't grow enough food to feed itself, and relied on the income from the peach harvest to buy what it needed. "Everyone's scared," Geoffrey said. "Those trees are our lives." Mara nodded solemnly. "I'll try this new spell on a corner of your orchard. If it works, we can scale it up." "And you think it'll work?" "I don't know," she said quietly, looking at the small sprig of sage. "But it won't hurt." Geoffrey knew she was doing everything she could. Still, it was frustrating. "And the leaves?" he asked. "Any idea what's causing that?" Mara looked up slowly, meeting his gaze. "No. I've got someone coming in to take a look. I've never seen anything like it. Then again, I've never been outside the valley. If you need anything at all, just ask. Don't let money get in the way." It was a sentiment shared by all the farmers. They couldn't solve the problem themselves, but they could offer what resources they had. "I wish we could just buy our way out of this," Mara said, rising from her chair. "I should get this spell going." Geoffrey stood too, a small gesture of respect. "I'll let you get to it. I'll let you know when it's ready," she said, offering the most reassuring smile she could manage. "Thank you," he said, before leaving her small workshop. Mara gathered the sage and placed it next to the other ingredients. It was less than a quarter of what the spell needed. She could scale back the herbs, yes, but magic wasn't always so flexible. Spells were precise. Scaling back ingredients was easy. Scaling back the magic behind them was not. Scribbling a note on a piece of scrap paper, Finn set one book aside and pulled another closer. The rune translations in Leah's journal had opened up new meaning in texts he had once dismissed as fringe history. Shrines like the one in the woods weren't common, but they also weren't entirely rare. Everyone had a theory about them, but no one knew their true purpose. Even the runes varied by location. Northern shrines bore different markings than those found elsewhere, but they all had one thing in common. They exuded magic. Even the weakest witch could feel it. "Mister." Tomlin jumped up onto the table and looked around at the mess of open books, as if examining them. It almost looked like he was reading, a very uncat-like gesture. "Hey, buddy," Finn said, watching him with curiosity. Tomlin looked at him, then settled between Finn and the majority of the books. He meowed, a long, low yowl that sounded oddly disapproving. "What?" Finn asked. Mr. Tomlin kicked one of the books with his back leg. The message was clear. Not this one. "Not those books?" Finn asked. Tomlin meowed again, but this time it was a friendlier sound. He padded over to a book near the edge of the table and placed a paw on it. "That one?" Finn asked. Another soft meow confirmed it. Finn picked it up and turned it over in his hands. He'd skimmed it earlier but hadn't looked at it closely, just a few paragraphs about ancient shrines. Reading the cover again, he laughed quietly. It didn't seem important before, but if Mr. Tomlin had singled it out, it was worth a second look. He read the ornate, gold-scrolled title aloud to himself, Legends and Fairy Tales. Chapter 16. Life is a river, its flow both steady and surprising. Just when you think you know its course, a storm can redraw the map in an instant. Some changes are ripples, others tidal waves. Either way, if you don't pay attention, you're going to get wet. The rain started in the early afternoon and showed no signs of letting up. There was no wind, but the sheer volume of water threatened to flood the cobblestone streets. With no underground drainage system, every drop had to follow the natural slope of the town. It was never enough to threaten buildings, but it made travel nearly impossible until the rain stopped. "You should go on home," Leah said, watching the downpour through the shop's large front window. "I think I will," Eliza replied, tossing her apron onto the counter. "Thanks for today," Leah called as Eliza disappeared into the kitchen. Eliza had only worked part-time for Gran, so Leah knew she'd have to start handling more on her own. Business had been steady. Maybe she could afford to hire someone else. She flipped the wooden sign from open to closed and headed to the back. With any luck, Mr. Tomlin would be curled up on his shelf. No such luck. Leah sighed in disappointment. She checked all his favorite spots: the kitchen shelf, the stool by the picture window, and the foot of her bed. If he was out, he likely wouldn't return until the rain stopped. The same probably went for Finn. They hadn't planned on closing early, so he likely wouldn't stop by for hours, even if the rain let up. "Well," she said to the empty room, "let's look for a book." Tomlin had hinted that the hiding spot wouldn't be easily accessible, but she couldn't afford to overlook anything. Starting in the tea room, she checked behind every jar on every shelf. It was slow work. Without a ladder, she used a small, sturdy table as a step stool. After the shelves, she searched the floor for loose boards and lifted every rug, of which there were many. No nook or cranny went unexplored. After more than an hour of careful searching, she finally slumped in frustration. "Not here," she muttered. "That only leaves the kitchen, storeroom, root cellar, apartment. Is there an attic?" The more she thought about it, the less likely it seemed the book would be hidden somewhere public. A customer could stumble across it. Maybe Tomlin knows more. A knock at the front door startled her. A middle-aged man in a dapper three-piece suit stood outside, holding a briefcase in one hand and an umbrella in the other. He peered into the shop with calm patience. "Hold on," Leah called, waving through the glass, even though she knew he couldn't hear her. If he'd come through this weather, she wouldn't turn him away. She opened the door, stepping back as he entered. "Thank you," he said, closing his umbrella and placing it neatly into a tall vase by the door. "I didn't think anyone would be out in this rain," Leah said. "He looks familiar." "If I had a choice, I wouldn't be," he said, brushing water from his shoulders. "I just got off the train." Leah glanced at the clock. Her train had arrived much earlier. She didn't know the schedule well enough to question it. "Have a seat," she offered, walking behind the counter. "I still have a pot of house brew if you'd like some." "That would be lovely," he said, his voice smooth and practiced. His accent marked him as a city native, definitely not from the valley. "From the city?" she asked, reaching for a fresh cup and saucer. "Just in," he replied. "Have you been?" I live on Hauser Street, Leah said, handing him the tea.
That's a long commute, he chuckled.
Leah returned the laugh politely. He took a small sip and set the cup down. That is lovely. What brings you out to the valley? She asked, making small talk. This shop, to be exact, he said, glancing around. Would you be Leah Windward? Leah blinked. Do I know you? No, probably not, he said. I represent an old acquaintance of your grandmother, Abigail Windward. I'm sorry to hear she passed. Did you know her? No, but my client did. Leah wasn't surprised. She knew very little about Gran's private life before she came along. It wasn't shocking to learn there were business matters to wrap up. Who's your client? She asked. I'm afraid I can't say. Why not? Her nerves prickled. What does he want? She asked, more cautiously now. They would like to buy the Leaf and Kettle. I imagine you're eager to get back to your life in the city, he said, producing a card from his pocket and placing it on the counter. Leah picked it up. Henry J. Feld, attorney, and a phone number with a city prefix. No company, no address. Mr. Feld, she said, looking up. I couldn't sell it, even if I wanted to. Why is that? My grandmother's will includes a clause. I can't sell it for at least 1 year. We're aware, he said with a nod. Our offer will stand until that time. My client was quite clear. They're interested in the land. Not the building, not the business, the land. I assure you it's more than fair. Would you like to see it? He asked, reaching into his briefcase. Leah said nothing as he pulled out a single sheet of paper. She took it, her eyes scanning to the number at the bottom. She blinked, then read it again, then again. I understand it's a lot to process, mister, Feld said as he latched the briefcase. There's no rush. You have plenty of time to decide. He took a larger sip of his tea. This really is good. Do I taste spearmint, and perhaps peppermint? Leah raised her eyebrows. You can tell? I have a sensitive palate. It's excellent. Please take your time. That is life-changing money. I will, she said, still stunned. His calm manner helped ease her tension. He wasn't pressuring her. He had simply offered a fortune for the Leaf and Kettle. No, the land. Thank you for the tea, he said, setting a large bill on the counter. Keep the change. Definitely used to city prices. I'll be returning to the city now. Now? Leah asked. The train's still here? I thought it kept a strict schedule. Mr. Feld gave a polite chuckle. It does what my client needs it to do. He stood and took his umbrella. I'll check back after you've had time to think. If you decide sooner, the number is on the card. I will, she said. As business meetings went, it had been remarkably pleasant. It was a pleasure to meet you, Miss Windward, he said, tilting his head politely. You too, Mr. Feld. She watched him open his umbrella and step into the rain. Why the land? Who did Gran know that had that kind of money? And more importantly, who can tell the train when to run? Chapter 17. Leah stared at the paper on the counter, sipping the warm house tea. She preferred tea warm rather than piping hot. It was easier to taste all the flavors. As she replayed the meeting in her mind, she realized something had been bothering her. If Gran changed her will just a week ago, how did Mr. Feld already know about the 1-year clause? Did the magistrate have to file her will in the city somehow? Leah, called Finn from the back. She looked up. It was later than she realized. The rain still fell, though it had softened into a typical summer shower. I'm in here, she called over her shoulder, not moving from her seat. She heard his wet shoes squish against the floor as he walked in. Turning around, she saw Finn soaked to the bone, leaving little puddles behind with every step. What? She began before he cut her off. I didn't bring an umbrella, he said sheepishly, shrugging. Hold on, she said, jumping up the stairs. She returned a moment later with a towel and a soft button-down sweater. Here. Closed?
he asked, rubbing his hair dry.
"Well, nobody sane would be out in that rain," she said, mock scolding. "I said I'd come over," he replied, glancing toward the paper on the counter. Leah saw his gaze and spent the next few minutes explaining what had happened with Mr. Feld.
"That's a lot of zeros," Finn said, looking over the offer. "And he knew about the clause." "He did," Leah replied, folding the paper in half. "Said they'd wait if they had to." "He wanted the land?" "That's how it sounded," she said.
"Mr. Tomlin around?" Finn asked. "I haven't seen him. Why?" "He came by the library. I think he pointed out a book that might help us, but I wanted you to ask him to be sure." "What was it?" Leah asked, the spark of excitement creeping back into her voice. Finn laughed, almost embarrassed. "It was a book of folklore and fairy tales." Leah didn't even flinch. Before she could respond, the lights flickered out a second before thunder boomed across the valley. The tea shop darkened, lit only by the grey glow from the rain-slick windows. "Power?" she asked. Finn nodded. "Happens sometimes." "There should be candles under the counter, here somewhere," she muttered, rummaging through the cabinets. "Here," she said, laying a box of matches and a small box of tea candles on the counter. Finn struck a few matches and lit the candles, placing them in key spots around the room. "I don't think we'll get much searching done in the dark," he said. "I already looked in here. Didn't find anything," Leah said, her voice carrying disappointment. A rap on the window startled them both. Leah turned to see Mrs. Pole, umbrella in one hand and a broken carafe in the other. "Mrs. Pole," she said aloud, rushing to the door. Mrs. Pole stepped inside, dropping her umbrella on the floor and holding out the broken carafe. "I'm so sorry. The dog jumped on the chair and the—" "Shh, it's okay," Leah said gently, taking the carafe and placing it on a nearby table. "You didn't have to come out in this weather." "It was working," Mrs. Pole said, her voice trembling with emotion. "Jonathan had one cup, and it lasted almost 3 days. The damp weather is hard on his lungs. I was going to give him another, but I broke the tea." "That's okay. I'll make more," Leah said without hesitation, before realizing the electric kettles were down. She glanced helplessly at Finn. "You still have the stove," he said. "Doesn't need electricity." Leah nodded. Of course. She'd seen Gran use it countless times. "Okay, we'll do it the old-fashioned way." Finn grabbed a handful of tea candles and led the way into the kitchen. After placing them around the old cast-iron stove, he grabbed a few pieces of wood and handed them to Leah. She opened the firebox door and stacked 3 split logs inside, stuffing crumpled newspaper between them. A soft orange glow lit the firebox, just enough to work. At the back, she spotted a faint red glow. "Is that a pilot light? This isn't a gas stove, is it?" "Here," Finn said, handing her a lit tea candle. Leah lit the paper and closed the door once the logs began to catch. Then she retrieved Gran's old black kettle from the back burner. It was already warm. She filled it from the tap, set it over the open flame, and began gathering ingredients. As she worked, she noticed something, maybe a trick of the candlelight, but it looked like the ornate pattern on the side of the kettle was faintly glowing. "Thank you, my dear, Mrs." Pole said softly. "Finn, can you hand me that carafe?" Leah asked, pointing to a metal one on the shelf. "The big one." She wanted to make enough tea to last at least a week. Only a few minutes later, the kettle's gentle hiss turned into a full whistle. Already? She forgot how much hotter a wood fire burned compared to the electric coil. Wrapping a rag around the handle, Leah pulled the kettle off the stove and poured the tea into the metal carafe. It smelled even stronger than before. The steeping time had been almost identical. Could the stove itself affect the brew? Finn screwed on the lid, careful not to over-tighten it. "I can't thank you enough," Mrs. Pole said. Her relief was clear, but so was her embarrassment. "I'm afraid I forgot my pocketbook." Leah started to wave her off, but paused. She knew Mrs. Paul would feel better paying something. "You can pay for the refill next time you stop by." "I promise I will," Mrs. Paul said with a grateful smile. "I should get this back to Jonathan." They walked her to the front door and watched her step into the rain. Chapter 18. Finn pulled a handful of handwritten notes from his jacket and laid them on the counter. He'd almost forgotten he brought them. The power outage, followed by Mrs. Paul's visit, had been unexpectedly exciting. He may have been acting librarian, but he was still a young man. Reading about adventure was one thing. Living it was something else entirely. "And this is what Mr. Tomlin said?" Leah asked, chewing on a scone that hovered dangerously close to stale. "Well, he didn't exactly say much to me," Finn admitted, "but these are some things I wanted you to ask him." Leah turned the still damp pages to get a better look, careful not to tear them. His notes were scribbled in various directions, but 3 phrases stood out in bold letters. Elemental lines under the Teashop Valley history before Great Fire Valley lore of mythical creatures. Her expression soured at the last one. "Really?" He picked the book, not me. "I know there's no such thing as vampires or trolls, but people still think sprites are fairies, despite no one having seen one in centuries. Maybe there was something else here people thought was something else." Leah nodded. Finn had a way of pulling logic from the absurd. "So nothing?" she asked, disappointed. "I mean, this is all good, but we don't have any more answers than we did before." "I did find out the shrine is older than we thought. There are records of stone shrines like it in some of the oldest texts, going back thousands of years." "Anything about the vine?" Leah asked, hopeful. "I really didn't look," Finn said with a sheepish glance. "I wouldn't even know where to start. I can barely tell a flower from a weed." Leah reached into her pocket and pulled out a small glass vial. Inside was a tiny dark thorn. "Is that from the vine?" Finn asked, eyes wide. "I found it caught in my bootlaces after we got back." "Can't you do the Locket thing?" "I'd be shocked if your Gran didn't know something about it." Leah hesitated. "I was kind of hoping to wait until you were around." Finn chuckled, a grin tugging at his lips. "As if I'd be any help." "I know," she said, rolling the vial between her fingers. "I just didn't want to do it alone." She was surprised by her own admission. Back in the city, she only had a couple of acquaintances, people she saw at work and nowhere else. Days could pass without a meaningful interaction, but here in Edelbrook, she actually looked forward to seeing people. "Was anything in her journal?" Finn asked. "No mention of a vine like this," Leah said, still staring at the vial. She exhaled slowly, then pulled the cork and tipped the thorn into her palm. "Why am I afraid? If Gran was found near it, could I see her death?" "You worried about what you might see?" Finn asked gently. "Was I staring?" Leah blinked herself back to the moment. "No," she lied. She reached beneath her sweater and drew out the locket. Wrapping her hand around it, she closed her eyes. Nothing happened. "Anything?" Finn asked. Leah opened her mouth to respond when a chill surged down her spine. Her vision darkened, then suddenly, she was seeing through her grandmother's eyes. The first time Gran had seen the vine, it was only beginning to wrap itself around the shrine's base. Leah didn't know how long ago that was. It could have been months or years. But even then, Gran had no idea what it was. The scene shifted. It was a bright, sunny day and the vine had grown thicker, now fully coiled around the shrine's base. Shadowthorn. Gran recognized the name, but that was all. No other knowledge. Just the name. Why only the name? Gran knew so much. Was something blocking her from learning more? "Leah!" Finn's voice broke through. He shook her shoulders. She gasped, dropping the thorn. "What?" Her eyes fluttered open. The lights were back on. Her stomach clenched as nausea rolled over her. Her vision blurred and her head pounded. She wiped sweat from her brow. "Why do I feel wet?" "What happened to you?" Finn asked, his concern plain. Leah tried to speak but bent forward, dry heaving. Nothing came up, but her whole body trembled. Whoa, easy, Finn said, gripping her shoulder so she wouldn't fall from the stool. You were staring for almost half an hour. I thought something was wrong. Just as quickly as it came, the wave of nausea faded, replaced by a chilling exhaustion. Beads of sweat clung to her back and neck. I'm fine, she whispered. Are you sure? Finn didn't look convinced. Leah looked down at the thorn on the counter, and then to the locket still clutched in her hand. Slowly she let it fall against her chest. It's called Shadowthorn. The vine? She nodded, still clearing the fog from her mind. Gran knew the name, that's all. She went back there more than once. You didn't sense anything else, like you did with the teas? No, just the name. She carefully slid the thorn back into the vial, making sure not to touch it again. Shadowthorn. Is that what the shadow is escaping from? When did the power come back on? She asked, still a little disoriented. A few minutes ago, Finn said. He looked around, then back at her. You need to rest. We can search for that book later. As much as Leah wanted to find the hidden book, sleep sounded better. Do you mind? She asked softly. Finn's smile started in his eyes before spreading to his mouth. I don't mind. Are you sure you're okay? Just tired, Leah whispered. Are you sure you really don't mind if we don't look tonight? Not at all. It'll give me time to dig into Shadowthorn at the library. She smiled faintly. She was grateful for his support. He'd helped her more than he probably realized. The small-town library was proving far more useful than she could have imagined. But one question remained. Why had she never heard of Shadowthorn before? As an herbalist, she knew hundreds of plants, but she knew someone who might know more. Mara. Chapter 19. Leah woke earlier than expected. Her experience the night before with the locket and the Shadowthorn had left her drained. She didn't even remember climbing the stairs to bed. Yet now, as the first pale light of morning peeked through her window, she felt revived and full of energy. Lying there, staring up at the ceiling, she replayed the events of the day before. There were still a few hours before the tea shop opened, plenty of time to track down Mara. She hadn't spoken to the old witch in several days. After dressing, Leah made her way downstairs and out into the street. The effects of the storm still lingered. Leaves and twigs littered the cobblestone roads and yards. There wasn't any serious damage, just signs that nature had reminded everyone who was really in charge. Looking up, she scanned the sky. Not a single cloud in sight, but she knew that could change fast. The walk to Mara's cottage was more peaceful than expected. She enjoyed being outside in the early morning, the scent of dew thick in the air. It reminded her of childhood, though she couldn't recall a specific memory to anchor that feeling, just a warm, nostalgic sense of something once cherished. Turning up the stone walkway to Mara's house, Leah let her gaze wander longingly over the herb garden beside it. She felt a near irresistible urge to rummage through the lush greenery. "Leah!" Mara called from the doorway. "Morning, Mara," Leah said, smiling. "Something wrong?" Mara asked, adjusting the worn leather satchel on her shoulder. Leah recognized it at once, Mara's witch's kit. It was packed with all manner of oddities that a spell might need when cast away from home. "No, I just wanted to ask you a few questions." Mara glanced back toward her house, then up at the sky. "If you give me a hand, you can ask all the questions you want." That was all Leah needed to hear. "Spell?" "A small one. Shouldn't take long if you help." Leah stepped forward and took the satchel from her shoulder. It was heavy, but nothing she couldn't handle. "Where are we going?" "Feld's orchard. A few of his trees have taken sick. I'm going to try a spell on them." That orchard was a healthy distance from town, but still walkable. It lay close to the slope of the valley. "Is it serious?" "Blight's setting in. I'm hoping this new spell will help." They walked side by side as the road turned from cobblestone to gravel, the crunch of stones beneath their feet signaling they were leaving the edge of town. "How's the shop?" Mara asked. "I hear you've been making some special brews." "Some," Leah said modestly. "I used Gran's old kettle for the first time yesterday. The tea felt different. Better." "I reckoned it would," Mara said with no surprise. "The Locket showed me Gran at the old shrine." "Really?" Mara asked with mock surprise. "What do you know about Shadowthorn?" Mara stopped dead in her tracks. What was that? Leah turned, surprised to find Mara frozen mid-step. "Shadowthorn. Do you know anything about it?" "Where did you hear that name?" Mara's tone shifted slightly, still calm but with an edge of urgency. "Why? What's wrong?" Mara was trying to stay composed, but her eyes were sharp now. "I need to know, dear. Where did you hear about that plant?" Leah hesitated. "Gran's locket. Finn and I went to the shrine. It's growing all over it, even in the cracks." Mara let out a laugh Leah had never heard from her. "You old bat," she muttered aloud, shaking her head. "What?" Leah asked, confused, unsure whether she should be offended. Mara resumed walking as if nothing had happened. "You learned about it from Abigail's locket?" "Yeah, but nothing else. Just the name. Why?" "Abigail told me it was cryptvine," Mara said, a wry smile creeping across her face.
"The plant on the shrine?" "She said it was cryptvine, and the whole time she knew it was Shadowthorn." "I don't get it. What's the big deal?" "That's like asking the difference between deadly nightshade and black nightshade."
"One's medicinal, the other will kill you," Leah replied, knowing the distinction. "And then some," Mara said as the edge of Feld's orchard came into view. "Abby told me she was treating the shrine to get rid of cryptvine. It absorbs toxins from the soil, but it kills almost everything it touches."
"And Shadowthorn?" "It only absorbs one thing, evil," Mara said, entirely serious, "and it can spread farther than its roots." "Absorbs evil?" Leah repeated, laughing nervously. The idea of evil as a tangible substance felt like something out of a sermon, not science.
Mara crossed the road and stepped into the orchard. "Maybe evil is too strong a word, but it thrives in places soaked in pain, battlegrounds, mass graves, anywhere tragedy has rooted itself. Once it finds that, it grows, and once it starts, it keeps looking for more."
Leah followed her to a small cluster of trees. Their leaves were sickly brown, just like the others she'd seen around town. If what Mara said was true, and the shrine was covered in Shadowthorn, then something terrible had once happened there, and whatever it wasn't finished yet. Mara knelt beside the trees and opened her satchel. Leah set it down for her, and the old witch began pulling out bottles, bundles, and bits of dried ingredients. "Why would Gran keep something like that a secret?" Leah asked. Mara paused mid-motion. She pulled out a small black pot and placed it gently on the ground, then looked up at Leah. "I wish I knew, dear," she said softly. "I wish I knew."
Chapter 20. Mara set her bag down on the kitchen table with a heavy sigh. If she'd known it was Shadowthorn, she would have never wasted time casting spells at Feld's orchard. What had seemed like an ordinary blight plaguing the valley was now something entirely different. Shadowthorn, extremely rare, extremely dangerous. So rare, in fact, that there were hardly any records on it. As far as Mara knew, there was no cure, no containment, and no defense. It usually ran its course, spreading until it had consumed all it could, then dying off once its food source was depleted. But something about the shrine was feeding it. As long as it had nourishment, it would keep spreading. "Abby, what did you do?" she muttered aloud, pulling supplies from her satchel. Knowing that Shadowthorn was the root of the valley's growing problems brought her no comfort. If anything, it only made things worse. The weather, the blight, the animals, and whatever else was coming, none of it could be stopped. Abby must have had a reason for keeping it secret. but Mara couldn't begin to guess what that reason might have been. She swore Leah to secrecy, at least until she could visit the shrine herself to confirm what the girl had seen. Leah turned the shop's sign to open and unlocked the front door. No customers were waiting outside today, but she had no doubt the shop would get busy. Each day had been busier than the last,
almost like the town was watching, testing her, weighing her against her grandmother's legacy. A blur of orange caught her eye. Mr. Tomlin, tail raised high, trotted across the street toward the tea shop. "You," Leah said, pounding on the glass. "I need to talk to you." She immediately froze, realizing how ridiculous she must look, yelling at a cat through the front window. "Mr. Tomlin?" Eliza asked, appearing beside her. "Did she see that?" Leah's cheeks turned scarlet. "Your Gran used to talk to him all the time," Eliza added. "If I didn't know better, I'd swear they held entire conversations." At least she didn't think it was weird. "He's been tracking dirt into the kitchen," Leah offered quickly, trying to save face. "That cat has a mind of his own," Eliza said with a shrug, adjusting a stack of cups on the counter. "I used the old kettle yesterday," Leah said, steering the conversation elsewhere. "It made a difference." Eliza looked up. "Figures. Your Gran used it for all the special brews. I tried a few times, but it never worked for me. She used to say there was tea in your family's veins." Leah chuckled. With everything she knew now, that might not be a metaphor. "Did we get any cream today?" she asked. "Not yet," Eliza said. "That's 3 days now. Mr. Pritchard hasn't made any deliveries." Come to think of it, Leah hadn't seen his wagon at all this week. "Is something wrong with Mr. Pritchard?" "No, but his cows aren't doing well," Eliza said. "May over at the grocery told me they went sour." "Went sour?" Leah asked, baffled. "Only producing sour milk," Eliza explained, as if it were just another farm inconvenience. "Could that be because of the shrine?" "You can ask him yourself," Eliza added, nodding toward the door. Leah turned to see Mr. Pritchard crossing the street. He opened the door and stepped inside, quickly doffing his hat. "Leah, Eliza," he said politely. "What can I get you?" Eliza asked, moving behind the counter. Mr. Pritchard twisted his hat in his hands. Clearly he was uneasy. "Nothing today, Eliza. I'm here on business." "Oh," Leah said. "I'm sorry I haven't been able to deliver. Bessie and the girls took ill." Leah smiled. It was sweet how he spoke about his cows like family. "Is it serious?" "I hope not. It's happened before, years ago, but not like this." "Anything I can do?" Leah asked politely, not expecting much. "That's actually why I'm here," he said. "Wait, what? I don't know the first thing about cows." "Abby made something years back, settled their stomachs. I don't know what it was, but I was hoping you might." Leah froze, glancing at Eliza. She had no idea what to say. "I'm sure Leah can check her Gran's old recipes," Eliza said with confidence. "Might be something in there." "Yeah," Leah said, recovering. "If Gran made something for them before, it could be in her journal." Relief washed over Mr. Pritchard's face. His shoulders relaxed, and for the first time since entering, he looked hopeful. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. Leah didn't want to get his hopes up too high. "No guarantees, but I'll do my best." Mr. Pritchard nodded quickly, his hands still wringing his old hat. Thank you, Leah." She nodded absently. "What exactly did I just agree to?" "Swing by the farm any time," he said, placing his hat back on his head before exiting into the street. Leah turned to Eliza. "Do you know anything about cows?" Eliza burst into laughter as she tied on her apron. "Not a thing, but apparently your Gran did." Leah sighed. Maybe Finn knows something. She didn't remember him leaving the night before, so she wasn't sure if he'd stop by. If not, she'd go find him. Pulling the journal from her pocket, Leah started flipping through the pages, muttering to herself.
Cows. Come on, Gran. Help me out. Chapter 21. Life in Edelbrook was like a worn sweater. It might appear plain and unassuming at first glance, but once it's on, its comfort trumps fashion. Just be careful not to tug any loose strings. A single thread might unravel the whole sweater. Or the town. Leah pushed open the library door and looked around. It was quiet as usual, but she was confident Finn was somewhere nearby. She wanted to be sure before calling his name, just in case someone else happened to be there for a non-magical, non-tea-related reason. Stepping lightly, she peered over the main counter and spotted Finn's legs and shoes sticking out from under the desk. "Finn?" she called. "Leah!" came a muffled voice. He shimmied out from beneath the desk and stood, brushing off his shirt. "Taking a nap?" he offered, sounding more like a question than an excuse. He laid a book on the counter. "Shouldn't you be at the coffee shop? Eliza's covering while I work on something for Mr. Pritchard." "Ooh, side quest," Finn said, his eyes lighting up. Leah blinked, needing a second to process. Yeah, sure." "What's up with Mr. Pritchard?" Finn asked, sinking into the creaky leather chair behind the desk. "He said his cows have gone sour. Apparently Gran helped him with the same problem years ago, but I can't find anything in her journal." Finn nodded thoughtfully. He welcomed the distraction. He'd spent the morning buried in botany books, trying to find something, anything, on Shadowthorn. There was little beyond what they already knew. Out of desperation, he'd even started digging into the fairy tale book Mr. Tomlin had recommended, if that's what the cat was actually doing. And not just being a cat. "Any ideas?" Leah asked. He exhaled. "Not really." It did explain the missing milk deliveries, though. "You think it's the Shadowthorn? If it's as bad as you say, it could be messing with the cow's milk." "I need to ask if Gran treated the cows with a drink or something else." "I'll grab my coat," Finn said, reaching for his denim jacket from the rack behind him. Leah hesitated, surprised and grateful. Every time she thought she had the tea shop under control, something new hit her from the side. "Any luck with the Shadowthorn?" "Not yet," Finn admitted, disappointment tugging at his voice. "I was really hoping your Gran wrote more." "I'm sure she did, if we can ever find that hidden book Mr. Tomlin mentioned." They were juggling too many mysteries. Why someone wanted to buy the Leaf Kettle, finding Gran's hidden book, unravelling the truth about Shadowthorn, and now, cows producing sour milk. Sliding his arm into his sleeve, Finn gave the room one last glance before heading for the door. "Ready?" Leah asked. "If you are," Finn said, holding it open for her. The walk to Mr. Pritchard's farm on the outskirts of town was short, but unsettling. Leah couldn't help but notice how things were changing around them. Leaves weren't as green, flowers not as bright. Even the oaks looked tired. People might call it a rough season, but Leah knew better. Shadowthorn. It wasn't just blight, it was poisoning the valley, and Gran had tried to stop it. But why had she kept it secret? They soon reached Mr. Pritchard's dairy farm, a modest setup, tidy and well kept. The farmhouse was a simple 2-story structure with a wide wraparound porch. 2 long red barns housed the cows. It was small by city standards, but plenty for a town like Edelbrook. As they approached, Mr. Pritchard rode up on horseback, pulling a wagon piled with fresh-cut grass. He waved as soon as he saw them. "Mr. Pritchard," Finn greeted. "Finn, Leah." He tipped his hat. "Didn't expect you so soon." "I came to ask a few questions about what Gran did," Leah said. "Of course," Mr. Pritchard replied, grabbing an armful of grass and heading toward the cow barn. They followed him inside. "Do you remember exactly what she did?" Leah asked. He paused while spreading the grass into a trough. He looked up at the rafters, thinking. She brought a pretty large bag with her. "No tea, or a carafe?" Finn asked. "Now that I think about it, no," Mr. Pritchard said, frowning. "So she didn't give the cows anything to drink?" Leah asked. I can't say for sure. She went into the barn alone while I was putting up hay, he said, nodding toward the barn behind them. She definitely didn't carry anything else. Could she have mixed something in here? Finn asked. I don't know, Leah replied, scanning the barn. One of the cows walked over to the trough, sniffed the grass, took a tentative bite, then backed away. That's all I've got, Bessie, Mr. Pritchard muttered. I know you like your hay, but I haven't had time to. Finn glanced at the large hay barn. It looked like it held enough feed for a year. Mr. Pritchard followed his gaze. Normally I'd have plenty of hay for fall and winter, but the fields aren't doing well. I've been feeding grass from the pasture instead. So, you usually feed them hay? Leah asked. If they're not out grazing, yes. When did you start using this grass? Beginning of last week. His eyes widened. The timing matched when the milk started going sour. You don't think it's the grass, do you? Leah didn't answer right away. She bent down and grabbed a handful, running her fingers through it. Wheat, some barley, mostly rye, she murmured. Where did you harvest this from? South 40, he said, referring to the 40-acre pasture at the edge of his property. Leah's eyes narrowed. The shrine was to the south. Do you still have any hay left? Finn asked. Some. I was saving it for winter. Can you switch back to hay, just for now? Leah asked. I think something in this grass is affecting your cows. Mr. Pritchard looked down at the wilted green blades and sighed. I can, but I won't have enough for winter if I do. I was planning to bale that field to restock. Hold off if you can, Leah said. He nodded reluctantly. He trusted her. Think you can fix it? The grass, I mean? Leah hesitated. She didn't want to promise what she couldn't deliver. She can't make it worse, Finn said with a smile, trying to ease the tension. I'll do my best, Leah promised, tucking a handful of grass into her satchel. Gran, how do I fix this? Chapter 22. People are like plants. There aren't many that can grow in the shadows, but there are a rare few who not only grow there, they thrive. The tea shop was lively when Leah and Finn returned, the room filled with the hum of regulars enjoying their daily cup of house brew. A few special orders were waiting, but none needed to be picked up until the next day. Leah figured it would take less than an hour to brew all of them, even if she used Gran's old kettle one batch at a time. But no matter how often she used it, the kettle and everything else in the shop still felt like it belonged to her grandmother. It always would. She was just a placeholder, a pale imitation. Any ideas? Finn asked, dragging a stool over to Leah's work counter. They had talked on the walk back, but Finn had been repeatedly distracted by Opal, Miss Wart's golden retriever, who had accompanied them most of the way. Between all the "who's a good girl" affirmations, staying focused had been impossible. Leah glanced toward the kitchen shelf. Mr. Tomlin wasn't there. Is he avoiding me? Just one, she replied, spreading the grass across the counter. After sorting it, she had 5 distinct plants in neat piles. What are you going to do? Finn asked, leaning in. As an herbalist, Leah could tell nothing was visibly wrong. Sure, the grass was wilted, but that was normal after being cut. She sniffed each type carefully. Everything smelled fine. Sighing, she reached beneath her sweater and pulled out the locket. The locket? Finn asked. Hopefully it knows something I don't, Leah murmured. She wrapped one hand around the locket and picked up a piece of grass with the other. The effect was immediate. Common wheat. She saw Gran adding it to a brew. It helped with digestion and sugar regulation. Just wheat, she said, setting it aside. Finn handed her a second strand. Common rye, also used in digestion brews, especially when mixed with honey. Plain rye, she reported. Another strand, barley. Again she saw Gran using it in tea for digestion and circulation, but this time the memory twisted. Gran was holding the barley and the locket just like Leah, and suddenly the information shifted.
The barley didn't help digestion. It slowed it. It restricted blood flow. It wasn't right. "Hand me another," she said quickly. Finn passed her another barley strand.
The same result, but stronger. This barley was corrupted. Wrong. "It's the barley," Leah said. "I saw Gran test it the same way. She knew it was making the cows sick." "That's great," Finn exclaimed. "Well, not great, but we figured it out."
Leah didn't match his enthusiasm. "What's wrong?" he asked. "We still don't know how it went bad. Something's making the barley do this, and even if Mr. Pritchard pulls the barley, it could spread to the other plants." "Can you treat it?" Finn asked. "Like, counter it somehow?" Could she? She was an herbalist, after all. Ginger could help with digestion. Peppermint, too. Garlic might help with blood flow. Then it hit her. "Water pepper," she blurted. "Water pepper," Finn echoed. "The pondweed?" Most people considered water pepper a nuisance. It grew in stagnant ponds, blocking sunlight and eventually choking the water until both the plant and the pond reeked of rotting vegetation. But Leah remembered one of her instructors who specialized in problem plants and their hidden benefits.
Water pepper could help. "It has all the properties we need," she said. "It could neutralize the barley's effects." "Water pepper," Finn said again, doubtful. "We need to find some," she said, a hopeful grin spreading across her face. "Okay," he said. Her excitement was contagious. "Well?" she asked. "Well, what? Where can we find it around here?" Finn blinked. "I don't know." Leah racked her brain. Water pepper grew in still ponds. It had long, thin roots that burrowed into silt. Only the petals had medicinal value, but they had to be harvested while the buds were open, and they only bloomed during a full moon. "When's the next full moon?" she asked suddenly. "I don't know," Finn said, thinking. Leah shot out of her chair and rushed into the tea room. "Eliza, when's the next full moon?" she shouted. The room fell silent. All eyes turned to her. "I don't know," Eliza said, confused. Leah's excitement sagged. She'd have to check the calendar, maybe run to the library. Just then, a small voice spoke up from the back corner of the tea room. "Tonight, dear." Leah turned, scanning the room until her eyes landed on a petite woman with wispy blonde hair sitting alone at a table. She remembered her, a hedge witch, mostly a fortune-teller by trade, but she based her readings on astrology. If anyone knew the moon cycle, it would be her. "Tonight?" Leah asked. "Yes, dear," the woman said again, nodding gently. Leah's excitement reignited. Tonight. But they still didn't know where to find any water pepper. If they missed this opportunity, they'd have to wait a full month. She looked around the tea room. "Anybody know where I can find a scummy pond?" Chapter 23. Life's problems are too numerous to count. Then again, sometimes life's problems can be distilled down to a single word. Turtles. Leah packed a collection bag using supplies she found in the tea shop's back room. Gran had gathered herbs before, but she wasn't an herbalist like Leah. Leah knew that how you collected a plant was sometimes just as important as the plant itself. Breaking a taro root made the leaves bitter. Taking a daylily sprig before its first bud could kill the plant entirely. Water pepper was no different. Only the petals had medicinal properties, and they only bloomed under the full moon. "And she was sure they were water peppers?" Finn asked, placing an empty jar into his pack. "She was," Leah replied, securing a strap on her bag. "I even had her describe it to make sure we were talking about the same plant." "Okay," Finn said, slinging his pack over one shoulder. "Where are you going?" asked a smooth voice. "Mr. Tomlin," Leah shouted, spinning to face him. She wanted to stay and ask questions, but they were racing the clock. Mr. Tomlin flinched at her shout. "Where have you been?" she asked. "Around," he said, before spinning twice and flopping onto his top shelf, front paws dangling dramatically over the edge, a very uncat-like move. "I have 100 questions, but I don't have time to ask them now," Leah said, trying to rein in her impatience. "Where are you off to?" he asked casually. "We need to collect some water pepper from the old Watermill pond." She wasn't sure, but it looked like Mr. Tomlin might have chuckled. "Have fun," he said, his tone carrying just enough weight to suggest a follow-up was warranted. "Why?" Leah narrowed her eyes. "Why do you sound like you know something we don't?" "Gerald ain't gonna like you splashing around his pond," Mr. Tomlin murmured, eyes closed. "I thought no one lived at the old Watermill," Leah said. "Gerald does," Tomlin said, beginning to purr. "Who's Gerald?" Leah asked, but there was no reply. "Tomlin, who's Gerald?" The cat cracked one eye open lazily. "You'll see. He does like sweets, though." Then he drifted back into sleep. Leah wanted to demand more, but the sun was setting, and they still had a fair walk ahead. Shaking her head, she slung her bag over her shoulder. "What did he say?" Finn asked. Leah shot Mr. Tomlin a scolding glance, though he didn't see it. "Nothing important," she muttered. "Let's go." The moon was already visible in the eastern sky as the sun dipped beneath the horizon. Leah thought the moon looked slightly orange, but dismissed it as an illusion, some atmospheric trick. Moon colours were symbolic anyway. It was the timing that mattered. A streak of clouds temporarily darkened their path, but as the moon rose higher, it bathed the road in a cool bluish light. They followed the main road until it veered near the ruins of an old church. The only remains were a chimney and a half-collapsed steeple. Leah had passed it before, never giving it much thought, but now she wondered, who was it for? Was it older than Edelbrook itself? "We're almost there," Finn said. The watermill was tucked behind overgrown shrubs. The building itself was long gone, but the old water wheel still stood, bolted to its stone base. At one time, a creek must have fed it, but now only a small pond remained. And there it was. Floating like an island in the centre of the pond was a cluster of water pepper, its flowers in full bloom, turned skyward under the moonlight. "That's it," Leah beamed. Discovering the cause of the cow's illness and a possible remedy in the same day, that was a win, if they could actually harvest it. "Okay," Finn said, scanning the bank. "How do we get it?" Leah looked around. In her mind, the plants would have been along the shore, easy to reach. This was not that. "Don't suppose you see a boat?" "Nope." Leah chuckled softly, gazing up at the moon. "I can't swim." "Why does that not surprise me?" Finn muttered, eyeing the water pepper. "It's probably not that deep." A gentle splash on the far side of the pond made Leah jump. "What was that?" she asked, eyes wide. "I don't know," Finn said. He didn't seem concerned. "Well, it looks like—" "I'm going to have to go get it," Finn interrupted, already kicking off one shoe. "I don't even drink milk," he muttered. "You're my hero," Leah said, trying not to smile too widely. He pulled off his shoes, socks and shirt before stepping cautiously into the water. "Not too bad," he said, water reaching his knees. He was lying. She could tell, but he was trying to make her feel better. "Hero!" she called again as he waded in deeper. "Do I just pluck them? Ah!" Finn flailed in the water and spun back toward shore. "What?" Leah shouted. Finn splashed his way back to the bank and scrambled out, holding the back of his thigh. "It got me." "What got you?" "Something bit me," he hissed through clenched teeth. "Let me see," Leah said, pulling his hand away. His pants had a V-shaped tear just below the buttock. The exposed skin was red with 2 distinct scratch marks. "What was that?" Finn grimaced. Leah suddenly remembered Mr. Tomlin's warning. Gerald doesn't like people splashing in his pond. I think that was Gerald. Who the hell is Gerald? Chapter 24. Mara pored over her lesser-read spellbooks. some so dusty they creaked when opened. She hadn't looked at these in years. Flipping through their brittle pages, she realized something uncomfortable. Life in the valley had made her a weaker witch. She had spent decades catering to the needs of farmers. Winter peaches might be the valley's lifeblood, but they didn't have to be hers. Her magic had been reduced to coaxing weather and healing livestock, when once it had stretched much further. She glanced up at her door, sensing something a moment before a heavy knock rattled it. "Go away, I'm busy," she barked. It was late. "Open the damn door, you old witch," came a deep voice from the other side. Mara's eyes widened. She knew that voice. "Sam!" she cried, rushing to the door. She hadn't expected him for another few days. She swung it open and gasped. From the tangled mess of his shaggy brown hair to the mud-caked cuffs of his pants, Sam Dirtwell looked like he'd been dragged through a forest backwards. Twigs poked out from his beard. His coat was plastered with dirt and dead leaves. "What in the world happened to you?" Sam stepped through the doorway, laughing. His bright blue eyes twinkled under the grime. The top of his head just cleared the doorframe. "Your valley happened to me," he said, shaking off a few branches. "My horse bolted the moment we crossed the rim. There is definitely something wrong here." "I know. That's why I called you," Mara replied, brushing debris off his coat. "I thought you weren't coming until the weekend." "I wasn't," Sam said. "I would have called, but there's no damn phones out here." "You rode?" Mara asked, surprised. Sam wasn't a witch. He couldn't be as a man, but he was as close as any man could come. He could manage minor spells, and his knowledge of plants and animals rivaled any seasoned witch. He couldn't summon rain from clear skies, but he knew the land in ways magic couldn't teach. "I convinced a Wild to help me get here," he said with a shrug. "She bolted when we crossed the ridge. Shame, too. She was a beauty." "Come sit. I've got stew," Mara said, pulling out a chair. "I won't say no." "No bags?" she asked, finally noticing his empty hands. "On the horse, wherever she is," Sam laughed, collapsing into the chair with a groan. Mara stared at him a moment. In all the years she'd known Sam, she'd never heard of an animal refusing him. He had a gift, what some might call druidic, but this was the first time she'd seen it fail. "I'm sure she'll turn up," Mara said, placing a steaming bowl in front of him. "I've missed your cooking, darling," Sam said, diving into the stew. Mara arched a brow at the old endearment. They'd once been a couple, many years ago, before she'd taken her full vows, and he'd become more woodsman than man. Still, no matter how much time passed, he always acted like they'd just parted yesterday. She rolled her eyes, but the truth was, she didn't mind. After several hearty spoonfuls, he lowered his bowl and sighed. "I was sorry to hear about Abigail." "She was a good one," Mara said, sliding a cup of water in front of him before sitting down. "What about the tea shop?" "Leah took over." "Little Leah?" Sam blinked. "Isn't she like 10? Mara laughed. "She's 24 now." Sam choked on his water. 24? Where the hell did the time go? He shook his head, chuckling. "Wait, she took over? Took over? "She moved to the city for a while," Mara explained. "But she came back. She's learning." Sam set down his cup. "Abby didn't train her?" Mara shook her head slowly. "Not really." Sam let out a low whistle. "That's not good." Mara nodded grimly. "And that's not the worst of it." Sam's expression darkened. "What else?" "I told you it was blight, but it's not." "How much worse?" he asked, his voice suddenly serious. Mara took a breath. "Shadowthorn. It's in the valley." Sam sat back in his chair, stew forgotten. "Well, hell." Chapter 25. Rubbing the bite on his leg, Finn glared at the pond. Whatever had bitten him was still in there. Leah explained what Mr. Tomlin had said, but it didn't exactly clarify anything. All they knew was that the creature's name was Gerald, and apparently
He liked sweets.
So, Leah asked, crossing her arms, now what? I ain't going back in there, Finn said flatly. She didn't blame him. She thought she heard a faint chuckle nearby, but couldn't be sure. My pond, said a distant voice.
Leah's head snapped up. Did you hear that? Hear what? Finn asked. He only heard the usual night sounds, crickets, cicadas, bullfrogs. My pond, said the voice again, closer this time. Leah scanned the water. A ripple moved across the pond's surface just a few feet away. Even in the dark, she could make out the broad, gliding shape just beneath the surface. Turtle, Leah said, pointing at the ripple. Turtle, Finn repeated. Gerald is a turtle? I guess, Leah said slowly. Mr. Tomlin said this was his pond. The ripple stopped. A broad, triangular head emerged just above the water. Tomlin owes me sweets. Did you hear that? Leah asked again. Hear what? Finn said, clearly irritated now. Leah sighed. Of course, just like with Mr. Tomlin only she could hear him. I'm sorry, she said, addressing the turtle, but we really need that water pepper. You're not talking to the turtle, Finn said, already exasperated. My weeds, Gerald replied, dipping beneath the water. Ripples moved toward the center of the pond. One by one the water pepper plants began to tremble, and then disappear. He's pulling them under, Leah shouted. What? What's it doing? Finn asked, squinting as the plants vanished below the surface. Gerald, she called. The turtle reappeared a few feet from shore, a stalk of water pepper dangling from its mouth. Please stop, Leah pleaded. We need those. My pond, my weed, Gerald said with stubborn pride. I'm not Mr. Tomlin, Leah said firmly. You are like her? Gerald asked. She was my grandmother, Leah said. She gave sweets, the turtle said, eyes as dark as polished stone. Leah cursed herself for not asking more questions. Mr. Tomlin definitely could have warned her about this. She's dead, Leah said plainly. Sad. She gave sweets. Trade, Leah offered. Sweets for the water pepper? Gerald drifted a little closer. Leah briefly considered trying to net or grab him, but she knew it wouldn't work. She couldn't find the plants underwater, and she definitely couldn't outswim a turtle the size of a dining table. Where's sweets? Gerald asked. You want to trade? With the turtle, Finn said, baffled. Leah gave him a helpless shrug. He wants sweets. I could run back to town, but that'll take a while, Finn offered. They didn't have that kind of time. Leah chewed her lip, thinking. There were plenty of sweet plants, sugar cane, maple sap, reed grass, but none of those were growing nearby. And finding them in the dark? Not likely. She scanned the edge of the pond, eyes narrowing. A cluster of familiar plants caught her attention, thin green stalks topped with tubular white flowers. Stevia rebaudiana. It wasn't sugar, but it was incredibly sweet. Some city cafes used it in place of sugar. It was almost sickeningly potent in its raw form. You'll trade? She asked Gerald. Trade, he said. Leah pulled out a pruning knife and ran over to the plants, cutting as many leaves as she could find. She stuffed them into a jar, added water from her bottle, and crushed the leaves into a thick, syrupy paste. What are you doing? Finn asked. The leaves are super sweet, she said, still grinding. It might work. But how are you going to give it to him? Finn asked. Leah looked around. Gerald wasn't a land animal. She couldn't exactly spoon-feed him. There, she said, pointing to a patch of cattails. They might still be absorbent. Finn grabbed a few and brought them over, careful not to wade too deep. This enough? Leah nodded, although her doubt was growing. She slowly poured the mixture over the cattails, letting them soak it in. When finished, she had 3 cattails dripping with the sweet concoction. She walked to the water's edge and held them out. Not sweet, Gerald said, suspicious. That plant is not sweet. These are sweet, Leah said. Try it, please. Gerald hovered, unmoving. "What's wrong?" Finn asked. "He doesn't want to try it." Finn rolled his eyes, limping a little as he stepped forward. "For God's sake," he muttered. He grabbed one of the cattails and lobbed it at Gerald. "Eat the plant, you damn dinosaur." The cattail floated toward Gerald and came to a stop near his mouth. Gerald sniffed it, then took a small bite. Then another. Then the whole thing vanished in 2 gulps. "Sweet," Gerald said with delight. "I have more," Leah said, holding up the other cattails. "You give us the water pepper and I'll give you the rest." The turtle dipped below the surface. A moment later, he resurfaced with a bundle of water pepper in his mouth, flowers still glowing under the moonlight. He made 3 more trips, placing the delicate plants at the water's edge. "Thank you, Gerald," Leah said kindly, tossing him the remaining cattails. "Trade," he rumbled, devouring them. "I can make more before we leave if you want," Leah offered as she pulled the plants to shore. "Nice, like her," Gerald said, resting near the bank. Leah smiled and turned to Finn. "Grab more of that stevia. We'll need it." As Finn moved to collect more leaves, Leah pulled the locket from beneath her shirt. Holding it in one hand, she gently touched the water pepper with the other. Nothing. No memory, no warmth, no vision. Nothing. The locket had never seen this plant before, which meant Gran never used it. Leah's chest tightened. If this wasn't the plant Gran used to help the cows, then what was? Am I wrong? Chapter 26. Leah carefully laid each petal on the metal tray before sliding it into the oven. Low heat should dry them out, hopefully without burning them. It would take multiple batches and most of the day to dry all the petals they had gathered from the Watermill the night before. Thankfully, she still had plenty of time to finish her special brews before the shop opened. She hadn't gotten much sleep, but she'd be fine. If she had to, she could always brew herself a little pick-me-up. "Did you see Gerald?" asked Mr. Tomlin from his perch on the shelf. Leah jumped slightly. She hadn't seen him earlier. "I could have used a heads-up that he was a turtle," she scolded gently. She still needed answers. He bit Finn. She wasn't sure, but it looked like Mr. Tomlin chuckled at that, a very un-cat-like response. "Do you know how Gran treated the cows when they went sour years ago?" "Don't know. I don't like milk," Mr. Tomlin said, licking his back paw. "What kind of cat doesn't like milk?" "Me," he replied, switching paws without hesitation. Leah rolled her eyes. "Do you know anything about Shadowthorn?" Mr. Tomlin froze mid-groom. "Abby did," he said. "She stopped it before." That was more than she expected. Every time she asked about Gran's final days, Mr. Tomlin clammed up. "She did?" Leah asked. "Years ago, before she brought me here." It was a lot for him to say. She didn't want to push too hard and risk triggering his silence. Instead, she shifted gears. "The kettle. It makes the teas special, doesn't it?" Abby made the teas special. The kettle and the ember only helped. Ember. She had seen that word in Gran's journal start ember an hour before brewing. Leah had always assumed it meant starting the fire or preheating the oven. But what if it meant something else? "What's ember?" she asked. "It makes the fire," Tomlin said. Leah frowned. Was he being intentionally vague, or was that just how his mind worked? Even when talking, cats seemed elusive by nature. "How's Finn?" Tomlin asked, seemingly out of nowhere. Leah blinked. She didn't expect the cat to show concern. "He'll be fine. Bit sore. Do you know why I could talk to Gerald?" "He's like me. I don't know of any others." "So Gran couldn't talk to other animals?" "Just us." "What's so special about you two?" "Dunno," Tomlin said, laying his head on his paws and closing his eyes. She was glad for any answers, even cryptic ones. Still, it felt like she was slowly uncovering pieces of a larger puzzle. "Can you talk to other animals?" she asked. "Just Gerald." Leah raised an eyebrow.
A very exclusive club, then. Maybe she could bribe him for more information. I have to go to the store this morning. Want me to bring back some fish? Don't like fish, he mumbled through mostly closed lids. No milk, no fish. Is there anything you do like? Mr. Tomlin's eyes opened wide. Apple pie. Leah blinked. Not entirely surprising. Apple pie was Gran's favourite too. I'll bring you a slice if they have one. Tomlin closed his eyes again, purring louder now. That conversation was over. How's it going? Asked Finn from behind her. She didn't even hear him come in the back door. I thought you'd sleep in, she said, turning around. I couldn't let you have all the fun of... Finn grabbed a handful of petals and let them fall back into the pile, whatever this is. I'm drying them so I can crush them. Easier to mix into the cow's food, I think. Finn could see Leah's doubt. She hadn't seen anything about water pepper in the locket, and that made her second-guess everything. Just because your Gran never used it doesn't mean you're wrong, he said gently. You knew a lot about herbs before you got that locket. The compliment was kind, but Leah didn't quite believe it. She had book smarts. Gran had life smarts. Gran made people better. Leah just found ingredients. How's the bite? She asked, steering the conversation away. Sore, but I can still sit. He paused. I'd hate to think what would have happened if Gerald bit me on the other side. It took a second for Leah to catch the meaning. When she did, she snorted. Finn wasn't one to make crass jokes, which only made it funnier. Leah, called Eliza from the tea room door. Someone wants to talk to you. Raising her eyebrows, Leah hopped off the stool and headed out. They had just opened, so there weren't many customers. One man stood near the counter, a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man with kind green eyes and the build of someone who worked with his hands. Leah? He asked. I am. I'm Jake. Jake Sumner, he said, offering his hand. He glanced between Leah and Eliza, seeming unsure whether to continue with her there. I'll go check on the scones, Eliza said with a knowing smile before disappearing into the back. How can I help you? Leah asked. It's my mother, Jake began. She wanted to talk to Abby, but... His voice trailed off. Maybe you could help? Where is she? Is she here in town? I'm afraid she can't come herself, he said, eyes cast down. She's got somnalis terminalis. Leah blinked. She recognized the clinical name. The sleeping sickness? He nodded. She's only awake a couple hours before sunset every few days, and that's getting shorter. Leah hesitated. I'm not sure what I can do. Abby used to make her a tea that helped her stay awake a little longer. She was wondering. Say no more, Leah interrupted. Just tell me where and when. Jake looked relieved. He scribbled an address on a napkin and handed it to her. I doubt she'll be awake today. She was last night, which is when she asked me to come. Just let me know when. I'll be there. Thanks, Jake said quietly, before making his way out as another customer entered the shop. Leah watched him leave, then returned to the back. Finn? Yup, he asked, glancing up from Gran's journal. Do you have any books in the library about the sleeping sickness? Mrs. Sumner? I guess. Her son Jake was just here. Finn nodded slowly. It's rare. Starts with needing more sleep. Then they just can't stay awake at all. She's only up for a couple of hours every few days now. Eventually... He trailed off. She won't wake up. Leah paused. How do you know all that? Finn closed the journal and gave her a half-smile. She's my great-aunt. Chapter 27. The biggest expectations people fail to live up to are the ones they place on themselves. No two snowflakes are the same, nor will they ever be. So why do we expect different from people? Leah wanted to learn more about Mrs. Sumner's condition, but she was already buried in 3 special brews by the time Finn mentioned that the woman was his aunt. She shouldn't have been surprised. Finn came from a huge family,
and had more cousins than anyone she knew. Leah was the opposite. Even though her family's tea shop had been around since before Edelbrook became a town, she had no relatives left, just her parents, now gone, and Gran. It struck her then, a sudden thought she hadn't considered before. Was she the last of her family line? "I think I found what your Gran was giving my aunt," Finn said, setting a page from the journal down at the edge of her counter. Leah looked up and raised her eyebrows. "It says lightning tea," Finn explained. "It looks easy enough, but I don't recognize one of the ingredients." Not surprising. Finn didn't know half the plants she did. "What is it?" "It's called fulmora." The name sparked something in her memory. "Kind of sounds like fulmen," Finn added. "Latin for lightning." Now she remembered. It was a rare plant that only grew overnight after a lightning strike. To call it uncommon would be generous. "It's a plant that grows only when lightning strikes the ground." Finn's eyes lit up. "Like the pot on your roof?" "What?" "The clay pot with the lightning rod in it. You know, the one on top of your roof." Leah blinked. She had completely forgotten about that thing. Gran used to climb up there after storms, and Leah always assumed she was checking for damage. But it made more sense now. She must have been checking for fulmora. "I guess it is," she said slowly. Finn grinned. With how much lightning they'd had lately, there had to be something in that pot. "Before you get too excited," Leah cautioned. "It only grows for a few hours after a lightning strike. The lightning forces it to grow almost overnight, but it dies off just as quickly. It's actually a kind of wild grass, but the strike changes something. If there was a strike last storm, it's already dead." Come to think of it, she hadn't seen a single jar labelled fulmora in the shop. Gran must have used it fresh every time. "That explains why your Gran wrote brew right away after picking in the margin," Finn said, pointing at the page. "Why can't anything be easy?" Leah muttered, setting a fresh kettle over the stove for the next brew. Frustration crept into her voice. Today's teas weren't even hard, just annoying. Now I need a miracle plant to help a dying woman, and I still don't know if the water pepper we picked will help the cows. She stared at the rows of jars on her counter. Not only am I behind on making tea, but apparently I'm also supposed to stop whatever's killing the valley's crops. How did Gran do all this? Finn could see the tension building. "Relax." "I don't want to relax. I can't relax," Leah snapped, louder than she meant to. "Everyone needs something. They're all relying on me to make these special brews that each do something different. Something to help with their joint pain or sleep or keep their ears from ringing." She gestured wildly at the jars. "Why can't they just go to an apothecarist?" Her voice rose again. "Because I'm not one. I wasn't good enough to be one in the city, so why do they expect me to act like one here?" She slammed her hand against the table, and a jar of chamomile teetered on the edge. It hit the floor and shattered. Finn stepped forward, crouching to gather the broken glass and scattered flowers. He wasn't sure what to say. Leah was his closest friend, and this was the first time he'd seen her like this. "You sound like Abby," said a voice from above. Leah looked up. Mr. Tomlin was stretching on his shelf, paws long in front of him, tail flicking lazily. "What?" she asked, still fuming. "I thought you were her when I woke up," he said, arching his back in a long, slow stretch. "Why?" "She had trouble keeping up too," he said, muttered to herself all the time while making brews. Sometimes she even told people no. "She wasn't perfect?" Leah asked. As soon as she said it, she realized how silly it sounded. Mr. Tomlin laughed, a deep, amused sound that was far too human for a cat. "Perfect," he scoffed. She was barely competent. He said it with such affection that Leah couldn't help but smile. "She forgot to feed me. A lot. She mixed up peppermint and evergreen more times than I can count. Once she made a special brew so wrong that the poor man was sick all night. He hasn't come back since." Leah's lips twitched upward.
It was the first time anyone had spoken of Gran without reverence. Just like you, she needed the journal. She didn't invent those recipes. She wrote down the ones that worked, just like you will. Mr. Tomlin jumped down from the shelf with near silence. He walked over and rubbed his side against Leah's legs. Scratch. Leah gently scratched the top of his head, then worked her fingers behind his ears. You know more about plants than she did, he said, his purring growing louder. It was the first time Mr. Tomlin had complimented her, the first time anyone had said she might be better than Gran at anything.
Leah felt tears building in her eyes. You also scratch better, he added, before hopping off the counter and walking toward the back door. Apple pie? Leah swallowed hard, tears slipping down her cheeks as she smiled. I'll have some for you tonight.
Mr. Tomlin pushed the door open with his paw and disappeared. Finn stepped forward. He hadn't caught all of what was said, but he had seen the change in Leah's face. What did he say? Leah wiped her eyes with the back of her sleeve and smiled.
He wants apple pie.
Chapter 28. Mara stood at the dead tree line looking at the old shrine. The dark green vine wrapping around the weathered white-grey stones stood in stark contrast against the dead vegetation around it. Its effects were visibly worse than when she last visited.
Sam let out a low whistle. That's not good. It's gotten worse, Mara said. Have you told anyone? Sam asked. No, but I need to. Everyone knows something's wrong, but they have no idea it's Shadowthorn. Mara looked at the woods behind her to see how far the death had spread.
The town needed to know, sooner rather than later. If the peach trees are miles away, then this thing is spreading pretty far, Sam said, crouching to lay his hand flat on the ground. How are the animals acting? He pulled his hand away and winced. I doubt they haven't noticed. Cows have gone sour. Some hens have stopped laying eggs. It'll get worse. Those closest to a root will feel it the most. He looked over and saw a small patch of green grass near the shrine. Abby? That's where they found her, Mara said. Whatever she was doing did something, Sam said. I don't know anything that stops Shadowthorn besides starving it. His eyes settled on the old shrine. Before you ask, I have no idea what it's feeding on. It's feeding on that prison, Sam said. Prison? Mara asked. There's something evil trapped in that shrine. I can sense it from here. Mara didn't sense it. Then again, Sam was more in tune with nature. Abby had always hinted the old shrine was something dangerous, but she never said why. That explains why the Shadowthorn is thriving. Abby knew more than she ever let on, and that was what led to her death. Abby, what were you doing? Mara asked out loud. We need to find out, Sam said. Do you think the girl knows? She doesn't. She has Abby's journal, but there's nothing in it about this. I know Abby kept more books, but Leah doesn't know where they are. Well, Sam said, looking around. Show me the orchards, then. I want to see how far this thing has spread. It'll take most of the day to walk the valley. We can drop in on Leah tomorrow. As they turned to leave, something caught Sam's eye in the dead grass. He recognized the bleached white color after a single glance. There were 2 small animal skulls partially buried in the brown grass. The Shadowthorn wasn't just killing vegetation, it was killing animals too. Leah sent Finn for apple pie while she finished brewing the last tea and took the final batch of water pepper out of the oven. She still wasn't sure how she was going to introduce the dried plant to the cows. The door opening drew her attention. Has it been that long? I got the last 2 slices, Finn said, laying a bag on the counter behind her. Leah looked around for Mr. Tomlin but didn't see him. Thanks, she said, laying a tray of dried water pepper on the counter. Pressing down on one, she smiled as it crumbled under her gloved hand. Is it all dried? He asked. It should be, she said, grabbing a spatula to group them in the middle of the pan. Now what? Finn asked. Leah stared blankly at the pile. I don't know. This should cancel out anything the bad barley is doing to the cows.
That's simple? Finn asked, grabbing a pinch of dried water pepper leaves and sniffing it. It smelled like common dried grass, no different than a hot summer day. I think so, she said. I'm not sure how to give it to them, though. Mix it in their food?
I'm afraid they won't get enough. It may just fall through to the bottom. Put it in their water? Leah smiled. That was simple enough. The dried leaves should float on top, guaranteeing the cattle would get some with each drink.
How long will it take to work? He asked, just wanting to contribute something. I don't know. Humans process ingested herbs in about an hour. Leah paused, looking back at Finn. Don't cows have 4 stomachs? Only one, Finn answered, but it has 4 parts. Finn was a wealth of obscure knowledge. How long should it take then? I don't know. I just know their big stomachs are much bigger than ours. Leah sighed. This was all going to be trial and error. Hopefully less error than trial. Chapter 29. The sun was barely over the horizon as Leah and Finn approached Mr. Pritchard's farm. The sky was a beautiful mix of orange and yellow, making it hard to believe the storm a few days before had even happened. Mr. Pritchard was already outside, baling hay. He looked tired. Morning, Mr. Pritchard, Finn called out. How are the girls? I switched them back to the hay, Mr. Pritchard said, tossing a pile into the feeding trough. They were none too happy about it, but they're eating. Leah could see the cows were still not happy. They were all huddled in the corner of the barn, away from the feeding trough. I hope this works, Leah said, walking to the water trough at the end. It was a concrete trough that ran the length of the barn. I crushed the water pepper and added it to this kettle. She held up a large, steaming black kettle fresh from the stovetop. I just have to add it to the water. Leah poured the hot water into the trough. The water steamed and bubbled. I still have to figure out how it's affecting the barley, Leah said. I've never seen anything like it. The cows watched Leah with curious eyes. They sniffed the air but didn't move from the corner. They're not going to drink it? Finn asked. Leah shrugged. I don't know. I hope so. She had no experience with livestock. Mr. Pritchard walked over to the trough and peered inside. That's not what Abby did, he said. What? Leah asked. When Abby helped me, she didn't add anything to the water, Mr. Pritchard said. She just gave them some tea straight in their mouths. Leah frowned. Tea? She asked. She had searched the journal but hadn't found any special brew that pertained to cows. Whatever Gran did, she didn't write it down. Mr. Pritchard shrugged. I don't know, he said, but I know it worked. Leah looked at the cows. They were still huddled in the corner. The entire town relied on these cows for their milk. I don't know what to do, she said under her breath. She had no idea what Gran did, but she was confident the water pepper should work. She might not know as much as Gran did about making tea, but Leah knew plants, and water pepper should cancel the effects of the tainted barley. Finn put his hand on her shoulder as they watched the cattle in the corner of the barn. It's okay, he said. We'll figure it out. Leah inhaled deeply, trying to keep from crying. Even after everything Mr. Tomlin told her last night, she still felt like she was failing everyone. She had no idea how to cure cows. On top of that, Finn's great-aunt was dying from a bizarre sickness, and they expected Leah to help with that too. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to just quit. Every day was harder than the last, even if she was learning more. Leah turned, balling her fists in frustration, and hurried out of the barn. She refused to let Mr. Pritchard see her cry. She knew he didn't mean to make her feel bad, but hearing him say that Gran did something and it worked only made her more angry. She was doing her best, but it wasn't good enough. Leah! Finn called from behind as he jogged to catch up. It'll be all right. Leah stopped, staring at the clouds over the edge of town. The thought of another storm darkened her mood even more. How's it going to be all right? Finn was afraid to answer. The whole town relies on those cows. She breathed deeply, trying to keep herself calm. The whole town is relying on me. Not just for that milk, but for everything. Finn tried not to laugh, but he couldn't help himself. Finn Jenkins, I know you're not laughing at me, she sneered, her tone sharp. I'm glad you're back, he chuckled. But do you honestly think you're that important? There was no trace of malice in his voice, just a kind question. This town will survive without you, just as it always has. Gran helped a lot of people, but there were plenty of things she couldn't help with. Silence was Leah's only reply. People may want you to help with their problems, but that's just it. You're helping. They don't expect you to fix everything. But they are, she said under her breath. The more she thought about it, the more preposterous it sounded. Come on, Finn said, walking back to town. It looks like it might rain. Leah stood, smelling the morning dew in the air. She waited a few seconds before following after Finn, refusing to walk by his side. I hate when you're right. Chapter 30. There are days when the wind doesn't feel like weather. It feels like memory, like something's brushing past you on its way somewhere else, just close enough to remind you that you've forgotten something important. The bell above the tea shop door gave a dry little jingle, the kind that usually meant delivery or trouble. Leah didn't look up right away. She had her hands in a tray of crushed raspberry leaves and barley stalks, trying to get ahead of the day's blends before the afternoon air turned too heavy. Finn had gone to Eliza's to pick up a barrel of honey and check the loose slats on her porch railing. He'd offered to stay twice, but Leah had waved him off. She needed to think, and she couldn't do that with his kind eyes watching her like she might break. Leah? Mara's voice was thinner than usual. Leah straightened, wiping her hands on her apron. You're back early. Mara stepped in, brushing dust from her sleeves. Behind her was a man Leah didn't recognize. Broad-shouldered, sun-browned, with the kind of silence that hung on a person like old wool. He didn't speak, but his gaze took in the shop like he was reading the bones beneath it. This is Sam, Mara said. He's been helping me track the Lailine sickness. Leah gave a polite nod. You're the one who mapped the dry spring in the East Hills? Sam nodded once. And the ash rot in Barrow Orchard. That wasn't natural. You knew my grandmother? Leah asked. Sam studied her a moment, then nodded again. You may not remember, but we've met before, long time back when you were less than knee-high. You worked with Gran? Leah asked, happy to find common ground with the large man. Although he didn't seem menacing, his size was intimidating. The corner of Sam's mouth tilted upward. She was fire and thorns, but smart as they come. Helped me stop something nasty in the Western Ridgeline when I was younger. Paid me in soup and warnings. Leah couldn't help a smile. That sounds about right. Well, she added, motioning them in. Tea first, then gloom. Mara gave her a tired smile and stepped inside. Sam followed, but stayed near the window, arms folded. Leah poured from the housepot, something calming, with lemon balm and a pinch of red clover. She set the cups down with a clink. We came straight from the shrine, Mara said. It's worse. Leah didn't know how to respond. I went to Pritchard's this morning. The cows still aren't right. I tried a tea blend, but... She shook her head. I'm flying half blind. I know Gran did something different than I did, but I don't know what. Mara hesitated, sighing in deep thought. Gran had kept a lot of secrets to herself. Did you try using Ember? Leah blinked. What do you mean? I mean, well, Abby always said Ember helped balance difficult brews, tempered them. I assumed you'd... Mara stopped. Wait, you know about Ember, right? Leah's face stayed still, but her stomach gave a quiet, annoyed twist. She'd seen the reference in Gran's journal, but thought it was just a note to start the stove. Her eyes lit with a new hunger for knowledge.
Mara swore under her breath and shot Sam a look. She doesn't know, Sam asked. Apparently not. Leah leaned in over the counter. Would someone like to explain what Ember is exactly? Sam met her gaze directly. He's not a what. He's a who. A who, Leah repeated flatly. Or a that. A flame. It's hard to say now. Sam shifted his weight.
There's a living fire somewhere in this building. It helped Abby stabilize her most dangerous bruise. Bound magic. Softened risk. When she passed, well, we thought she'd pass him on. Leah stared at the stove. And you just assumed I inherited a sentient kettle fire like a box of old spoons.
It's not a kettle fire, Mara said quickly. It's older than the shop. It bonded to this place, not just Abby, probably from the great fire that destroyed everything. That tinderbox on the stove? Leah asked. Sam raised an eyebrow. It's still here. It never moved. I thought it was for storing ash. Go look, Mara said softly. Leah set down her towel and crossed to the hearth. The iron box was warm, warmer than it should have been. She crouched and touched the side, fingertips brushing the handle. Something pulsed, not like heat or steam, but like breath. The necklace at her collarbone buzzed softly. When she opened the lid, a soft glow shimmered beneath the soot. Ember. He didn't flare or leap, just stirred, like someone waking from a deep nap. A tiny flame, steady and pale gold, curled toward her finger and stopped just short of touching her. It had no real shape but moved with more purpose than a normal flame. She could tell it was alive without knowing how. "Hello," she said. The flame dimmed and bobbed once as if in greeting. Behind her, the tea kettle gave a soft pop on the hook, and the whole shop seemed to hold still. When Leah stood again, she didn't look at Mara or Sam right away. She looked down at the flame in the box, and for the first time in days, she didn't feel quite so outmatched. "I'll need your notes on Shadowthorn," she said to Mara. Mara nodded. "And yours if you have any," Leah added, looking at Sam. "You've got them," he said, tapping his temple, "but I'll write them down for you." "Good," Leah said. She wasn't sure why, but she was hoping there might be something new, something Gran hadn't written in her journal. She knew there were more books, and hopefully Sam and Mara could help fill in the gaps. Chapter 31. Leah sat alone in the tea shop long after the others had gone, the silence inside broken only by the occasional creak of the old rafters and the gentle shifting of Ember's glow across the far wall. Outside, the moon hung in a thin silver hook above the valley, casting a quiet light that filtered through the windows and painted soft shadows across the floorboards. The space around her didn't feel empty. It felt suspended, as though the room itself had stopped moving to give her time to think. Across the shop, nestled in its usual nook beside the hearth, sat Ember's iron tinderbox, flickering with a soft and steady flame that never sputtered or shrank. Leah stood slowly and crossed the room, her hands trailing lightly across the counter before she knelt at the hearth and reached for the box. Her fingers hesitated only a moment before curling around the iron, lifting the container with care, not out of fear, but out of reverence. Ember's warmth seeped into her skin, not hot, but alive. She carried the box to the table, set it down gently, and pulled up a stool, resting her elbows on the edge of the table as she watched the flame inside shift and roll. It wasn't just fire. It moved with purpose, curling into shapes that seemed deliberate, flickers of form and colour that weren't random. Leah leaned closer. "You're not just fire," she murmured. "You've been with Gran longer than I've been alive, but you're not just a regular fire, are you?" Ember rose slightly, forming a quick spiral before returning to her usual dance. The flame rippled again, this time with a faint flick of blue at the edge. Leah blinked, taken aback. "That was... Are you answering me?" she asked with a smile. The flame's rhythm changed again, not drastically but enough to catch her attention. It was like watching someone sign in a language she didn't fully know but could almost understand. "You really did talk to her," she whispered, the wonder blooming in her voice. She wasn't imagining it. Her fingers drifted up to the locket resting at her collarbone, afraid of what it might show her. But here, with Ember quietly pulsing before her, something felt different. She stared at the flame, her voice low. "Would it hurt you if I used the locket?" The flame softened, curling inward and turning a mellow orange, the kind of glow that suggested indifference, or maybe trust. It wasn't a no. Leah inhaled slowly, then exhaled just as carefully. She didn't reach into the flame itself, though every instinct told her she could. Instead, she slowly wrapped one hand around the locket and laid the fingers of the other hand gently against the warm iron side of the tinderbox. The space around her shifted into the back room of the tea shop, but it was older, dimmer. The shelves were lined with earthen jars and glass bottles sealed with wax. Twine-bound bundles of herbs hung from low rafters, and the air smelled of sage, vinegar, and thyme. Gran moved between the shelves with a kind of practiced ease that looked almost like memory made solid. At the hearth, Ember burned, not wildly, but stronger than she was now. She flickered beneath an iron kettle with an attentive, breathing sort of motion. Gran reached down and touched her own locket. Ember responded to the gesture by brightening slightly, not enough to flare, but just enough to adjust the heat below the kettle. Gran murmured something too soft for Leah to catch, then dropped in a sprig of fulmora and a small curl of dried peach leaf. The water in the pot shimmered, not boiling, just alive. The steam that rose didn't just carry scent, it carried intent. The magic wasn't in the ingredients alone. Ember was what brought them into balance. Leah felt the warmth of the space, the familiarity of it, and realized that what Gran had left her was more than recipes and dried bundles. She had left her a partner, a keeper of balance. The vision trembled, then shifted. Leah was still in the tea shop, but now smoke rolled thick across the floorboards. It wasn't the quiet smoke of incense or kettle steam. It was black and fast, curling through doorways like it had a mind of its own. Outside, the old town burned. Fire crept across rooftops, peeled paint from shutters, folded wooden beams in on themselves. The sky was wrong, painted in a deep orange that pulsed like a wound. Trees cracked, and the wind carried a shrill sound Leah didn't recognize at first. Then she understood. It wasn't people screaming, it was the land, but the fire didn't feel angry. It felt heavy, grieving, purposeful. In the center of it all, the tea shop stood scorched but upright. Inside, Ember burned, her glow low but unwavering. The windows were shattered, and ash drifted like snow, but the flame held. The smoke curled around her and seemed to dissolve. Sparks rose from the floorboards and vanished before reaching the rafters. There had been something in the town, something wrong that had spread too far. The fire hadn't come to destroy everything. It had come to stop what was festering. The table, the walls, the windows, all of it dissolved in a wash of warmth and scent and golden light. Gran's kitchen came into view, not as Leah had known it in the past few years, but earlier. Decades earlier. Ember burned brightly on the stovetop, not the compact ember in the hearth box, but a dancing, full-bodied flame with shape and movement that lit the room like a companion rather than a tool. Gran bustled nearby, sleeves rolled and hair tied back, muttering to herself as she prepared a brew. "Don't pout," Gran said without looking up. "You'll overheat the kettle again." Ember flared slightly, almost in protest. Gran chuckled. "You're worse than a cat. At least Tomlin only knocks over mugs. You actually try to roast me." She set a copper pot on the stove and gently sprinkled in a mixture of dried herbs. "This one's delicate. It needs balance. No searing this time, you hear? Heat, not fire. Steady." The flame calmed, and Leah watched in awe as the temperature visibly adjusted, Ember's dance settling into a slow, controlled rhythm beneath the pot. Gran didn't just brew tea. She worked in harmony with the flame beside her, crafting something that could never have come from herbs alone. The vision shifted, blurring and reforming. They were at the old shrine now, but it looked newer, untouched by rot or shadow. The stone circle was whole. Gran stood at its edge, younger again, her posture firm, her voice low as she addressed those around her. Ember burned in an iron brazier at the center of the space, not contained, but honored. Her flame licked up the sides of the wide bowl, blue at the tips, gold at the base. Gran stirred a thick, shimmering brew with a long-handled spoon. The mixture glowed violet, like no tea Leah had ever seen. The air around the shrine pulsed with energy, the ground beneath it humming with restrained tension. "You ready?" Gran asked, not to the others, but to Ember. The flame deepened in colour, a swirl of molten hues signalling readiness. The tea was poured, and the root at the shrine's centre twitched violently before pulling away. The earth shook, the seal held. The memory jumped again, faster now, brief glimpses, Gran and Ember laughing in the middle of the night, Ember flaring up to chase off a shadowed figure outside the window. The flicker of firelight on Leah's face as she slept in the back room, Gran whispering, "Be good to her, she needs someone steady." And then the scene fell away again. This time it wasn't the tea shop, or even the valley. It was a long-forgotten place, primitive, ancient, stone walls and dirt floors. A woman sat beside a fire, her hands cupped around a small, bright flame that moved like a living thing. It was Ember. Not in a box, not bound, free. She danced from hand to hand, from fire pit to torch, from home to home, touching lives and retreating again. She left warmth in her wake, sometimes protection, sometimes wrath. Villages rose and fell. She moved on. Then came a new image, Gran again, younger than Leah had ever seen. This was the furthest back she had seen Gran in any of the memories. The tea shop was younger somehow, and she watched as Gran lit the first fire in the hearth and sat back on her heels. "You don't have to stay," she said to the flicker of flame that hovered just beyond the logs. "But you're welcome if you want." The flame paused. "I won't ask for anything," Gran added. "You can just stay here if you want." And Ember settled into the coals. The vision pulled Leah forward again. Gran was older, much older, more like Leah remembered. "When she comes back, she's going to need your help," Gran said with a sigh. The practiced tone of something that shouldn't have to be said but still is, like telling someone to sleep tight or be safe. Ember flared in protest. "Oh, you," Gran said, understanding the old flame. "Don't be stubborn." The room shifted again, returning her to her own place, her own time. The kitchen faded back into view. The locket cooled in her hand. Ember burned softly in her box. Quieter now, resting. Leah pressed her palm against the iron lid. "You stayed," she said, barely above a whisper. "All this time. You could have gone anywhere, but you didn't." The flame curled once, gentle and golden. Leah blinked against the sudden sting in her eyes. She hadn't realized she'd been crying. Unlike all the other things in the tea shop, Ember wasn't a belonging. She didn't belong to Gran or anyone else. She chose to be here with Gran and now with her. From the window, light spilled through as clouds thinned and then thickened again. A distant roll of thunder moved across the hills, low and steady. There would be rain soon. And lightning. Leah opened Gran's journal and found the page she'd marked earlier, the one with the Fulmora recipe. She had everything she needed now. Except for one last thing. If the storm came through the way it should, she'd be able to collect it from the roof in the morning. Chapter 32. The sky still held the orange softness of early morning when Leah stepped out the back door of the tea shop. The storm had passed, but it hadn't gone quietly. Leaves clung wet to the cobbled walk. A shutter hung loose above the storeroom window, swaying gently in the wind that hadn't quite decided to leave. She tilted her head toward the roofline, squinting against the whitening sky. From where she stood, she could already see the glint of Fulmora near the chimney edge. The petals caught the dawn light like dew, silvery and thin, curling just enough to look alive. She didn't wait for tea or a proper breakfast. She slipped her gloves into her apron pocket, tied her herb bag to her belt, and took the ladder that leaned against the back of the shed. It wasn't elegant, but she'd used it before to clear leaves from the gutter, and Gran had never minded the shortcut herself. The climb was slow and careful. The storm had left the tiles slick, and the wind still tugged at her hair. She kept one hand on the edge of the roof as she moved toward the fulmora. There were more than she expected. A soft cluster had snaked down the pot and taken hold in a seam of metal flashing. Another vine had wrapped itself around the base of the lightning rod, like it had been waiting for a signal. Leah knelt carefully and pinched the stems low, collecting the flowers one by one. Each cut released a faint scent, somewhere between rain and wood smoke, the kind of smell that felt older than it should. She placed the blossoms gently into the cloth pouch at her waist, glancing down only when she heard the back gate creak. Finn stood in the yard, squinting into the morning sun. "If you fall, I'm not catching you," he called. "I'm not falling," Leah replied, shifting to balance. "I've been up here before." Finn crossed his arms. "Did you do it after a storm that shook half the town awake?" She glanced at the broken branch still leaning against the side fence and gave a reluctant shrug. "I'm guessing you'd at least try." By the time she reached the ladder again, he had come closer, one hand steadying the side as she climbed down. "You collect enough?" "I think so, more than I expected." They stepped into the kitchen together. Leah set the bag on the counter and began unwrapping the blossoms.
Finn leaned against the doorframe, not quite stepping inside, but not leaving either. "Do you want tea?" she asked. He shook his head. "Just curious. You looked like you were chasing ghosts up there." Leah didn't answer right away.
She reached into the cabinet for the old kettle she now used for special brews, then paused and looked toward the hearth. Ember flickered softly in the iron box beside the stove. The warmth was already spreading into the room, not sharp or intense, just steady. "She's the reason Gran's teas worked so well," Leah said. Finn glanced toward the flame, eyebrows pulling together. "What do you mean?" Leah crossed to the stove, set the kettle down and crouched beside the box for a moment. Ember swayed in her little iron chamber, the flame moving gently like a breath. "Gran used her for all the big brews, the ones that mattered. I didn't understand it until yesterday. I thought Ember was just a bit of hearth fire, something Gran had tucked away, but she's more than that. She was the missing piece." She rose and adjusted the kettle over the flame, not needing to light anything. Ember curled upward to meet the base of the pot, settling into the task without being asked. Her blue-gold flame licked occasionally up the sides. "She's been here all along, helping Gran in ways I never noticed. It wasn't just about the herbs or the proportions. This," she gestured toward the flame, "this was what bound everything together." Finn stepped forward slowly. "You think she's... what? Magic?" "I think she's alive," Leah said. "Maybe not the way we are, but she remembers. She listens. She waited until I was ready, and then she showed me how Gran used her." Finn moved to the table and sat. His eyes drifted toward the flame behind the grate. He watched as Leah measured the dried herbs and fresh fulmora into a small bowl. The light in the room shifted with the rising steam. "Have you ever heard of elementals?" he asked, refusing to take his eyes off the fire. Leah glanced over her shoulder. "Only in the old stories." He nodded slowly. "Me too. Earth spirits, windwalkers, firekin, creatures born before the world itself. I always thought they were exaggerations, fairy tales meant to make natural disasters feel more like people." "You think Ember's one?" After seeing what happened to the old village, there was little doubt in Leah's mind that Ember was more than she appeared to be now. "I don't know. She doesn't act like a fire elemental probably would. If she were, she should be wild, consuming. You wouldn't be able to trap her in a stove, much less talk to her. "We don't actually talk, and she doesn't feel wild," Leah said. "She feels like she's been holding something in for a long time and only just now let herself breathe." "She responds to you," Finn said, his brow furrowed in thought. "Like she recognizes you. She knew Gran. Maybe she sees me as a continuation of that." "If she is an elemental," Finn said, "she's the only one I've ever heard of that didn't burn down everything she touched." "She kind of did," Leah said. "The shop survived because she stayed, but the rest of the town, I think that was her too." Finn inhaled deeply, thinking of the implications. This flame was responsible for destroying an entire village. Then why trust her? Because Gran did, and because she could have burned me when I opened that box. But she didn't. She waited. She let me see. She let me remember. Finn sat back in his chair, unsure what to say. He trusted Leah, and knew there was more to her family than he could ever imagine, but it still felt wrong to blindly trust what he had only ever known as a fairy tale. It just feels bigger than we thought. This wasn't just Old Valley magic. If Ember really is one of them, something elemental, it means the stories were never just stories. "I don't think the valley's ever been just what it seemed," Leah said. She lifted the lid of the kettle and gave it a stir, watching the colour shift from pale gold to a deeper amber. "And neither was Gran." Ember pulsed beneath the grate, not flaring, not hissing, just a small pulse of acknowledgement,
like a nod from across the room. Leah removed the steeping basket and set it gently in the sink. The tea in the kettle would need to cool before she bottled it, but the scent alone told her something had worked. The edges of her doubt were still there, but they didn't press in so close now.
She poured the first measure into a wide-mouthed jar, careful not to spill a drop. "She's only supposed to take a little at a time," Leah said. "It's not meant to bring her back to life, just to keep her awake for a little longer." Finn moved to her side, watching as she sealed the jar. "I was able to make more than the original recipe called for. Hopefully it will last a while until we can brew more," Leah said, a hint of self-satisfaction creeping into her voice. This was the first time she made a brew she had no doubt would work as intended. "Jake said she should be awake a little later today, if she still stays on schedule." "We should go drop this off so it's there waiting for her," Leah said, wrapping the jar in a white towel and gently placing it in her satchel. By the time Leah turned back to the stove, Ember had disappeared into her box once again. Chapter 33. Regret has long roots. You can pull and pull, but there's always a part still buried, waiting for the right season, or the wrong one, to grow back through the cracks. The air carried a strange weight as Leah and Finn made their way through the winding streets toward Jake Sumner's house.
It wasn't just the thick morning humidity clinging to the cobblestones. It was the sense that something in the valley had shifted. The flower beds in front of the bakery were wilted, despite yesterday's rain. Ivy had started creeping up the corner of the shoemaker's wall, though no one remembered planting it.
Even the bird song was wrong, shorter, less confident. Finn noticed it too, but didn't say anything until they crossed the square. "It's spreading, isn't it?" he said quietly. Leah only nodded. She adjusted the satchel on her shoulder, the jar wrapped in white cloth nestled safely inside. "And Mara and Sam are also trying to stop it." Leah sighed. "I wish they could. I really have no idea how to stop." She glanced around at the subtle but unmistakable changes in the town. Any of this. Gran did something to stop it years ago, but there's no record of what she actually did. Mr. Tomlin knows, but I can't get an answer before he goes all cat mode again. Jake's home stood on a small rise, tucked beneath 2 sycamore trees. One of the shutters hung loose, and the usual basket of herbs that hung on the door had dried to a crisp. Leah knocked once. The door opened almost immediately. Jake looked tired. "She's stirred a few times," he said, stepping back to let them in. "Still mostly asleep, but she mumbled something earlier.
I think she knows you're coming."
That was surprising. Leah had never met the woman before. Inside, the house smelled of cedar, wool, and something faintly metallic, like dried herbs that had lost their potency. Esther lay beneath a worn quilt, her chest rising in shallow rhythms. Her eyes fluttered, but she didn't wake. She was no more than a stick silhouette beneath the blankets. "I brought the tea," Leah said, unwrapping the jar and looking around for a safe place to set it. Jake stepped aside, nodding his thanks. Leah kept her voice soft as she explained how much to give her. "Just a small amount at first, a few tablespoons, no more than a quarter cup until you see how she reacts. Let her body catch up to the idea of being awake." As she spoke, Esther's eyes cracked open. "Abigail?" she whispered. Her voice was thin, brittle. Leah froze. "No, Esther, it's Leah, Abby's granddaughter," Jake said gently. "She brought you Abby's special tea." Esther blinked slowly at the ceiling. "Sounds like Abigail. Same tea, same voice." Jake gently propped her up while Leah helped guide a small spoonful of the tea to her lips. Esther swallowed, and her breathing deepened. She seemed clearer, but still halfway in another time. The change was subtle but present. "Did it work? Did we stop it?" she murmured. Her gaze didn't quite settle. Leah glanced at Finn, unsure what the old woman was talking about. Jake slowly shook his head. He knew better than anyone how fractured her memories were. "The ceiling," Esther breathed. "We tried. We did. The tea was poured, I think, but the roots kept moving. Wouldn't stop. Someone stepped forward. He said he could hold them back. I can still hear him." Her fingers twitched beneath the blanket, the first real movement she'd made since sipping the tea. Tears welled in her eyes, refusing to fall. Then he was just gone. Vines stopped after that, pulled away like they'd been fed. Abby was crying. She held something. I think it was red or orange or maybe white. Soft. I thought it was a kitten. But she looked at it like it was someone, not something. Leah's breath caught. She didn't need to guess what that meant. Mr. Tomlin had said Gran brought him home one night. Was that the same night? "I was supposed to run back," Esther said, her voice cracking. "To get something, herbs, maybe gold leaf. I don't remember now." She paused, gathering herself. "Didn't go right away. I waited. I was afraid. And when I got back..." Her voice wavered. "It was too late. The roots were gone. But one of them grabbed my foot. I felt it. It didn't hurt then. Not really. But I haven't been right since. Not for years." Jake and Finn exchanged a glance. Clearly this was the first time she'd ever spoken about it. It wasn't just her mind that had been slow to wake. It was memory. Guilt. The kind that waits for years. "I never told Abby. She wouldn't have blamed me. But I didn't want her to know. I didn't want to admit I ran late. I didn't want her to know someone else paid for my fear." Leah reached for Esther's hand, but the older woman didn't react. Her gaze drifted to the jar. She knew what was keeping her lucid, even if only for a moment. "Not yet," she whispered to herself, the meaning unclear. Leah nodded, even if she didn't understand. "She died alone, didn't she?" Esther asked. Leah's throat tightened. "Yes." Esther closed her eyes again. "I should have run faster." Outside the wind shifted. The scent of wild mint drifted through the open window as sheer white curtains swayed into the room. Leah stood in silence. The weight of Esther's confession hung in the air. She looked around the room. The walls were lined with faded photos and dust. A quiet life, mostly spent in the background. Guilt, once buried, had been given voice, not to seek forgiveness, but simply to be known. She rewrapped the jar and handed it to Jake. "There should be enough here for a while. Don't give her too much at once. Let her adjust. I'll make more when I can, but it's not a cure. It'll only help her mind stay clear a little longer." As she and Finn stepped outside, the world felt changed, not healed.
but opened, just enough to let the truth in.
They walked the winding path home in silence. The air still smelled of damp stone and early flowers, but the heaviness had eased. The path didn't feel like retreat. It felt like return. People were beginning to emerge from homes and shops, going about their day. Whether it was pride or fear,
they still acted as if nothing was changing, despite every sign that it was. When they reached the tea shop, the first thing Leah noticed was the quiet shimmer on the step. 2 bottles of milk. They sat neatly, side by side, the glass beaded with condensation.
They hadn't been there long. Eliza had already flipped the sign to open, so it must have been in the last few minutes. Leah bent to pick them up, her fingers brushing the cold rims. "Mr. Pritchard," she said softly. She didn't need a note. It had worked.
Chapter 34. The storm had passed 2 nights ago, but the wind still carried an unsettled hush. Mara walked alongside Sam on the edge of the orchard, each step crunching over damp leaves and fallen twigs. She was tired of quiet. Not the good kind, the reflective sort you could steep tea in, but the brittle, stretched kind.
The kind that pressed down on the chest like a stone and didn't budge. They crested a small rise and both stopped short. Below them, what had been a healthy grove of sycamores had blackened overnight, bark peeled from trunks like curling paper. The leaves had turned to ash without falling. In the centre of the grove, a watering hole shimmered with a thin, oily sheen. Around its edge were 5 or 6 small animals, rabbits, a fox, something unrecognizable, all lying still. "Gods," Sam muttered. Mara exhaled slowly. "That wasn't there yesterday." "No," Sam said, his voice tight. "It wasn't." They walked on. The sight burned into both their minds. After several minutes of silence, Mara spoke first. "I still think she should have told us more." Her voice was sharper than she intended. Sam didn't answer right away. He moved slower than usual, boots sinking slightly into the softened path. He twisted a piece of straw absently between his fingers. "Abby told people what they were ready to hear," he said finally. "We were ready," Mara snapped. "Were we?" Sam looked at her. "Because I remember you didn't believe in the Shadowthorn until the day the orchard split open." Mara stopped walking. "That's not fair. I was trying to keep people calm." "And she was trying to keep them safe," Sam said, "by giving us just enough to act, not enough to break." Mara's brow furrowed. "You're not mad at her. You're mad at yourself." Sam's jaw clenched. He looked away. "You hadn't spoken to her in years," Mara pressed gently. "Closer to 8. I kept telling myself I'd stop by. Never did. I should have stayed in better contact." "You did what you could." "It wasn't enough," Sam said. "My whole life I've known plants and animals, the land. But now that it's unraveling, I don't have anything to offer. Even her granddaughter knows more about what's happening than I do, and she's pretty sure she doesn't know anything." Mara placed a hand on his arm. "You saw what no one else did, and Abby knew exactly what she was doing. She was secretive because it was her nature, not because she didn't trust us. She carried too much, but she carried it to keep others from being crushed." Sam let the straw fall from his hand. "Maybe she didn't write it all down." "No," Mara said, shaking her head. "She did. Abby wrote everything down. She didn't always label it well, but she never left a thread dangling. There's something missing." Sam frowned and looked toward the ridge. A curious smile washed over his face. "Do you remember when she had me build that little wooden box? She gave me the measurements, exact to the 1/4 inch. Wouldn't say what it was for. Just said it needed to be tight-fitting." Mara's brow furrowed as something stirred in the back of her mind. "Wait. She sent me out looking for a piece of heartwood that matched the floor in the shop. Said it needed to match exactly. Grain, stain, the works. I thought she was patching a floorboard." Sam blinked. "You don't think—" "She made us build her a book stash," Mara said, "and we didn't even know it." Sam nodded slowly as the realization sank in. She wanted to make sure no one else could find it, not unless they knew what to look for. "Leah will see it," Mara said. "She knows that floor better than anyone. If one board doesn't look quite right..." They stood together in silence for another few moments. The wind shifted, brushing against their sleeves. A crow called once from the orchard behind them. A low growl carried faintly from the brush line, and both of them froze. "Let's head back," Mara said, eyes scanning the trees. "We've got a better chance of saving the valley if Leah has everything Abby left behind." They turned together, neither speaking as they walked toward town, but both carrying the same thought in the back of their minds.
Abby hadn't prepared for one generation. She'd been preparing for the last one who could still stop it.
Chapter 35. Leah didn't sleep well. The image of Esther in that bed, thin and worn and clutching things she didn't want to say, kept her awake long past the hour she'd blown out the last candle. Even the tea shop felt restless. Ember flickered low in the hearth, steady but subdued, like she too was waiting for something. By morning, Leah still hadn't brewed anything for herself, but she had set out 4 blends for Eliza to offer up front. One to soothe, one to settle, one to brighten, and one to help the body feel stronger than it was. They were teas Leah had mixed the night before after returning from the Sumner house. Small acts, but necessary. The addition of Ember to the process was evident from the first brew. From the back room, she could hear Eliza's voice, gentle, guiding, offering samples and matching names to ailments like she'd done for Abby years before. It steadied Leah just enough to keep going. A knock came at the back door. Leah wiped her hands on her apron and opened it. Mara and Sam stood there, looking like they hadn't slept either. "We think she hit something," Mara said. "Something important." Leah stepped aside, gesturing them in. Ember pulsed slightly as they entered. Mara looked around, eyes scanning the space. "She had me build a wooden box once, custom fit, exact dimensions. Never said why, just told me it needed to hold steady, that it had to last. She sent me looking for heartwood that matched the shop floor exactly," Mara added. "I thought it was for a patch, but now I think she had something else in mind." Leah looked between them. "You think she made you help build a hiding place?" Sam gave a small nod. "It would make sense." They moved together into the back room. It was cramped, crowded with old crates, shelves of extra tins, and the battered trash bin tucked in the corner. Leah looked down, scanning the floor for any sign that something didn't belong. One board peeking out from under the bin was off in colour, just slightly. Not in a way that would stand out. It looked stained, like 100 other spots in an old shop. She frowned. "Something different?" Mara asked. "Looks like it," Sam said. "Exactly where I would have braced a box." Leah hesitated. "It's too obvious. No one would ever think to check under the trash." They moved the bin aside. Leah knelt and ran her fingers over the edge of the board. There, just along one side, was a seam barely visible. She fetched the butter knife from the drawer and eased it into the crack. With a quiet groan, the board lifted, cascading dirt below. Beneath it was a narrow cavity, lined with oilcloth. A wooden box rested inside, snug and undisturbed. Leah didn't speak. She lifted it with both hands, holding it as if it might vanish if she breathed too hard. Ember flared slightly behind them. She carried the box to the table, careful and deliberate. She set it down, letting her fingers linger on the lid for a breath before opening it. Inside were 2 journals, worn but beautifully kept. The scent of lavender and bergamot rose as she lifted the lid. "They still smell like her," came a voice from the shelf. Mr. Tomlin stretched lazily, then resumed watching from his perch. Leah smiled faintly. "Yeah, they do." She opened the top journal slowly. On the first page, Gran's handwriting was unmistakable. "If you're reading this, I couldn't stop it, but you still might." The second page detailed the weakening of the seal and a rare alignment, ley lines and planetary paths converging beneath the shrine. A date, soon, within days. Leah had never studied celestial magic, but she instinctively recognized it as important. She read what she could aloud for Sam and Mara to hear, even though they were already looking over her shoulder. It looks like this next convergence thing will be coming soon, in the next 3 days. The ley lines under Edelbrook will cross paths with the planetary arc of influence. The energy at the shrine will spike. I don't understand most of this. Sam stepped closer to see the diagrams. It's celestial geomancy, old stuff. The valley sits at the intersection of 3 ley lines, underground rivers of magic. Most of the time they just hum in the background, but when the planets align the right way, like what's happening now, those lines light up. The energy amplifies everything it touches. Mara nodded. It's how the original seal held. They did the ritual during one of those convergences. Gran must have tracked it for years. But if we miss this one... The next chance to seal it won't be for years, Sam finished. Leah grabbed the corner of a piece of yellowed parchment poking out from the back of the journal. It wasn't Gran's handwriting, but she instantly knew what it was. The recipe to brew the tea that could seal the shrine again. Silverleaf root, freshly dug thorned ivy, from Eastglade only. Star petal blossoms, bloomed at twilight crushed moon fennel seeds. 1 drop of anchoring essence notes scrawled in the margins, mentioned energy levels, binding phrases, and the sequence for pouring the tea. Leah read through them, her breath growing steady. It seemed simple enough. Just pour the brew on the closest exposed root at the shrine. If it was that simple, why did Gran die? She knew it wouldn't hold forever, Leah murmured. She planned for you to finish it if it didn't work, said Mara. Sam crossed his arms, reading over her shoulder. That convergence. If it passes, the chance is gone along with the whole valley. I don't recognize some of these plants, but we can find them, right? Leah asked. Her voice was quiet and uncertain. The enormity of the undertaking was beginning to settle. Ember gave a soft puff of flame from the hearth, like a nod. Time was short, but not gone. Chapter 36. Most storms don't end when the rain stops. Some take their time soaking into the soil, curling around the roots, waiting. The ones worth worrying about are the ones that come back up through the ground. The lamp on the back table hissed softly, casting golden light across the old wood. Leah stood behind the counter, Gran's journal open in front of her. A pot of ember-brewed tea sat untouched, steam curling like a question toward the ceiling. Mara leaned forward, her elbows on the table, reading the same paragraph for the 3rd time. Sam sat back in his chair, arms folded, brow tight. Finn leaned in the doorway with his arms crossed, eyes bouncing between the 3 of them. Leah tapped the page and bit her bottom lip before speaking. This is all we have. If I'm reading this right, then the old shrine won't hold beyond the Convergence. It looks like Gran tracked it for years. And if she was right, there are only 2 days left until it's at its weakest. Sam grunted. If that. We saw a grove dead overnight. The land's cracking faster than it should. Leah nodded, unsure why. She had no more insight into what was happening than any of them. She just happened to be the one with the journal. I guess we need to gather everything on this list. We'll have to brew at the shrine. Gran said here it's only potent for a few moments after we mix it. Her voice wavered with uncertainty. I doubt she would be wrong about something like that, Mara added. Leah flipped to the parchment tucked in the back of the journal and looked at the recipe again. She knew they had 1 or 2 items at best in the tea house. The rest would have to be gathered. She was a trained herbalist, but even some of these names were unfamiliar. Silverleaf root, freshly dug, thorned ivy, from Eastglade only. Star petal blossoms, bloomed at twilight, crushed moon fennel seeds. 1 drop of anchoring essence. Fulmora, in strong quantity. Silverleaf's mine, Sam said, already reaching for his bag. I know 1 cliffside patch that might still have some. No promises, but it'll be a solid day there and back. I'll check the East Glade, Mara said. The ivy was there last spring. If it hasn't turned, I can cut enough. and I'll keep watch for Star Petal while I'm out." Leah was relieved they took initiative. She had no idea where to find those plants. "I've got the full Mora," she said. "I may have just enough for 1 brew. Maybe 2 if I stretch it. If we get lucky, it might storm before then." They all paused at the last item. "Anchoring Essence," Finn read aloud. "Anyone know what that is?" Sam shook his head. "It's not a plant name I've ever heard. Might be something Gran made." Leah stared at the journal, clueless. Her fingers traced the ink without thinking. Esther said something when she was half awake, about vervain and gold leaf. That's what she went to get. Do you think... Mara straightened. Gran may have called it something else, but if Esther was there that night, she might remember the real name. Sam nodded slowly. "If she's awake again, we should ask her, but let's try to find everything else first." Leah closed the book. "All right, I guess we should get going then." The back door creaked as Sam and Mara stepped into the fading light. Leah stood at the counter watching them go, heart tight in her chest. When the door shut behind them, the shop was too quiet. Finn stepped closer. "You all right?" Leah shrugged. "Do I have a choice?" She took a deep breath, trying to center herself. "I finally have Gran's journal, and it says there are only a few days until an unspeakable evil is released on the valley. Why would she hide that?" Her voice was louder than she intended. "I don't know any more than any of you, but I'm the one with the journal, so now I'm in charge. I'm not ready for any of this." Finn leaned on the edge of the table. "You don't need to be ready. You just need to keep going. That's what she did." Leah looked at him. "I'm scared. Not just of failing, of not knowing what to do even if I don't fail. She trained you, even if she didn't say so. She left all this for you. She knew you could pick up where she left off." "Then why did she make it so hard? Why couldn't she just say, 'Here, do this and everything will be all right'?" "I don't think she planned on dying." Leah gave a faint smile and nodded. There was no changing the situation, and she would never get the answers she wanted. "Help me prep the tools, and check the cellar. I want everything ready in case we have to brew fast. We'll need a tripod, the old pot, and some way to carry Ember to the shrine." She hadn't thought of it until now, but Ember would have to stay dry. She was the one ingredient that would ensure the others worked in harmony. The wind outside shifted. Leah walked to the front of the shop to flip the sign to closed. Before her hand reached the window, a scream echoed down the street. She froze. From around the corner, a pack of wild animals tore through the market square. They moved almost too quickly to see, but she recognized the shapes. Coyotes, maybe foxes. Not natural, not even hungry, just vicious. Foaming, eyes wild, they snapped at anyone too slow to move. People scattered, overturning carts and crates. A child fell, but someone grabbed them and ran. Then, just as quickly, the animals vanished back into the trees. Leah's breath caught. Finn joined her at the door, looking out as the street fell silent. "It's reached town," she whispered, afraid that saying it out loud would make it more real. They stepped outside. One woman clutched her child. A man with a torn sleeve shouted something about the woods. Another stood still, whispering, "They weren't hunting, just watching." Leah looked down. The cobblestones where the animals had passed were scorched, small black claw marks seared into the rock. She turned the lock behind her as they stepped back inside. The tea shop was quiet again, but nothing felt still. Leah turned in time to see Mr. Tomlin leap onto the windowsill. His tail was bushy, fur raised along his spine. He stared across the street, motionless. Then slowly his fur settled. His tail dropped to the floor. "They were watching," he said before jumping down and vanishing into the back. Chapter 37. The hike had been longer than Sam remembered. He knew the distance was the same, but he wasn't. An inevitable reminder that he was aging,
and this trek was a sharp reminder of his limits. The path up the ridge had narrowed from lack of use, and the rains last week had washed part of it out near the bend. Sam didn't mind. He'd always preferred being where others didn't go. There was less talking, less pretending. The silverleaf patch sat just past a crooked stump, tucked against the edge of a shallow cliff. He crouched beside it, brushing back the pine needles and brittle leaves that had collected at its base. The plant didn't look good. The colour was still there, faintly silver, but the edges had curled inward like it was bracing for something. He ran his fingers along the stem and felt for softness. Still good, if barely. He started to dig with the small blade he kept on his belt. It was inches longer when he first had it made by a local smith, but years of use had worn it to the current size and shape that suited his needs. The soil was damp, packed tight. He'd only loosened the first root when something shifted behind him. The sound was too soft to be footsteps, but it was movement, intentional. He didn't turn right away. He didn't need to. The feeling crept up his back the same way a sudden cold wind does, sharp and knowing. Slowly, he looked over his shoulder. A deer stood maybe 30 feet back, full-grown, still, watching. At a distance it might have looked normal, if not for the eyes. They were black, like glass left in a fire. Its coat was matted with something dark around the mouth and chest. Blood? Sam couldn't tell. He could barely think past the pounding in his ears. Wary to take his eyes off the beast, he went back to digging. The deer didn't move, but the angle of its head shifted. Its gaze didn't wander. It was fixed on him, and the patch of earth he was disturbing. Sam worked faster, pulled one root, then a second. Not perfect, but usable. The third snapped low, and he cursed under his breath. The silence was broken. The deer took one slow step forward. He didn't wait to pack the rest. He was sure he was wearing out his welcome. He slid the roots into a cloth pouch and tied it off, stood without straightening fully, and moved sideways along the slope, careful to stay clear of the cliff's edge. If it charged, there'd be nowhere to go but over. The deer watched him the entire time. It didn't make a sound. When Sam finally stepped back into the tree line, he turned once. The deer was gone. He stood there a moment longer, adjusting the strap on his pack and listening to the wind. Nothing followed. Nothing called. But something in the air felt thinner. He didn't speak the entire way home. There wasn't anyone to hear it anyway, and he wasn't in the mood to explain what it was like to be stared down by something that shouldn't have looked human, but did. The glade didn't look the same. Last year it had been bright, a patchwork of ferns and low wild flowers with a ring of old trees standing watch like tired elders. Now it was darker, heavier. The ivy had overgrown its usual borders, as it was prone to do, and wrapped itself around the low stones and tree trunks with too much eagerness. Something about it felt greedy. Mara stood at the edge, hand resting on the old leather satchel slung across her shoulder. She had brought gloves, not the thin ones she used in the garden, but the heavier hide pair she saved for bramble work. Still she hesitated. Abigail had brought her here once, just once. They were both younger then, and the ivy hadn't yet gotten a taste for blood. She stepped in slowly, boots sinking slightly into the mossy floor. The loam was softer than it should have been for this time of year. The vines brushed against her shins like they recognized her, or even remembered her. Finding the right strain took time. Most of the ivy now looked bloated, too thick. The colour was off, but near the back, half in shadow, she found a patch that looked untouched. She knelt beside it, reaching for her shears. The first cut snapped like a dry twig. She moved to the next vine and tugged it free with a firm pull. That's when the third one bit her, not literally. It was more of a lash, sharp, sudden, across the back of her wrist. Her glove didn't hold. She hissed and pulled back, blood welling up through the tear in the leather. She stared at it for a long moment. Years ago, the plants wouldn't have dared. She used to whisper and they would listen. Now she wasn't sure if they even noticed. Her magic was fading, and she knew it.
"Fine," she muttered, switching hands. "You want it to hurt her." But this time it seemed intentional. She gathered what she needed, just enough, and stuffed the bundle into the bag, tying it shut with one hand. By the time she made it back to the edge of the glade, her legs ached and her glove was sticky with blood. She didn't stop to bandage it until she was out of sight of the ivy. Mara sat on a fallen log, pulled off the glove, and winced. The cut was deeper than she'd thought. "Of course it is," she muttered. She wrapped it with a strip of linen from her satchel and stared back toward the glade. "What is going on?" she asked no one. She didn't wait for an answer. She just stood, wiped her hands, and headed back the way she came. Leah sat on the edge of the tea shop roof, legs dangling over the gutter, her fingers curled tightly around the edge of the tiles. The sun had already slipped past the hills, but twilight lingered, thick and quiet, like it was unsure of itself. She watched the far treetops sway in the fading light, her eyes scanning the rooftop planter she'd repurposed to grow herbs. Only 2 of the star petal buds had opened so far. The blossoms looked fragile, pale and delicate, like moonlight folded into petals. She leaned forward, careful not to disturb them. They weren't ready. Or maybe they were and just unwilling. She wasn't sure anymore if it made a difference. Mr. Tomlin sat beside her on the shingles, tail flicking slowly. He hadn't said a word since he arrived, which wasn't like him. That made her more nervous than she wanted to admit. She adjusted the satchel in her lap and took out Gran's journal. The parchment crinkled as she opened it to the recipe page. She reached up, hand brushing the locket at her throat, but didn't press it. Not yet. The last time she touched the journal and the locket together, it had dragged her into a vision so vivid it left her nauseous and cold. Her heart raced even thinking about it now. She knew she needed to do it again. There were still pieces missing. Gran hadn't written everything down, but she didn't have to if Leah used the locket. Something inside her held back. What if she saw more than she could handle? What if the next vision wasn't about the plants or the tea at all, but about what came after? Or worse, about Gran herself? "No," she whispered, fingers tightening around the edge of the book. Mr. Tomlin didn't respond. He just watched the horizon. The wind shifted. A cool gust rolled over the roof, and the 3rd star petal bloomed, slowly unfolding its colourless petals to the sky. Leah reached forward and gently clipped each one, placing them inside a small linen wrap she had folded in her pocket. She tucked them into the satchel, then looked down at the journal again. The locket was warm against her skin. "Tomorrow," she said quietly. She knew the answers she needed were probably in the locket, but she was afraid of what else she would find. She rose carefully, brushing dust from her knees. Mr. Tomlin hopped down ahead of her, pausing at the edge of the ladder. The light was gone now. Twilight had passed, and full dark had taken its place. Leah looked once more toward the hills, then followed him down. Chapter 38. Leah was sorting bundles of dried herbs when she heard the shop door open. The light from the hallway caught Sam first. He looked more tired than before, though it wasn't surprising after travelling all day by foot. Mud clung to the cuffs of his pants, and one of his sleeves was torn at the shoulder. Mara followed, her satchel slung over one shoulder and her other arm tucked close to her side. She moved with care, trying not to jostle her wrist. "You're back late," Leah said, moving toward them. She was glad they were there at all, no matter how long she had to wait. Mara gave a quick nod, too weary to offer much else. Sam didn't say anything, just dropped his gear near the back counter and leaned against the doorframe. Leah could see the blood before Mara pulled off her glove. "It's not deep," Mara said, recognizing the alarm behind Leah's eyes, but her voice lacked conviction. Leah winced at the sight of it, an angry gash along the wrist, wrapped hastily in cloth that had already gone dark. "Sit down," Leah said, guiding her to the nearest stool before running a clean towel under the cold water. Finn came in from the storage room, wiping his hands on a rag. "Silverleaf?" he asked Sam. Sam nodded. 3 roots, that's all there was. He didn't elaborate. Leah returned with a small tin and unwrapped Mara's wrist carefully. The wound wasn't wide, but it was deep enough to sting. Mara didn't flinch. Her skin was clammy beneath the blood. Leah was sure Mara had patched herself up from worse wounds, but she felt responsible for what happened. Leah cleaned the cut and applied a layer of balm before wrapping it again, tighter and cleaner than before. "Not the prettiest, but it will work," she said, forcing a chuckle. Mara gave a tired smile. "I wasn't planning to juggle." Finn pulled the table closer and set out their supplies. "So what do we have?" Leah unfolded the recipe page and began laying out what had been gathered. The silverleaf root from Sam was still damp, carefully wrapped in moss. Thorned ivy, jagged and slightly bruised, had been tied with red twine. Mara had managed to preserve its freshness. The star-petal blossoms were nestled in a folded cloth inside Leah's satchel. She unwrapped them like they were glass. The moon fennel seeds had been surprisingly easy to find. She'd discovered them in a forgotten jar deep in Gran's cabinet. Everything except one. "Anchoring essence," Leah said quietly. "Still missing." Mara looked over. "I've never heard of it. Not by that name." Finn ran his fingers through his tousled hair. "I couldn't find anything about it in the library." Sam didn't speak. He leaned forward, brushing dirt from his sleeves, but his eyes were on the far wall. Finn leaned over her shoulder. "It might not be an actual plant, at least not in its literal name. That paper is older than the journal, so it may just have a different name now." Leah tapped her fingers on the page. "Esther mentioned vervain and goldleaf when we saw her. It was the last thing she said before falling back asleep. She said Gran sent her to get them." Sam rubbed the back of his neck. "Goldleaf? That's not something you usually slip into a drink." "No," Leah said, "but it is something you'd use in a ritual. Maybe the essence isn't an ingredient, it's something else entirely, something we have to do. Or maybe make." Mara sat back, her gaze heavy. "If Esther knew what it was, we should have asked her days ago." "We didn't know about any of this when we brought her the tea," Leah added. "She was barely awake," Finn said. "I was surprised she mentioned she was there when Gran last sealed the shrine." Leah hesitated, then turned her eyes back to the journal. The recipe wasn't written in Gran's looping script, and the ink had faded in places. It was definitely from before Gran wrote her own journal. She reached up and rested her fingers on the locket at her throat. "We're missing something," she said, more to herself than the others. "Maybe she left it behind another way." She wrapped her hand around the locket and grabbed the corner of the page. The shift was instant. The room fell away. She wasn't in the tea shop anymore. She was moving through time, through memory, swept along by something deeper than sight or sound. Faces passed in flashes, dozens, then hundreds. Women and men with eyes like hers, children holding hands in circles, flames lit in sacred spaces, teacups, root bundles, stones etched with runes, every generation marked by the same ritual, altered only by what they had to give. She stood in a clearing lit by starlight. The trees surrounding it were the same as the ones near the shrine, only younger, healthier. The wind didn't blow. It held its breath. Figures stood in a ring, hoods drawn, their hands outstretched. Someone chanted, soft, rhythmic, layered with voices. Leah's perspective shifted, and she realized she was inside one of them. Her hands were older, rougher, holding a cup filled with something thick and silver. A young man stepped into the center. His face was solemn but scared. She knew him without knowing how. "Gerald," someone whispered behind her. He nodded once, stepped forward, and knelt beside a great root, black-veined and pulsing, his palm pressed to it. The root shuddered. The light from the cup flared. A pulse of heat and something brighter than fire spread outward. The chanting stopped. He didn't rise. The memory shifted again. Another ritual, another face, another cup, generations like pages turning. Each time, the brewed tea was poured onto an exposed root, but the results weren't always the same. Sometimes the tea was enough. Sometimes the root needed more. The vision slammed shut like a lid snapping closed. Leah gasped. She was sitting in her chair, one hand clenched around the locket, the other resting on the edge of the journal. The others were watching her. "What did you see?" Mara asked. Leah shook her head slowly. "Something old, the same ritual, or a version of it. A man named Gerald was there. He gave something important, and the ritual worked because of it." Finn leaned forward. "What did he give?" Leah's eyes fell to the list again. "I think he gave himself." No one spoke after that. The wind outside pressed harder against the windows. They walked through the quiet streets just after dawn. The sky was the colour of white-hot iron, clouds layered like gauze across the hills. When they reached Esther's cottage, Leah hesitated at the gate. The curtains were drawn. No smoke came from the chimney. They knocked once, but no one answered. "Jake said they don't lock the door," Finn offered. "She wouldn't mind." Leah pushed the door open slowly. The inside was still. A teacup sat beside the bed, empty but sticky with residue. The blanket that once covered Esther was folded at the foot of the mattress. Her robe hung on the back of the chair. The bed was empty. Mara stepped inside, her face unreadable. Finn didn't say anything, just moved quietly toward the kitchen, as if expecting to see her there. Leah stood by the door, eyes fixed on the space where Esther should have been. "She's gone," she said, voice flat. Whatever answers Esther might have held had died with her. Chapter 39. Loss doesn't always arrive loudly. Sometimes it's just an empty chair, a folded blanket, a room that still smells like someone you'll never speak to again. Grief is quiet that way, until it isn't. Leah stepped out the back door of the cottage, expecting silence. The house had been still when they entered, a little too still, and no one had spoken as they checked the front room. It was Finn who'd spotted the footprints, damp ones, tracking from the back door to the hall. Now, on the other side of the garden hedge, she heard laughter. She moved carefully around the corner, the others a step behind her. The late morning sun spilled across the grass, and there, beneath a cluster of yellowing maples, was Esther. She wasn't in bed. She wasn't fading. She was barefoot, laughing as one of her grandsons chased another through the leaves. Her robe hung open over a pale green dress, and her silver hair had been pulled back with a ribbon. She looked years younger, or maybe just awake for the first time in a very long time. Leah stopped. Esther turned, saw her and smiled. Leah walked closer, still in disbelief. "How much?" she asked, even though she already knew the answer. "All of it," Esther said, her smile soft and unbothered. Leah blinked, trying to quell the tears building in the corner of her eyes. "Why?" Esther reached down and plucked a leaf from the back of her dress. "I was tired of waking up just to say goodbye again." There was no regret in her voice. "I'd rather have one full day than a dozen broken ones. I know what it means." She slowly shook her head. "I won't be waking up tomorrow." Leah felt something sharp twist in her chest. She looked down at her hands. "I made that tea." "I know, just as well as Gran ever did," Esther said. "And it's the kindest thing anyone's done for me in years." They didn't speak again until the children had gone back inside, drawn by the promise of sweetbread or stories. Esther led them into the kitchen, where everything had been cleaned and laid out like she was expecting them. "I knew you'd come," she said, "or someone would." She slowly sat and tilted her head, appraising Leah. "You look so much like her." Leah hesitated before setting down her bag. She glanced toward Finn and Mara, then back to Esther. "I know this may be asking a lot, but you mentioned something the other day when we came to visit." Esther waited patiently. "We have a list of ingredients from Gran's journal, to do a sealing like you and her did back then." Leah wasn't sure if she was moving too fast.
But there's something we're still missing. Gran's journal mentioned an anchoring essence. We've gathered everything else, but we don't know what it means." Esther studied her quietly for a moment, then gestured to the table. "Let me see, child." Leah pulled out the recipe and laid it flat. Esther scanned the page, her fingers brushing the old ink. "No, you wouldn't know this," she said softly. "Gran never found a proper answer, not one she could trust." She moved to the cupboard, removed a stack of jarred preserves, and pulled down 2 small dust-covered jars from the back. They looked like they hadn't been touched in years. Each had a simple white label scrawled in black ink, vervain and gold leaf. She set them gently on the table. "She asked me to find these," Esther said they might serve as a stand-in, a kind of substitute, if the real ingredient couldn't be obtained. Something symbolic. She didn't tell me much more than that. Leah's voice stayed quiet. "Did it work?" Esther shook her head, a twinge of regret creeping up from behind her eyes. "I never got the chance to find out. By the time I got back, it was over. The tea had been poured. The root was pulling back. It was quiet." She sat slowly, resting her hands in her lap. "I didn't ask what happened. I didn't want to know. But I should have been there. I should have come faster. I waited too long, and then I stayed away because I was ashamed." Leah frowned. "Ashamed?" "The root. It brushed my ankle that night. I felt it, but I didn't tell anyone. Not then, not later. The sickness started a few months afterward. I convinced myself it was age. I think I knew better." The kitchen settled into silence. The light through the window caught the dust in the air, spinning it like threads of gold. "You didn't cause any of this," Leah said. "You tried." "I hesitated," Esther replied. "I was scared, and someone else paid for it." Leah wanted to ask for more detail, but it was clear Esther was uncomfortable with discussing that night. "You don't have to," Leah said quickly. "You've already—" Esther shook her head. "I've had one last day. It's more than I expected." She pushed the jars across the table. "I don't know if they'll help, but they're yours." They left the house a short time later. Mr. Tomlin watched from the porch railing, silent and still. Leah hadn't even realized he'd followed them over. Did he come here often? When Leah looked back one last time, she saw Esther standing at the edge of her garden, the wind lifting her white hair. She waved and then turned back to the house. Leah didn't wave back. She couldn't lift her hand. They had everything they needed. But it didn't feel like enough. Chapter 40. By the time they returned to the tea shop, the air had shifted. It wasn't just warmer, it felt wrong, like something stale had settled low in the valley. The streets were quiet, the kind of quiet that made people glance up without knowing why. Leah locked the door behind them and set the basket of ingredients on the prep table. No one spoke for a while. They moved in silence, gathering what they needed. The ancient kettle, the tripod, the worn canvas bags. Sam checked the straps on the water satchel, while Finn reinforced the wooden case they'd rigged for Ember. He doubted anything could extinguish a living flame, but he didn't want to find out the hard way. Mara packed gauze, clean towels, and the salve tin, just in case. Leah lined up the ingredients on the counter and went over the recipe again. Her hands moved on their own, separating, wrapping, measuring by touch. She didn't trust herself to speak. When she finally did, her voice was soft but steady. "I guess that's it. Gran said we have to brew it on site. It won't hold otherwise. Once it's steeped, we pour it directly on an exposed root. No time to waste." Mara nodded, a soft sigh her only reply. They left just before twilight, loading the supplies into Finn's cart. It wasn't a long trip, but the road had been unreliable lately. Trees had grown crooked across bends that were straight just days before. The shrine sat past the orchard, beyond a narrow footpath that twisted around the outer edge of the valley. It had once been a gathering place,
long before most folks remembered. Now, only the oldest stones remained, tucked behind a patch of tall wild grass that had turned pale at the edges. Mr. Tomlin jumped up into the cart before they left, curling beside the iron box that held Ember. No one stopped him. He didn't speak, but his golden eyes flicked toward the trail ahead as if he already knew the way. The journey was quiet. As they moved, the signs of decay became harder to ignore. A fence post gnawed through by something with too many teeth. Large swathes of grass gone brittle despite the rain. Trees that leaned too far in one direction. A flock of birds veered sharply away as they passed. Leah could feel a pressure in the air, not loud, but constant, like the wind itself was holding its breath. When they arrived, the shrine looked worse than when Leah had first seen it weeks ago. Then it had felt abandoned, still, forgotten, covered in vines and dust. Now it felt awake. The ring of stones surrounding the shrine had sunk deeper into the soil, cracked and tilted as if pushed from below. The lone standing pillar was streaked with black and red, weeping a slow ooze from hairline fractures in the stone. The grass around it had yellowed completely, then blackened at the tips. Near the base, the root had surfaced. It no longer resembled wood. It pulsed with a dark sheen, almost wet, like muscle or something worse. Violet veins ran just beneath the surface, glowing faintly with each subtle tremor beneath the soil. Where the root touched the air, it curled, reaching toward the sky, clawing at nothing. They worked quickly, unloading the cart in a small patch of flat earth. Sam and Finn cleared brush and debris from the space near the stone ring, carving out a place for the fire and kettle. Mara laid out the cloths, the smaller jars, and the ritual notes. Leah assembled the tripod and set the kettle in the center. She crouched beside the iron box and lifted the lid. Ember rose like she'd been waiting. A soft curl of golden flame spilled upward and touched the base of the kettle. Not fierce, just steady. The water heated quickly, faster than usual. Leah began adding the ingredients in order, her hands moving with the weight of memory and instinct. The scent that lifted from the kettle was sharp and layered, bitter green from the silverleaf, faint sweetness from the moonfennel, the metallic edge of the star petal. Mara leaned closer and murmured that the smell reminded her of old root cellars. When Leah added the thorned ivy and vervain, the mixture hissed. Ember didn't waver, but the light around the kettle dimmed for a breath before steadying again. She looked toward the few dried leaves in the fulmora jar. Her fingers hesitated at the seal. "You all right?" Finn asked, kneeling beside her. Leah nodded. "This part's just delicate." She added the fulmora, slow and steady, stirring once, twice, watching as the colour deepened from gold to a rich amber, then finally to something darker, an opaque, rust-hued liquid that shimmered like oil beneath the light. The grove around them had gone quiet. No birds, no wind. Even the usual creak of branches was gone. Only the bubbling of the kettle and the faint crackle of ember beneath it. Leah glanced at the others. They stood just outside the stone circle, watching. No one moved. The kettle suspended from the tripod, a solitary beacon in the dark. She dipped the ladle and filled it halfway. The liquid was thick but smooth, carrying an unfamiliar warmth. She approached the exposed root. It looked like a wound in the ground, too deep, too dark. She crouched and slowly poured the tea over it. The root twitched, the steam curled up and away, twisting in a tight spiral. Leah stepped back as the root recoiled, pulling just slightly into the soil. Whatever was happening, the Shadowthorn was resisting it. Then everything stilled. She looked back at the kettle. Ember was low and steady, almost sleepy. The air shifted. A breeze rolled through, cold and sharp. From beyond the trees came a sound, wet and low, not a growl, not quite a howl, something in between. Leah rose slowly, her eyes scanning the edge of the grove. Sam's hand instinctively went to the blade at his side. The leather handle creaked as he tightened his grip. He didn't recognize the sound, but he recognized what it meant. Something was coming. Chapter 41. The worst things don't always come in storms. Sometimes they arrive in silence, in the hush before something breaks, the kind of quiet that makes the birds stop singing and the trees lean the wrong way. The first growl came from the left, just beyond the tree line, low and wet, like something too large to hide behind leaves. Leah turned her head and froze. A pair of eyes gleamed from the underbrush, then another and another. Shadows shifted, shapes slinked forward, raccoons, foxes, a twisted-looking deer with foam at the mouth. Their bodies were wrong, joints bending too far, eyes too dark.
They weren't hunting, they were aiming at her. Before she could move, the pack lunged. Sam stepped in with his knife already out. The first raccoon reached them in a snarl, and he caught it across the flank, sending it tumbling. Another came from the side. He ducked and swung, not to kill, but to keep space clear. Finn grabbed a thick branch that had fallen near the ring of stones. The bark bit into his hands, but he didn't flinch. He swung hard, catching one of the creatures in the shoulder and knocking it back into the brush. Another tore past him and veered toward Leah. Mara stepped between them. She threw a pinch of crushed fennel and white ash from her satchel, shouting words Leah didn't recognize. The air in front of them shimmered, thin like heat rising from stone, and the fox skidded sideways, yelping in confusion. "To root, to bone, to earth, be still," Mara's voice rang out like a bell. The chant pulsed through the clearing. Several of the creatures staggered, suddenly uncoordinated, but the magic didn't hold. One of the foxes recovered faster than it should have and lunged. Mara dropped low and swung her ritual spoon like a club, cracking it against the creature's shoulder. It yelped and fled, but Mara grunted from the strain. "I've got it!" Sam yelled, catching another lunging beast by the side and driving it back with a boot. Leah stood frozen beside the kettle, afraid to take her eyes off it. The brew had darkened. Ember flickered underneath, flames curling inward like she was struggling to breathe. Leah turned toward the root. The tea wasn't working. It hissed on contact, but the root didn't recoil this time. It pulsed, slow and sure, and then absorbed the liquid, like it was drinking. She stepped closer. The others held the circle behind her, fending off the last wave of snarling shapes. Mr. Tomlin hissed from the shadows, tail bristling and rigid. Leah followed the directions. Everything Gran had written to the letter. Why isn't it working? She dropped to her knees and reached for the locket at her throat. "Please," she whispered. "I don't know what else to do." She pressed her palm to the root. The locket flared warm against her skin. As she leaned in, she felt Mr. Tomlin brush against her leg. The world split. She was no longer in the same shrine. She stood in the same clearing, but it was younger, cleaner, the pillar unbroken, the stones bright with chalk markings. A ceremony was underway. Gran, much younger than Leah had ever seen, stood near the kettle, hands shaking. The brew hissed, too volatile. The root absorbed the liquid without flinching. Esther was gone, not there. Someone shouted, "She should be back by now." Gran looked around, desperate, and then Leah saw him. A man, late middle age, hair touched with silver. Thomas, her grandfather. He looked at Gran once, then stepped forward. No hesitation. No speech. He placed his hand on the root. The seal took him. Light burst upward. The brew shimmered. The root flared, then recoiled. Gran fell to her knees. Time slipped forward just a little. It was the same night, but everything had grown quiet and still. Gran reached under the bush beside her and pulled something limp and orange from beneath it. A whoosh of air escaped from the small animal as its once dead form gave way to life. A cat. It stirred weakly. The vision collapsed. It felt like something pulled her back through time. Leah gasped. She was back at the shrine, surrounded by chaos. She had no idea how long she'd been gone. Esther stood before her, one hand resting on the root. Leah tried to speak but couldn't. Esther turned her head, eyes glassy but calm. She smiled. "It'll be okay."
And then she vanished. It was the anchor that was missing. If the brew wasn't strong enough, then there had to be more. Something to bind the seal. She remembered the first vision from the locket, the one she had when she touched the recipe list. Many rituals succeeded on their own, but some needed an anchor. Gerald, her grandfather Thomas, and now, Esther. The others had found life in whatever form they could. But Esther had nothing left to give. She was truly gone.
The light that followed was not bright, but deep. Gold and violet spirals swirled from the root outward, through the soil, through the air. The animals scattered. The Shadowthorn root pulled inward. Ember surged beneath the kettle. Leah dropped the ladle into the soft loam. Her hands shook. Mr. Tomlin sat beside her. He didn't speak, but he didn't look away. She reached out and touched his fur. He stayed beside her, silent and warm. The truth didn't need to be said.
Chapter 42. The sun was already warming the edges of the valley when Leah stirred beside the shrine. Her knees ached from where she'd knelt, but she didn't move at first. For a moment, she just listened. Birdsong. Real birdsong. Not sharp or hollow like it had been, but layered, genuine. The kind of morning sound she hadn't noticed had gone missing until it returned. She sat back slowly. The clearing looked different in the light. No smoke, no ash. The grass near the stone circle had started to shift from brittle yellow back toward green. The root had vanished beneath the soil, leaving only a shallow divot and a faint line of silver dew. The pillar still leaned, still bore the long cracks down its face, but it no longer wept. The air smelled of earth and faint fennel, not rot. Ember's box sat beside the kettle. The lid was open, and the flame inside barely stirred. Tired, maybe, but not gone. Leah reached down and ran her hand gently over the iron. "Thank you," she whispered. Mara was the first to join her. Then Finn, then Sam, still brushing dirt from his sleeves. No one spoke for a while. They gathered what was left, the tripod, the kettle, the empty jars, and moved in silence. The walk back to town was quiet, not somber, just still. The valley didn't feel heavy anymore, just hushed, like it was waiting to exhale. As they passed through the market square, a few people were setting up early stands. Eliza swept her front step, pausing once with her broom mid-air like she'd just remembered something but couldn't place it. A child skipped past them, her hair in crooked braids, laughing as she ran. The wind that followed her smelled clean. Back at the tea shop, Leah paused before unlocking the front door. She expected it to feel different, heavier. Instead, it felt like home. Not the way it had when Gran was here. Something else. Like a story settling into its last chapter. They didn't talk much once inside. Sam made tea. Mara cleaned the tools. Finn checked on Ember, whispering something Leah couldn't hear. Leah sat at the small table in the corner and opened Gran's journal one last time. The pages felt different now. Not like relics, just like a record of what had been done and what might never need doing again. Mr. Tomlin hopped onto the windowsill and stretched long, then curled beside the locket Leah had placed there without thinking. He didn't speak, just flicked his tail and watched the light move across the floor. The rest of the day passed quietly. No one came to the door. No errands pulled Leah away. No dreams interrupted her nap on the window bench. Later, she stood in the kitchen and watched steam rise from the old kettle. Not magical, not ritual, just tea. She flipped the sign on the door to closed. Tomorrow would come. But today, she let stillness settle in her bones. And for the first time in a long while, nothing pushed back. Chapter 43. The problem with stories is that they never really end. They just pause like a kettle taken off the flame. The warmth lingers, the scent clings to the walls, and somewhere someone is always reaching for the next cup. A week had passed since the sealing. The valley had changed, though not in grand ways. It wasn't that flowers bloomed brighter or skies cleared permanently, but the weight that once clung to the corners of the village had lifted. The baker no longer burned the morning rolls. Children played farther from home. Even the dogs barked less. Mara had stopped by earlier that morning with a bundle of dried sage and the smallest smile Leah had ever seen her wear. Her wrist was healing, and she'd started clearing the old garden beds behind the shop again, just in case something needed growing. Sam hadn't said much when he'd visited 2 days ago, just dropped off a pouch of wild mint and sat quietly at the edge of the porch. He never stayed long, but he always left something behind. Finn returned to the library the day after the sealing, but he still passed the shop on his way home. Sometimes he stepped in to borrow a book from Gran's shelf.
Sometimes he came just to sit and read while Leah brewed. He didn't need a reason anymore. He never had. Inside the tea shop, Leah was restocking a shelf with new jars, some familiar, some not. She labelled each by hand, her script slower than Gran's but steadier now. Ember flickered softly in her hearth box.
Mr. Tomlin lay draped across the counter, his tail swaying in time with the ticking clock. She hadn't changed much, but she felt changed. Not by power, by presence. The shop was hers now, not because Gran was gone, but because Leah had stayed. The bell above the door rang just after noon. Mr. Tomlin sat up, ears perked. "Him again," he said, before lowering his ears. A man in a tailored coat stepped inside, brushing off his sleeves. He didn't look like he belonged here, not in Edelbrook, not in the tea shop. "Miss Windward," he said smoothly, removing his hat. "Good afternoon." Leah didn't respond right away. She took him in, grey coat, polished boots, not a single fleck of road dust on him. "Mr. Feld, you have a talent for showing up when things settle." He inclined his head. "One tries to avoid disruption." She raised an eyebrow. "Is that what this is? A polite disruption? Merely a check-in?" He stepped further inside. "I'm here on behalf of my employer, as before. He asked that I deliver this personally." "And you came all the way from the city to see me?" Leah teased. He extended a cream-coloured envelope sealed in red wax. Leah took it but didn't open it. "Still won't say who he is?" "I'm afraid discretion remains a condition of my employment." She held the envelope between 2 fingers. "You're persistent." "Consistent," he corrected gently. "It's an admirable quality in business, and in tea." Leah set the envelope on the counter, still unread. "You knew something happened. That's why you're here." "I believe my employer felt it," Feld said. "He's attuned to certain shifts that others may not perceive." Leah thought that was a very specific choice of words. "And what does he want now?" "Only to know the shop remains in good hands. He is prepared to renew his offer." She finally broke the seal. The letter inside was brief. A purchase offer, same as before, but the language had softened. Less urgency, more reverence. One line stood out. "It was always hers. I only ever wanted to know it was safe." She folded the letter and slid it under the counter. "The shop isn't for sale." Mr. Feld's expression didn't change. That was anticipated. "So why come?" He adjusted the cuff of his coat. "Because family matters, even when silence stretches across the years." Leah's voice was quieter. "You said before you worked for someone who knew Gran. Who?" He looked at her for a long moment. "Your granduncle, her brother. He preferred distance, but he never stopped watching." Leah blinked. It was hard to believe. No one, not even her parents, had ever mentioned an uncle. She never said she had a brother. Mr. Feld's somber face slid into an amused smile. They disagreed, often, but he respected her work, respected what this place means. He could have written. She would not have read it, Feld said simply. Their stubbornness was familial. Leah didn't know what to say to that. She knew Gran was stubborn, and if she had a brother, they were probably too alike to get along. He still drinks her tea, Feld added. The old recipe with clover and mint, keeps it in his desk, refuses to share it. Mister. Tomlin padded silently toward the windowsill, curling again into the light. Feld replaced his hat. "Tell him yourself if you ever wish to. He's not difficult to find, just difficult to convince." Leah nodded once. "Tell him it's staying in the family."
Feld gave a faint smile. "That will be enough, for now." He gently tipped his hat. "Till next time, Miss Winwood." Turning to leave, he caught the old cat's eye and tilted his hat again. "Thomas," he said, with all reverence. "He knows who Mr. Tomlin is? How?"
After he left, the silence folded back around the shop. Leah returned to her blend in progress. Something new, a mix of calm and clarity, grounded with peppermint and fennel. She didn't have a name for it yet. Not yet. But she would.